into this this summit, of course, that they didn't. But I had word from Fax earlier on. I don't think he's even happy I'm saying this. They could be surprised contested. So again, I was really excited about this. I was like, yeah, Shark and Team finally uncontested Wonky Man. Let's see what they can finally do on the global stage. Huge opportunity for Shark to show what he can do in this situation as well. Could it now all start crumbling?
Now here we are in an international competition.
Absolutely. I mean, Sky and Scroll, I feel like there's a lot of eyes on this duo. Obviously, they won EU Major 1 final so dominantly that it feels like the snowball effect coming into the summit, it must be carrying over with them. But I've been hearing many, right? Like Venno, we've talked to him about it. He's like, dude, I just don't like the fact that this duo, they seem to be just doing the same exact game plan and getting away with it.
Yeah, we sort of spoke to Venno about that on day number 1. They sort of basing up on the side of that hill just outside of their drop spot. One of them stays inside the POI and tries to sort of get some of that loot inside of Battlewood. And I think what they've been doing now since the course of this weekend, they've actually been trying a few different strategies to try and combat that potential lurk play from Venno that we've sort of seen him do and try and do over this weekend as well. They've actually both left the POI, tried to find tags together, not just worry too much about that sort of refarm, getting that loot inside the POI. So from what we've been looking back at some of their games from, of course, that upper bracket, they do have the potential to sort of counter that strat that Venno might try and do this week.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are kind of looking towards Sky and Scroll and feeling like Herb and Venno are the duo that can kind of stop them from kind of climbing to the top. So we'll have to kind of keep a very, very close eye on how Sky and Scroll have prepared for that aggressive playstyle of Herb and Venno.
Man, from one GOAT to another, Venno obviously here competing alongside Curb. These guys are titans, right? You know, I feel like for Venno, we kind of continue to underrate him. Oh, Venno, like, you know, he's not that good, whatever. Goes over to EU, wins, comes over to NA, wins. I mean, what is it going to take to be considered a GOAT?
Honestly, a LAN win. Realistically, that's the one thing that he hasn't done seemingly in his entire repertoire of Fortnite achievements. A very, very experienced player. The perfect partner for someone like someone that needs that level of sort of level-headed and that level of leadership, I suppose you could say, in the duo. And Venno is the perfect candidate for that. We've seen their performances this weekend. And I'm really intrigued about Venno because he always seems to have something under wraps. You never quite know what he's going to do when it comes to the grand finals day. And we saw it in their upper bracket games. We saw them trying to lurk around. They lurked around the sort of teams down towards the south side. And we can have a look at some of these clips right now. They're sort of going down towards that south side. We were speaking about it to him on the telestrator. This is something that they can do. They have the ability to do. Doesn't always work out for them, Vivid, but it seems like a strat that they were cooking. Maybe they'll do something different today.
Yeah, obviously, Venno learned early on in his first kind of attempt to lurk and pressure some of these duos here at the LAN that it might be a little bit harder than it was over on the NAC region, but they continue to do this, right? This is what they are comfortable with. This is what they feel the most confident in doing. Also, it's really, really cool because these strategies where they like to lurk on a lot of teams, it actually revolves around staying in the swarm a lot of the times. And the reason they can do that so easily is because they know exactly where all of the vending machines are around the map, so they obviously can go over to these, pick up all of those heals. And then cool little things like this. I mean, jumping into the mist, using the overdrive, plus the vent that's on top of the building to go ahead and make sure that you can find your way towards the fight that you want to be taking. The little strats, man, they're so cool.
Yeah, they're sort of conditioning that south side of the map. They're even going towards the west side as well. We saw it going over towards Thomas HD and Focus. These sneak plays, so valuable. They're really, really great for them right now. And they're able to try and find some success in doing that. The big question mark now, though, is whether they're going to do it up towards Sky and Scroll in the north.
Exactly, right? All these examples that me and Minnie kind of found for you guys, Sky and Scroll were not featured at all.
Yeah.
But we got an opportunity to go ahead and talk to Sky about that. And he was like, listen, man, we felt good about how we played in the upper bracket, but it was kind of weird, right? Because it's like, Herb and Venno didn't do what they said they were going to do, right? They said they were going to push us, and they didn't do it. very Venno-esque. He's not going to show you everything that he wants to do, of course, in the upper bracket. He's going to save it for the finals. So I'm kind of guessing, Zeke, that we're going to be seeing Curve and Venno push towards the way of Sky and Scroll, like what, once, maybe twice over the course of the 8 games? Obviously, they're not going to do it every single time.
Yeah, it's the sort of Venno thing, maybe to not do it in game 1 to try and throw them off. Because I'm sure Sky and Scroll are thinking, right, we're going to have to pull out that strap. Maybe we both leave the POI and try and rotate up. So I feel like it's such a Venno thing. They might not do it game 1, but game 2, keep your eyes out.
Oh, okay, I like it. Well, maybe Frankie can ask Venno this question, because they're standing by right now.
Thank you so much, guys. I have to ask Venno a different question, if that's okay. I hope you don't mind, everyone on the desk. But Venno, we're hearing you might be contested. Can you fill me in, please?
Yeah, I might be contested by the team that landed there in lower brackets, King BR. I don't really know what's going to happen, but I'll try and do my best.
Is that something that makes you nervous, knowing that the game plan has to change on the day of the finals?
The day, more like 15 minutes before.
15 minutes before, but you are so experienced, okay? You have wins in multiple regions, second, obviously, at the Invitational in 2022. You're one step away from being the GOAT if you win this, but you have that experience. So now, what do you do with that 15 minutes?
Try and mentally get into it. It's more a mental thing than actually being able to do any prep. Mentally prepare, visualize it, and when the odds are against me, I rise above.
And we know you do. How do you prepare Curve for a situation like this? Because it seems to me like he's taking to land like a duck to water. He's cool and he's calm right now.
He's definitely taken to it well. I'm not sure how hearing this late news will affect him, but the odds are in our favor.
And all he needs to do is listen to you.
That's all he got there.
All he's got to do. Venno, what would it mean to you to win today and just sort of...
I mean, everything. I'd be completing my career. Nothing left to fight for.
You'd have everything to fight for, and you're going to fight for it today as well. Thank you so much, Venno. Good luck today. Let's head back to the desk.
You know, that's a very familiar Venno. That's a very locked in,
Yeah.
I know what I'm here to do today. That's a, you know what, invitational last game? Why don't we take a risk here, Venno? I like to see that. Obviously, the duo are ready. Curve, player on the rise. I like seeing Venno locked in. I kind of wonder where Curve's at.
I got to tell you, it's so funny because when we talk about an event like this, we talk about the month-long preparation that kind of leads into an event like this. But realistically, whenever we talk to these players, sometimes it sounds like it just boils down to the literal last 15 minutes to go ahead and finally prepare you, right? Because that's when all the pressure starts to hit.
And also, that's when some of the big changes start coming in. We spoke about it with Sharkantini earlier on. They probably woke up this morning, yeah, I'm contested, Wonkyland thinking, looking good. Then a team comes in, maybe potentially contesting them. It's like, you have to think on your feet in this game, both in-game and outside of the game. So these sort of last 15 minutes for these teams, especially those with experience, are going to be super, super vital.
I believe in Venno right now, and I believe in Curve. We saw them perform well, and I'm sure if everything goes according to plan, Mama Papa Curve, Will over there, they're going to have a great time. They just yell. That's great. Let's talk about another duo, obviously. Can't not talk about Peterbot and Pollo appearing here in the finals. We have 8 games ahead of us. So what do we think, boys? Why are these guys so feared? Do we think they can maybe kind of instill that fear into the lobby today?
Well, they're going to be feared for sure because somehow, some way, Mini, they've ended up uncontested. I mean, all of the drama kind of coming into the weekend. Clicks and Higgs are going to be landing on them. Mr. Savage and Velo, they look good to kind of making it towards the finals. But no, Peterbot and Pollo is seemingly as if they are going to be uncontested over towards Squibbly. Listen, we know Peterbot and Pollo, why they are so feared. It's because of those placements, man.
Yeah, their run was absolutely unreal, wasn't it? Together when they were playing in duos, they had a solid run separately in trios then as well. But as of late, it just hasn't been that level of performance. Last Global Championships, not a great performance from them. This major, 7th place, I think it was, not an amazing performance for them when you consider what they've done. This is Peterbot and Pollo we're talking about. So I think there's a lot of question marks, weirdly enough, about this duo going into today, because it's like, what version of Peterbot and Pollo are we going to get? Are we going to get the feared, the scared, the conditioning Peterbot and Pollo, the teams that run away? Or are we going to get the Peterbot and Pollo where you're kind of unsure what they're going to do when they go into a fight? I suppose the good news for them this weekend and now today is that they do have a lot of contestation around them, so they will be able to make those aggressive plays. They'll be able to third party, and I think that's really going to play into their favor.
Let's go ahead and talk about those performances from Peterbot and Pollo that kind of really haven't been Peterbot and Pollo as 7th in Major 1 finals. Even though they got 7, right, we kind of expect them to win. They didn't win, so we're kind of like disappointed. 7th is still very, very good, but Pete, he still had the most damage done, still had the best damage ratio. So individually speaking, like both of these guys are still performing very, very well. Obviously, that was back in major number 1. Kind of talking about this weekend though, Mini, you know, looking towards the upper bracket, I feel like they started out pretty slow. And, you know, kind of coming into Sunday, I was like, yeah, man, we didn't really get to see much. So I went back, I looked at their matches, and I was like, wait a minute. They had a 12 elim second, and I didn't even remember it, man. Like, where does this stuff come from? This is why you can never count them out. It doesn't look like they're going to be doing good this weekend, but the duo just has so much potential. Like Zeke mentioned, like you mentioned, it's just a big question mark of what version of the duo we're going to get.
It's just so uncharacteristic for them, because especially us on the desk, the whole buzz around the arena, it's all like P-Bot Poyo, especially going into the last couple of global championships. They've kind of flown under the radar a lot, and I think that's why they've sort of ended up uncontested. They haven't really been talked about enough, I suppose, in these competitions, because as you can see, in individual games, these individual moments, they are still that piece of bottom point.
Oh man, I like to hear that. We'll have to see. And guess what? Frankie's standing by with the duo right now. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, guys. That was an interesting thought from Mini Miner. Mini Miner was just saying he's not sure if people aren't contesting you today, because not because they're scared of you, but because they've just potentially underestimated you, Pete. Do you feel a bit forgotten?
Nah, I definitely don't feel forgotten. We are uncontested for a reason today, and we're gonna win.
So what happens if someone does come and visit you at Squibbly today, Poyo?
I mean, we prepared to be contested either way at this tournament, so I think we'll be fine.
And do you like the fact that there's so much infighting going on around you? You've got a lot of contested duos surrounding you. Is the plan to literally go and spoil all of their days?
I mean, I don't want to say too much, but I guess we'll see.
We'll definitely see. We've got 8 games to see you guys get the job done. In terms of your duo right now, how close do you think you're being to being back as the piece of bottom player we know from 2024?
I think this tournament will prove to everyone what we already know, that we're the best team in the world. So.
But do you think you do have something to prove? Because 7th in the recent NA Major 1 finals, you came 15th on LAN at the Global Championships last year, which is uncharacteristic for you, Pete. Do you feel like you've been slightly humbled, or do you feel like you're 100% Pete right now?
I'm 100% me right now. I'm definitely going to win this tournament.
Okay, well, it's committed to camera. Pete's saying it. These guys definitely winning the tournament, Zeke.
Frankie, I'm down. Listen, I'm a P-Bot Poyo fan. All right, I'm down, but like you guys called out that question mark, right? I feel like this is a very critical moment for the duo. They're either going to come out and they're going to, let's say, win, let's say even be in the top 10, or they're going to fall. Maybe they miss that top 15, going to lose a ton of aura, right? This is a really critical moment for them.
Man, Pete and Poyo outside of the top 15, I don't even know if that's within the realm of possibilities. I really do like the answer, though, right? Kind of the adversary that they were kind of facing coming into the weekend, but that made them prepared for so many different situations. I feel like they just look too good to place outside of top 15. I mean, what the heck?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll place top 15. I just like the way that they conducted themselves in that interview right there. It was just, you know, I think it's very easy in this game, in esports and sports and things like this, to let that outside noise affect you. They seem to be inside their own world. They seem to be inside their own bubble. They still believe that they are the best team in the world. They have good reason to believe that as well. In terms, on paper, in terms of, you know, fragging ability, they are that team, so they can prove it.
Okay, dude, I want to see them. I'm down. I'm sure this crowd will be down for the 2. I wanted to pivot here, come back to EU. So I feel like a duo that's maybe flying. It's hard to kind of quantify this. Is it like a dark horse? Is it underrated? Are they overperforming? It's Storm and Deemish, right? Like, it's weird that there is so many duos that we kind of highlight or being talked about, but then it's like, hey, wait, these guys won
They haven't been doing good, so they're trying to find what fits. Every single time they go to different spots, they're still doing good. They're so adaptable. It's unbelievable. I don't know how they do it. Even in upper bracket, they switched over to the west side of the map towards that treetop terrace, or where that treetop terrace area used to be. And I was actually speaking to their coach, Sven, and interestingly enough, online, Dom has a lot of packet loss. Where he lives, his internet is not that great. So when he's playing in game, he's actually struggling to move around the map. So really interesting dynamic and really interesting expectation here, because Dom, no longer on packet loss, on land, 0 ping, and with the calmness that Demush must have had, because, I mean, I was speaking to Sven about it as well, that, of course, Dom struggling with that packet loss. Demush has to keep his cool as well, because imagine your teammate can't move, you know, internet issues. He has to keep his cool as well. So now, with that sort of problem out of the way on this 0 ping land server, look out. These guys could be here to play.
Darm Unchained, ready to strike at this lobby and kind of say, hey, you guys weren't talking about me this weekend. You made a mistake. Well, guess what? Frankie is, that's right, standing by with them.
Thank you, guys. Dom, remind us what happened to your original drop spot, because we're talking about how in the major finals you didn't really have anywhere to go. So what happened? How did you end up in that situation?
I mean, it's literally got deleted 1 week before Grands, and we had just to improvise. We landed on 5 different spots, and we managed to do top 7. I think it's a really good placement.
It's a great placement, given that you had to switch things up. So how did you find the right spot for you this weekend? Because you're uncontested right now.
Well, we tried like almost every single spot on the map, and Tip Top was the best for us.
Was it also the best for you because people didn't want to fight you for it?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty good, so there is no point to fight us.
But you did come first in the upper bracket a couple of days ago. But do you think that is because you weren't contested?
Yeah, but I think that's because we are the best.
Okay, because this is the thing, right? On paper, you guys are the best. Winning the upper bracket recently, you qualified to the Reload Elite Series finals in first place. You came 6th at the Global Championships last year. This team has got everything going for it. So why aren't people talking about you as the favorites?
We're just underdogs. That's all I can say.
I want to hear from you as well, Dom. You had thoughts on this.
I mean, I think we're gonna prove that we are not underdogs anymore.
I think you are. Polska Gurum. Let's head back to the desk.
Right. Like, the thing is, we can't even really call them underdogs. Like, they're not underdogs if they're winning. It's such a weird spot to be in, but I really do have high hopes for the duo, and I hope that for themselves, they can show this lobby what is up. Now, obviously, coming into this weekend, really important, not only coming out of that major, but even being here in some of the practice games to kind of say, like, hey, look, you know who we are. We want to have and claim a POI or a spot on the map, because being uncon, especially now, is critical.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of hear it from them themselves. They kind of feel like they are the underdogs, but they are very, very willing and proud to go ahead and admit, like, hey, listen, we're going to prove everybody wrong. We're ready to be considered, you know, favorites going into the rest of the year. I'm looking forward to it.
They just haven't won. They just need that win, I think, just to sort of solidify their spot as not underdogs, because they're always going to be that team. They're always sort of thought of in the shadow of Cami and Seti being that Polish duo. This is the new sort of blood coming through in Poland, so really excited to see how they can do. And if they can win here this weekend, what a way to mark your spot.
I love it. Okay, Viv, we got to do it. We got to let the Fortnite fam know. You've been cooking up in the lab, okay? You've been looking at the map. You've been seeing some things. Talk us through it.
It's nothing too crazy, but I want to go ahead and coin this conversation, the cons and the uncons of a format that we have here at Summit, because one of the biggest conversations coming into the weekend was how NA on NA it kind of felt when we were talking about all of the drop spots. It was like, dude, like, oh my gosh, man, NA has no hope at this event. And then, boom, all of a sudden, we've got Acorn and Bolts uncontested. They were supposed to be contested by Hamzo and Josh, but they've gone ahead and switched Cold and Rapid. They had multiple teams kind of thinking about landing on them. Tyler and Chance, Bazin and Gerald, they're not going to be landing over here anymore, so Cold and Rapid are looking good. Shadow and Virgo, a team that was kind of peeking over towards this drop spot. Darman Damus, FKS and Hero, they look like they're going to be uncut now. And then obviously we know the story of Peterbot and Pollo with Blitz and Higgs and Savage and Bello. So all of these kind of NA teams last second ended up being uncontested. And I was kind of walking around. I've been browsing socials, browsing the creator setups over there, and I feel like the predictions in terms of like top 10, who's going to win the event, have changed dramatically. you know, if we take a look at the predictions, what they were looking like 3 days ago.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of less one-dimensional now. We've got so many more names you can throw into the hat because being uncontested, especially on this stage, is going to be so valuable for these teams in this current situation. And again, like we spoke about earlier, having those last-minute adaptations, those last-minute adjustments, even just to in your favor, is going to make a difference as well. Even if you thought you were going to be contested, now you're uncontested, you do have to play things a little bit differently. So although it seems like a clear path for them to win, it's like, yes, look at these guys, they're back in the mix. They still need to play it right. And that's where we're going to have to see them this weekend.
Absolutely. All right, we've talked about the uncons of the event. Let's go ahead and talk about the cons of a format like this, right? Because all those teams that were contesting those other teams had to go somewhere else, right? We talked about Yamzo and Josh potentially contesting Acorn Bolt, so where the heck did they go? Hari and Cammy, man, how good did they look in the upper bracket? But now that they're going to be contested, I'm not entirely sure. We still have a very similar situation, or the exact same situation that we kind of expected over at Sandy. I'm sure Kanata and Victor V. I was going to say they probably don't feel too good about that, but I feel like they played so well in the upper bracket, maybe they are happy about it.
Yeah, they could be more than happy about that. They're sort of used to being this off-spawn situation. They're definitely more than comfortable being contested. And even down towards the south side as well, Akira Kurama against Phantom QNDX. I'm not sure that's going to keep going like that throughout the entire 8 games. We saw Akira and Kurama landing up towards that south side of Frigid. I think if things don't go so well for them down there against Phantom QNDX, I think they might go back up. So go back to that uncontested map, Shadow Virgo. They might have that surprise contest station as well. That could play into the favor of Phantom and QNDX as well, especially if Curve and Veno start lurking around in that south side. You never know what's going to happen.
This guy's always trying to stir the pot, man. You know, my favorite Shadow and Virgo. I love those guys. You're like, well, maybe they could be landed on, man. Who knows what's going to happen? 8 games for us to kind of find out. I'm excited.
I'm excited, Viv, because it's that time. We got to start bringing the players in, having them board up on that battle bus. So, Frankie, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. There are just 8 games remaining before we find out who will be lifting the trophy in the center of the stage. The first ever FNCS Major Summit champions. Everyone wants it to be them. The player lounge is full of nervous players. They're starting to make their way down and queue up to meet their fate on the stage behind me. In the end, there can be only one team that tops the summit. So Düsseldorf, please give these players your everything. Make some noise! You can go big or you can go. But we all know that Vico and Malafuka are ready to take on the world.
It's Cassie and Damo. You might have counted them out, but look at them now. OCE, this is your chance.
They rose from the depths, and now Leiva and Romero are aiming to surface as champions.
The elite duo, Yamzo and Josh. They dominated the second chance. They made it through Lord. It's now or never, boys.
Having already won a game on the big stage, Cringe and Twine know exactly what it takes to come out on top.
It's the NA West chance. Victor V and Kanata. Triple contested day 1 wasn't a problem. Now we run it back with everything on the line.
The Polish powerhouse, Dorm and Demish. Nobody is safe with these two in the lobby. They want to win it all.
One of EU's finest, Yevko and Panther. They make contestants looking easy. With everything on the line today, can they make history?
Coming through from the upper bracket, Resigns and Tinko. Way to put OCE on the map.
They have the crowd on their side today. It's Champ and Flixie. With 1 day left, they have to make it count.
Now, got a bit of advice for all of you watching in Düsseldorf. Never keep a lady waiting, but you know what? It's going to be worth the wait because I'm standing by Tinker and Resign's booth. I'm just waiting for them to join me on stage. Come on, boys. I thought we'd made arrangements to meet. Come, Tinker, Resigns. congratulations on making it to Championship Sunday. Neither of you have placed inside a top 20 before on LAN. How do you feel about your chances today?
Well, we're contested off spawn. If we win our off spawns, I think we could do really well today.
So how much have you been practicing those off spawns?
Oh, every single day, like we're botting, we're super locked in. Like, this is an easy 8-0.
An easy 8-0. Oh my goodness, there must be so many Australian fans watching you at home saying, yeah, we're Aussie and we're gonna do this. Do you have any messages for your friends, your family, people watching around the world?
Just thank you for supporting me and just, I'll do you proud, I guess.
I think you will. I think you already have, boys. Please take your seats, get ready, because we've got to head over to 11-2K with Victor V and Canada.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Vic, I mean, day one, you came in, you told me you were feeling confident, you were feeling good. You had a different swagger about you. Are you feeling that again here today?
Bro, obviously, I'm feeling more today, especially I know me and Canada, we've been practicing this whole week. Canada's got some strats cooked up, bro. I've been warming up in the practice room, bro, we're ready.
Nada, a lot of people had questions going into day one. It looked like a messy situation. You guys made it look clean, simple, easy. What's the key to replicating that today?
I mean, the problem with me is that I get things done, you know what I'm saying? So even if I'm triple con, if I'm getting grief, I'm gonna make the best out of the situation and try to do my best to win.
You're walking away with a trophy today, that's the question.
We're gonna have to find out sooner or later.
I believe in you. I believe in you, Vic. I spoke to your dad, and he said even he was surprised by the confidence you had as far as, you know, you being able to big up yourself today. What do you have to say to the fans, everybody that wants to see you have, you know, a big performance today?
Just wait, you know. If you wanted to see that, you've come to the right place.
Short but sweet, short but sweet. Back to you, Frank.
Thank you so much, guys. Representing Argentina, we have Lua and Romero. And Lua, what an incredible performance here at your first LAN. You're making it look easy, is it?
Yeah, I think. Like, we played not that good, but one game, just enough.
I mean, you played so well, though. You're uncontested today. Chap and Flixie, they don't want to go up against you.
I don't know why. Maybe they lose.
Oh, maybe they lose. Maybe they learn from experience. And Romero, thank you so much for joining us here in Düsseldorf. I hope you're having a great time. And I hope you could tell your friends at home, watching, everyone supporting you, how you're feeling about today.
Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Y que, o si tienes algún mensaje para tus fans aquí en el estadio y también pues en Argentina.
Bueno, más que nada agradecerle a todos los que vinieron acá, que hay gente que vino a bancarnos a nosotros, así que eso, a la gente Gorilón, Didi y todo lo que se están encargando del stream, que nos están haciendo la banca y nada, quiero decirle que vinimos preparados y que vamos a dar pelea.
First, to all the fans here in the arena, thank you. It means so much to have your support. To Gorilón, Didi over there in the co-streamer area, also, it just means a lot to have them cheering, and just super, super thankful for all the fans supporting us.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Good luck today. Let's bring on the next teams.
They say the past can determine your future, but today, Thomas HD and Focus will control their own fate towards champions.
Repping EU, it's Cringe and Moco. With the top 7 and a win in day one, these guys are looking primed up. They have to make it count.
Total underdogs, but their bark matches their bite. Liam and Jace, let's see how far you go.
One of Asia's best, it's LB, Works, and Bond. Today they look to make history and win it all for their region.
Against all odds, they still made it back. It's Mini Vio and Fufu. Scrappy but calculated. It's time to take over.
A new day, it's Acorn and Bolt. A twisted mind paired with a young star. These guys are looking to shine bright at the end of the day.
The hardest fate is Matthias and Scary tonight here in Germany. Give them a performance to remember.
It's Nutty and Gab winning a game to qualify to Sunday must feel good. Time to repeat that here on the big stage.
duo built in the final hour, but Codigo and Werix have already proven they're capable of overcoming any obstacles.
No practice, no problem. Swizzy and Pixie will always find a way to show exactly why they're at the top.
Codigo and Werix are making their way over to me now. It's a long walk past the fans here in Germany. Werix representing France. He's got the Gentlemates fans. I hope they'll take him under their wing this weekend. And of course, Codigo, he's representing himself and he's representing Germany today. This is the thing about Codigo. Codigo wasn't even meant to be playing. He was a backup player. He found himself drafted in at the last moment, and now we get to talk to him. Codigo, what was your reaction to being asked to play in your home country at the last minute?
I mean, I was just happy. To be fair, I was playing a different game, but when Werix DM'd me to play, I was like, yeah, I'd closed a different game, and I just started playing with him.
Why did you want to choose Codigo?
Why I choose him? Like, I think he's really good. Like, he have good IGL. Like, he can do good things, actually. And I'm here for real, like, actually. So...
Well, this is interesting because you don't even like IGLing that much. I call you the reluctant IGL, but you're so good at it.
I mean, you just gotta do what you gotta do. I don't like it, but I have to.
Well, you make it look easy, and I can't let you go without asking about this. What is this?
I can take in English?
Of course, bien sûr.
Bon, les gars, je suis là pour gagner, hein. Vous le savez tous, les frères. Faites-moi un maximum de bruit, les frères, s'il vous plaît, les gars. Allez, hein.
For the guys, we're gonna get the win. That's how I can sum it up in English for you guys watching at home. Let's head over to Levin.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with Acorn and Bolt. Acorn, I'm not gonna lie. Every time we have seen you so far at this event, you just look so cool, calm, and collected. What do you know that we don't, man? Today's a big day.
I'm ready. That's all you want to know.
I mean, Bolt, you told me on day one, Acorn is the best IGL. And from the way you play, you clearly believe that. What do you have to do today to show everybody that you are one of the best fraggers, if not the best fragger out there?
I just got to play off Acorn and hit my shots.
Acorn, 4th place, day one. It feels like when people predict you guys in tournaments, they put a cap on you. You don't see too many people saying Acorn and Bolt are going to come out and win things. How are you going to prove them wrong, and how do you look to take the victory today?
You know, we're going to play our game. We're going to work to our strengths. And we're going to make it happen.
Good luck today, boys. Sending it back to Frankie.
Hello, Germany. Or should that be Guten Tag? I found some German players. We had to talk to you guys because Cringe and Volko, the fact that you're here in the upper bracket, it must be so exciting.
Yeah.
It's your first land.
Yeah, it's my first land. I'm really excited. The crowd is amazing. I mean, it's a lot of Germans, you know, it's home soil, so I'm having a lot of fun.
And I think you're going to have a lot of fun today because you're uncontested. Does that mean that endgame is a guarantee?
I think our game plan is really good. I think we will make 7 out of 8 games today, so I'm pretty confident in our game plan, and we work on our end games as well, so I think it's going to be good.
And Volko, is there anything you'd like to say to this crowd?
Ich war auf Deutsch. Danke an alle, ne? Alle Deutschen, die hier sind, oder zu Hause, sind alle die Besten. Und ja, mal schauen, was wird, ne?
Dankeschön, guys. I'm going to say choose to these guys because we're going to bring on more duos.
Ponlo Pantala Completa.
Polska Górą, Cammy and Hottie. Today's your chance to win it all, so make sure that you take it.
Two of NA's best agers and Ritual. Night and day performances so far.
No me dija.
And hoist that trophy.
Guys KC.
They want to win it all, and with the way Tiggs and Dorikus are playing,
Hero
they
no.
might just make it.
From Brazil, Teus and King VR. Through the fire and flames after this weekend, there can only be one true king.
Boy a Peter Bo Y Paulo.
Darkos are paving their own way to the trophy.
Codigo blostar crew, Elite Y Super on Membresia.
Today's forecast sunny and bright. Let's see what you've got.
Sometimes all you need is a chance. And Tyler, you can never count these guys out because that's when they become dangerous.
There's predictions and then there's guarantees. And one thing's for sure, Shadow and Virgo are ready to take the crown.
Just up. It's Akira and Kurama. They have the entire arena on their side today as they look to win it all.
I'm over here with Tiggs and Danica. For me,
Castellano fire.
of this entire event. How did it feel to play on 0 ping yesterday?
It was really good. It was good. We played good. I'm happy.
You played more than good. Second in consistency, constantly going for that high ground. Did you expect to take to this so easily?
Hola, no Albigan subscriber so canal wide a jar to like.
Really showed us what we are capable of. We were just flying out there, doing everything we want in the way we want it, and that gave us the confidence we needed for today.
The thing is, though, you were uncontested yesterday, but now you're going to be contested by Reason and Noah. It's going to be a lot harder to get off spawn and play the game you want. Are you prepared for a fight?
Of course we are. We practiced it a lot. Not gonna lie, there's a lot of pressure playing out of here in the big stage, but the thing is, we love playing out the pressure, and the crowd here makes it even better. So you guys remember, Fortnite is a game, and today it's game time.
It is game time, and you know who else it's game time for? Ages and Ritual.
Yes, indeed. They are ready for game time. Richie, we have to talk about day one, because it didn't go how people were expecting it to go for you guys. What went wrong on that day? That has to go right today.
I just think our off spawn was a little messy. You know, we watched it back, did good in lowers, and now we're here today.
Codigo blostar on a poorly Fedor.
You guys talked about how yesterday it felt like you could play your game, and it just felt completely different. What about that day just really made it feel that way, and how are you going to make sure you have that same feeling today?
Yeah, I think we were just trying to get back in the flow of playing again with the contested, and me not feeling the best on the first day. It kind of messed with us a bit, so now we're back to playing and how we normally do.
Richie, you guys know better than anyone on this stage what it takes to compete for championships. What about you two together is the difference maker that will help you lift that trophy?
I just think our chemistry is very good, and our vibes are always at the top, and that's all you need to win.
Hey, said simply, back to you, Frankie.
Thank you so much, guys. I had to grab a new French duo to land. We've got Dark Horse and Minori.
Soy Mr. Botnighter, estoy en la sala que tú estés.
We're gonna do our best, and we're gonna try to qualify.
Well, what you did was good enough to make it here. What's the plan today?
We're gonna play our game plan like we played usually, and try our best.
You're gonna try your best.
C part del blostar crew, Elite Y Super on Membresia. Thanks.
I don't think so. I think we just have to play with our game, and that's it.
Are you enjoying LAN? Is it fun here?
Yes.
Of course. Yes.
Who you got?
Absolutely, it's fun. We're having the best time, and you know what? We need some more duos to join the party.
EU superstar Shark and Teeny. It's been wonky, but will they rise to the top for Champions View of Summit?
Repping NA, Cole and Madden. These guys continue to prove everyone wrong. Destiny just might be on their side.
Prime to win any race, the Italian Stallions, Belusi and Zangi are charging straight for first place.
Get down for Reed and Cooper. They battled through a contested fight once. Now with everything on the line, can they do it again?
Everyone counted them out, but they forced their way in. It's Oceana's Alex and Reckless.
EU's number 2 team. EU's number 2 team. anytime soon.
Brimming with confidence, Graves and Kingley, your future looks bright after yesterday's win in Game 3.
They showed up to play. It's Izzy and No Civ. Top 4 yesterday earned their spots in finals. Today, they can earn a legacy with a win.
Full steam ahead for QNDX and Phantom. Finals is here, and now it's time to truly show out.
Dusseldorf two of the hometown heroes are here to claim their crown.
QNDX and Phantom are on their way to meet me at their booth. And this is a duo who are literally running to meet me. Phantom, it's okay, conserve your energy because let's face it.
Every come to me.
I do need the energy. I think we're gonna win at least 2 games today. So let's hope it works.
This is your first LAN. What gives you so much confidence?
I mean, I've been playing this game for 9 years now, competing for that long. It's the first time I can show the world how good I am. And I'm gonna show it today.
I can't wait to see it. I've got to talk to your teammate. QNDX, this is not your first LAN. We first met a few years ago. But how does this LAN compare?
I think they're both really, really good. It's so much exciting to compete in front of all of the fans. Let's go!
Do you feel like you're a stronger player than when we saw you in 2023?
Definitely, way better. They are not ready for this performance.
I'm so ready to see the Middle East team standing up this time round, but we've got to head back to North America with Reet and Cooper.
Thank you, Frankie. I'm standing here with Reet and Cooper. Reet, we have seen a lot of back and forth between you and
all bidden subscribers so can now write a jar to like.
Is it fair to say it's gotten personal?
No, I wouldn't say we got that far yet, but we've definitely on the verge. But I think for now, we talked it out. You know, I think things have calmed down a little bit. I think we're thinking with our heads clear. So I think we're both going to do our best and see how it goes. And maybe depending on how the first few games go, things might change. But for now, I think things are good.
Sounds like you're ready if things ain't going to plan to heat up the off-spawn a bit more.
Maybe.
Cooper, again, you know what it feels like to lift up a trophy on a stage like this one. Coming into this day, do you feel similar to how you felt back in 2023 when you lifted the trophy with Miro?
Honestly, a little bit. You know, I'm going to this tournament with no expectations, no pressure. I'm just out here to have fun, you know, being contested. It's a lot of a different game, but, you know, I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck, boys, off spawn. I really need to hear from Vidil and Judo, Frankie. The crowd was going crazy for them.
They are. Dusseldorf, say hello to Vidil and Judo. Judo, you tweeted last night. You nearly gave
fire.
But now here you are, on LAN, in Championship Sunday, with a crowd chanting.
Part del Blostar Crew, Elite Y Super on Membresia.
It's been amazing support. Dankeschön an alle Deutschen, die hier sind und supporten. Ihr seid die Besten. Dankeschön.
And do you think that what you've experienced is a lesson for others to never give up on their dreams?
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Like, don't give up on your dreams. You can make it. Like, I was no one. Now I'm playing with Vidil on the main stage. I mean, life is amazing.
Life must be amazing when you're playing with this man. Vidil, what would you like to say to your fans?
Ihr seid die Besten, ich liebe euch. Guckt euch mal an, ihr seid die Besten, ich schwöre.
You're lost for words, aren't you? How unbelievable is it to know that so many people want the best for you and they want you to lift that trophy?
Bro, I don't know, I'm about to try.
Codigo Blostar on a Quilting Creedor.
Take a moment.
Thank you for being here, no cap.
Take a moment, guys. Get ready. You know you have the crowd on your side, and right now, let's meet our final duos.
The sky's the limit, and Scroll's only been going one direction since the year started. Up.
Give it up for Epic Rail and Pump. With 8 FNCS championships combined, this is a dangerous duo you can't count out.
Yesterday, they saved the best for last, but today, Hoppy and Avinish are looking to pop off from the start. Let's get it.
shine bright today.
Middle East FNCS champions, they rose to the challenge of qualing in day one. Pakistan Hero Finals is yours to crush.
The brothers, Peter Paul and Wario, they've already dominated global land once, and they look to take over this one as well.
They overcame the pressure for their seat in today's competition. Golden and Ozone, show us what you've got.
Feel the breeze, it's cold and rapid. Winning a game in upper bracket today looked easy. For the lobby to stack, can they do it again?
The final stretch is about to begin, and Skyjump and Bombseed, they're aiming to bring the trophy back home.
The crowd looks It's not going to be easy, so they look to feed off the energy to win it all.
Scroll, the numbers are saying that this is yours to take. It's yours to lose right now because you're the favorites in this competition. Do you feel like it's your time?
Hopefully, we practiced the whole week, and I think it's going to be maybe the time.
Benno was saying in an interview earlier this week that no one seems to have tried to counter you in Europe online. Do you feel like that could change today?
Yeah, I mean, we prepared for it in Grand, so with no one doing it, we're going to be even more prepared for it today.
So that means that we haven't seen everything from you yet?
Not at all.
Well, we've got 8 games to see it. Let's head to 11.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with Rapid and Cold. You guys have quickly emerged as favorites coming out of NA. Rapid, I was talking to you backstage, and I could see you talking to Pete. It sounded like he was trying to get in your head a little bit, trying to rattle you, throw you off your game. How do you stay cool, calm, and collected?
Not gonna lie, I just ignore him.
Nothing you can say can get to you?
No.
Cold, earlier this year, when you and Rapid first formed, it wasn't instant, great results. I remember him saying he didn't feel like the chemistry was quite there yet. Here on the stage today, is your chemistry where it needs to be to lift that trophy?
Oh, 100%. You guys saw we won the last Div Cup, and we're going to win this one right here.
Every time you step on this stage, everybody's expecting a legendary Cold performance. How are you feeling going into the competition? Do you feel like anybody on this stage can mess with you at all?
Nah, nobody can mess with me. I hope you all know that.
Hey, whenever Cold speaks, you gotta listen. But I want to hear from the fan favorites. Frankie, take over.
Thank you so much, Levin. Reason. What was your reaction when you qualified through the upper bracket for today?
I mean, in our opinion, it was pretty expected. We wanted to qual. We knew we had the preparation for it. We were putting in the work, and we just wanted to do it because it's the home stage,
Are you prepared to be contested today, though?
Yeah, we already practiced a lot, but it is what it is. We'll do what we can, and yeah.
and subscriber so canal
Oh, yeah.
to like.
To have these guys in your corner.
Hey, vielen Dank an alle, die hier sind. Mach mal Lärm!
Reason, it feels fitting
Pucha.
that we leave the last words with you. All around this arena, people have been chanting your name, playing your map, wearing your t-shirts, and getting so excited for you. But what do you want to say to them?
I mean, I'm going to say it in German. Ich danke an alle. Ihr seid alle die Besten, egal wen ihr von uns supportet, egal ob es an der einen oder nicht. Ich liebe euch alle. And I want to say a special shout out as well to Fact City and especially Savage, to the Savage community. I'm really doing this all for him and my viewers at home and here. Yeah, I love you all. Ich liebe euch alle.
Best of luck, guys. Please, one more time as we head back to the desk. Give it up for Noam Reason.
Oh man, it is going to be insane. I am so hyped, Vivid. I am so hyped. So many teams coming out here. And I love, too, that we kind of get to see a little bit of their personality, right, as they start to come out.
¿Me escucha? Entra el chat. Salta el lobby un momento y entra el chat. Ahora, ¿me escucha?
Sí.
Salta al lobby un momento.
¿Qué?
Que te salgas al lobby un momento. Ah, tú eres el que estaba al lado mío, es que no me sale el nombre, por eso me sale. ¿Tú estabas al lado mío?
Sí.
Ah, oye, voy a pedir pollo.
Sí, obligado.
Aunque hay un montón ahí, cabrón, yo lo vi practicando los otros días. Cabrón, no hay forma que nosotros podamos competir con control contra ellos.
Muchacho, no.
Ni con teclado, porque nosotros no sabemos. Dale ready. Papi, cabrón. Y sin mirar, mirando la pantalla. Y yo, puñeta.
Hay uno que construye un cabrón que coja con la mano doblada. Diablo, ese hijo de puta.
Diablo. Están bien duros, en verdad.
Peter Boy Pollo, 13 años consecutivos, tú dices. ¿A ganar?
No, ellos no ganaron el año pasado.
¿O sí?
No. Y él para atrás.
Voy contigo.
Es que al frente dice que me deja cambiar. Mira a tu hermano ahí, gemelo. Me deja cambiar la pantalla para... Pero no me deja.
¿Qué quieres, tipo?
Players. A lot of players will have the first time experience. It's a different environment to what you're used to. You're on a different desk, you're in front of a massive crowd, you're on a stage, you've got lights, you've got cameras. All that stuff is brand new. You're not used to that. But as soon as they sit in that seat and their eyes lock in that monitor, it's back to normal. It's just Fortnite. They have to try and lock into that and try and drown out everything else. I've never been on a stage like that. I've had the pleasure of doing it. It must be really, really difficult to do that. But they have to do it. Just go back to what you know, stick to the plans, and don't let anything else affect you.
Yeah, I had a moment not too long ago to hop on a Cypher PK stream, and that's something we talk about, right, is when you come back to a LAN environment, it can be difficult, right? It really can. I think from an outside looking in, you know, you can think, well, why aren't these players performing like I watch them at home? Well, dude, it really is that comfort zone, right? There is so many of these tiny little factors, and it could just be one thing, right? That mouse being just a little too slow, that mouse pad not being quite long enough. Guys, I would love to ask you, though, obviously, as we start getting ready to board this battle bus, let's talk about predictions. Viv, who do you think could walk away? What are your top 5?
I can't believe you've done this to me, Zeke. First of all, only limiting me to 5 teams.
¿Cómo es que se llama ese de esto, blostar?
I could have picked like 10 different duos that I think could possibly come first this weekend. It is seriously impossible.
Dale, cuando estés en los emos, dale el cuadrado. Te va a salir abajo todito.
This weekend, who I think is going to place where, first and foremost, it hurt not only put an EU team up there in first place, Sky and Squad. I think they look way too good in major number 1. I think the game plan that they have coming into the weekend, they talked about it. We know the adjustments that we have to make. We have some backup plans ready. Vico and Malabuka again. EU team there in second place. Here's the thing that scares me about Vico and Malabuka is that we had this giant conversation around Vico being nervous, right? He woke up. He was like, dude, I'm a little bit nervous. Yeah. He still played incredibly well day of. If we have Vico, who is an experienced person kind of coming into an environment like this, who is able to fully reset and still play well, I think they have to be a shoe-in for the top 5. And then obviously I'm kind of rounding out my predictions with some NA teams, Cold and Rapid, now that they're uncontested. Way too good of a team to kind of place outside of
No lo encontraste.
Me personally, a for the Bolts also.
No encontré ese.
In the world as he's heard, and then I rounded my list up there with Perv and Benno, who a lot of people are kind of discounting. They're like, their strategy's not going to work on a stage like this. But I think Benno, he's always got something planned.
You never know what it's going to look like,
Los
right?
que
And
me
you also
clasificaron
got
ayer que
so
estaban
many
bien
different
cojonados fue...
these top
Ay,
fives that we
Mr.
came up
Chávez.
with. Speaking of Vico right there, Vico was coming into it. We saw it on the cameras just a minute ago.
Please.
What were they doing? They were like dancing. I don't know what they were doing. They're still doing it right now. Of course, I spoke to Vico yesterday. He likes to sing a little bit going into it, likes to calm his nerves, try and just get on the same wavelength as his team. But I want to talk about my top 5. A team that didn't feature in yours, Vivid, Shark and Teeny. I did do this before. Before I heard that they might be surprise contested by Epic Well and Pump, but I still
Ya no tienen a Peter Boy ni apoyo en el top 5.
They prove that they can perform off spawn. Vico Malibu, too good of a team to not top 3, especially since their situation hasn't really changed too much in terms of contestation. And Sky.
Es que esa gente, hay gente que juega para que ellos son los más conocidos.
Very similar I suppose you could say, in that regard, because you can't ever count out Acorn. And Acorn in that upper bracket, then you have 2 bad games. They had some pretty unfortunate zones as well. A lot of those zones were pulling down to that south. So it just seemed like they got better throughout the day at actually dealing with those south zones. So as an EU fan, if I put my EU bias hat on, I'm kind of scared of Acorn and Bolts. They could be lifting that trophy at the end because they are just that good. And Acorn is just that good at leading.
Guys, I'm so hyped. I just heard the call. The games are ready to go. Let's get ready, Fortnite fam. This is the first game of the finals. Jacob PR, the best taco, and Lemon 2K. Over to you.
This is it, the moment.
La muchacha narra los juegos bien cabrón, oíste.
Sí.
Ella de Best Taco se llama. Le mete bien cabrón, en verdad. Narra los juegos bien cabrón.
A couple of days now to prepare, but for some of these duos, the ones coming out of that lower bracket, they are going to have a little bit less time to adjust, but they still got to make it happen.
Absolutely, but I think when you look at the way the games played out yesterday, so much to learn. I think there's so many duos who, I think coming into the competition, we might not have even really been expecting much out of them, but they have showed up yesterday. It's about doing it today.
Pero tardan mucho en tirar las partidas, mano.
Loco, eso es un evento, eso no es que estás jugando en tu casa, bro.
Yo sé, pero cabrón, jueguen, puñeta.
Ay, cabrón. Eso es un evento, tienen que pagar a los pifiadores, de todo. No pueden hacer un evento en 1 hora. Hace mamau.
I mean, it's a long haul. I think the big difference is we've seen so many tournaments over the years where day one, you get the opportunity to reset, you get to watch some games back, jump into the next day. It's a completely different meta tournament feeling. You only get the halftime break today, Jacob Tackle. I mean, it is not much time to play.
Yeah, and that's part of the difficulties behind it, right?
Oye, el que se parece, el que tiene skin como tú no se quiere ir de aquí.
No.
Te dieron las cosas por entrar, ¿verdad?
Todavía.
¿No te dieron nada?
Ayer. Me las dieron ayer.
Ah, pues.
Pero no me han dado el de ganar. Yo gané y no me han dado el...
Eso es el lunes.
Oh.
Y si le envías algo a alguien, te dan un bultito ahí gratis también. Yo envié a Moto algo de 200.
Tacho, yo tengo más que 50 pavos.
Ah, es que como ya tengo por las compras online, pues lo cogí de ahí. Un peso gasté.
Ya.
Mira, Lisa, ¿qué tú quieres?
¿Tú quieres Wallow de Gold?
I'm going to pick one from each region I'm really looking forward to. The first one from EU, I think Vico and Malabuka are looking good. Sneakily looking good in a way that I think a lot of people now are starting to look and say, that day one performance, Vico said he was nervous, they played with so much ease, and it was so impressive. And then on the NA side of things, Taco, I'm liking Cold and Rapid, man. Cold and Rapid. There's something about the aura about them that just inspires you.
Something about the way they've been playing through 4 fields also. And when you think about a lot of the off-spawn contention that's taking place around them, they're one of the few teams on the outskirts of the map, but they still have an easier path inwards in comparison to those other duos surrounding them. Their surge opportunities are looking much more favorable. I'm right there with you. Cold and Rapid, 100% highlight for me. And now it's going to sound like a copycat because Vico and Malabuka would have been the sly underdog team that I'm kind of looking at too for EU, because so many people I think just have that dependency on the Peterbot Oil storyline, them potentially being uncontested now at Squibbly. It's hard to ignore Shark and Teeny and everything they've been able to accomplish through the years so far, but Jacob, ultimately, it's hard to really dictate what happens throughout the journey of 8 games, and we just know that all of these duos are expecting something different.
Yeah, honestly, coming into this one, you guys probably saw on Fortnite competitive, I was instantly answered Cold and Rapid right out of the gates, and now watching all the action through the last 2 days, it almost has me scratching my head, because you mentioned Vico, Malabuka, Shark, and Teeny. They made it here through a contested wonky land, and now they're being able to play like themselves, a little bit more freedom, and then you even have Acorn and Bolts. I've never seen Acorn.
Mira, tú me dijiste que estabas pagando carro, ¿tú sacaste un carro?
Hey.
Ya, no me dicen nada, tú no me quieres ya, brother.
No se lo dije a nadie, cabrón.
Claro, no me invitan ni para empanadilla, ni para nada. ¿Conseguiste a alguien más?
No, nunca. No te cambiaría.
Ay,
So
puñeta.
many people have always counted Acorn out, but historically speaking, he delivers in the moments that he says that he's going to.
Mira, ya puse en el calendario en el trabajo. Noviembre, ¿qué? 19 es que sale Grand Theft Auto.
Creo que sí.
Pedí que hay jueves. So, jueves estoy libre. Pedí jueves, obvio, viernes y sábado. Y domingo no trabajo.
A darle la madre.
Cabrón, cabrón, yo digo que van a vender 50 millones de copias en un día. O el fin de semana.
Eso va a ser algo bien exagerado, bro.
Pero hubo rumores que lo iban a atrasar otra vez y ya la gente estaba encabronada. Papi, sí, cuando saque ese juego, cabrón,
Ya que está cabrón. Vamos a seguir atrasando, puñeta.
pero que no. Ahora, yo digo que venden 50 millones el primer día. En copia. Ahora si es el otro, el 5, y si tú entras a Steam, a la lista, salen los top 10 todos los días.
Todavía juegan, sí.
Cabrón, 80.000, 100.000 personas jugando todos los días. Y ellos siguen haciendo updates.
Sí. Ahora que te envié, bro.
Ahí empezó a empezar, yo creo. Escuché la guagua. Vamos por acá. No, todavía. Ay, qué lindo posando con la bandera.
Error when it came even just the top 25 throughout the past 2 days of competition was you're realistically looking at maybe 1-2 lobbies. That's all that's necessary to fill that void and close the gap. But
Qué lindo sonríe, brother.
the margin of error is that much slimmer.
¿Qué?
Que sonría.
No puedo.
No puedo. Papi, voy a los Nets.
Hacho, papi, yo no sé a quién ir.
Es que yo siempre he sido listo.
Me gusta mucho Wemby, cabrón. Pero también me gusta Nueva York. Me encantaron estas finales, papi. Finales bien diferentes.
Chico, pero es que otra vez Chai daña los juegos, en verdad, no sabe por qué.
Chico, sí.
Entonces lo más cabrón es que los árbitros le cantan las cosas. Ahora, si tú brincas y después brincas para mi dirección, es ofensiva. ¿No entiendes? Si tú me dices que ya tú brincaste para ese lado cuando yo brinqué, pues fine. Pero tú haces el fake, yo brinco por un lado, para tu derecha, y tú te tiras para la derecha. Eso es ofensiva. En el tiro de traca que él le pasó por el lado y ese tiro para el lado también.
Hey.
Their energy is going to be vital to success. They're going to need every single person in this building to be as loud as possible. So, just to remind our players, people.
Mira, en noviembre viene Arcadia. Vamos para allá, blostar.
¿En noviembre?
En noviembre, te voy a decir, creo que 3 o 5. Déjame chequearte bien.
And ready to go, and honestly I see why. You know, they got so many hometown heroes, players coming literally straight from Germany playing on that big stage, and I've seen it.
Aquí tengo un llaverito ahí que Taco estaba haciendo algo ahí pero nunca me salió.
I know everybody remembers the Global Championship, and this event here is going to be one to remember as well.
Absolutely. I mean, for so many of these players, game after game, it is just an otherworldly experience, being able to compete against the best. You look to your left, you look to your right, you look across the stage, and you see so many top players looking to do the exact same.
Pues yo entré ayer, jugué como una horita y gané como 10 partidas en Blitz.
Diablo.
Sí, porque decía que también era Blizzard.
Oye, yo gané en regular.
Qué bueno. Mira, en Twitch hay cosas gratis. Oíste.
Sí.
Cuando hay cosas en Twitch, yo pongo el iPad en Twitch y ni lo veo. Sí, para que se vea solo y me las gano, sí.
Ah, para verlo nada más.
Sí, porque por verlo es que te dan cosas. Tienes que verlo hora y media, creo. Media hora te dan una cosa, una hora te dan otra cosa y hora y media te dan... Creo que es un pico.
Everybody can go ahead and type who their favorite player is. You can go ahead and be in those chats. But when you're in here in person, these players hear you screaming their name. They hear you being a part of it all. They hear you showing your passion and giving.
Entra a mi live, mira eso se escucha a nosotros hablando.
You guys have all been waiting for. This is Championship Sunday. 8 games of full Fortnite competitive action. Where only
Mira, Chochita dice no spam. Chat del juego. Viene Game 1.
You've had your introductions. These players have now had all weekend, and they're finally ready to show us exactly how they plan to get the party started. So many obstacles being considered around the map.
Pero nosotros, digo nosotros.
Which ones are actually going to build and which
Hey,
ones
se escuchaba, no
are
escuchaba.
in an instant. We'll get to find out.
We're already seeing Riptide.
Ah, ok, sí, me escuché lo mismo, sí. Gracias, Pablo.
That is going to remain true, but one we know.
Empezó.
Contested. We've seen it back to back days.
Lo más cabrón es cuando te eliminan primero.
Ya lo sé.
Ya lo sé que yo cojo el mouse y lo tiro del agua a la U.
Flow yo. Ahora si tú los ves, mira dónde ellos caen, sitios bien random, Mara.
Sí, pero cuando el círculo se cierra, ay, ahí es que se comienza la verdadera acción.
And this is part of just trying to win the mental battles. You don't want to be immediately eliminated. If you recognize we got beat to the punch, we're better off just trying to establish ourselves elsewhere. But it's going to be tough working with sticks and stones. We'll see how they come back. Chap Flixie, another team in a heavily contested area of the map. This south section over by New Sanctuary has been very busy all weekend.
Ya viene alguien.
Seeing a couple eliminations right off of the board, and it looks like Flixie was able to get that force bomb.
Ya lo vi bien fácil.
Flixie already starting off hot here, and he's looking to go back to back and wipe him off spawn completely.
¡Ia!
Y bien fácil.
Not going to be an easy team to go up against, but that is how you play things out of spawn.
It's also going to prevent other duos from being able to immediately get that third-party opportunity. But Ritual, Agers, disaster has struck here in Game 1 at Latte Landing. And the issue right now, Ritual has nowhere to go. Reed, Cooper, obviously trying to hunt him down, but you also have to deal with the likes of Rainy and Nalu very close by.
Este lugar lo cambiaron. El torneo pasado habían sillas para sentarte y todo. No me gusta este diseño de tienda.
Into the works. It was already a messy situation at times. They seem to come to a cool, but things are heating up. Not just at Latte, here at Battlewood as well. It's up to the young Curve to try and keep his duo alive in this first game.
He has to try to clutch up big with no shield already. He's
one
shot, but it's not enough. In Game 1, the NA Central champions have just gone down.
This is not what they planned for.
Ese fue muy temprano.
We spoke to Benno and he said we just need to prepare ourselves mentally as best as possible, but no amount of mental preparation can prepare you for a shot like that, Taco.
King just came ready here today, clearly riding off a little bit of momentum even from those matches in yesterday. You get that Victor Royale, and what could feel better for the confidence, but Nalu, that's also going to be a
No, pero tipo el gorrito le está dando a todo el mundo, Nalu.
First and second place in the NA Central Finals this season are down and out in game one.
And here comes the third party coming in, Reed and Cooper. This is the team we thought would be a part of all these exchanges. A surprise third party from Nalu and Rainy, but they're going to do a lot.
Aviso, si esta gente aquí tienen una puntería cabrona.
And I think they know that he's a solo, at least for now. So they're trying to put the pressure down. They're trying to at least get closer and closer to this elimination. It's not just about the point, it's about the Storm Surge as well.
Reed's definitely looking to chase this one down, but for Cooper, that's who I really got in the back of my mind. 2023, everyone wants to kind of rule that Grand Championship out from him, but the fact of the matter is, Cooper's here to prove there's a reason why he won back then, and he's still got what it takes.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to hunt. We're seeing the effects of Latte landing. Nalu, even when you think you're worrying about the players in the POI who you're trying to fight, there's always potential for someone sitting up on them cliff tops to take shots inside. Thomas and Focus, they're in a scrap here south of Riptides.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. Even if you start off uncontested, doesn't mean it's going to remain that way. Akira and Karama are trying to come over and crash the party, but Focus and Thomas, they got some early game shots. That's going to help their early game surge, give them a little bit of freedom, but you can see that they instantly disengage off. They don't want to fight this unless they absolutely have to. For Thomas, for Focus, it's about the little victories that they're looking to stretch into a mile.
For Thomas and Focus, too, they just know how this one tends to play out. Triple contested is just not worth it. Somebody else is always going to come into the mix, so Sky.
No me deja ponerlo pantalla.
Battlewood Boulevard has just
No.
not gone favorably at all for any of our major champions for EU and NA.
And it looks like it was Yomzo and Josh that played spoiler. Scroll and Sky, they have played their game so consistently. There's so much footage you can go and watch to anti-scrap them, and it looks like that's exactly what Yomzo and Josh have done.
It seems like they're pulling out an old playbook strategy.
Pablo Wingo, mira, Pablo.
Ah, pues juega.
Hey.
Sandy, but for right reason, it looks like they've taken down both Kanata and Victor V, being one of the only teams standing at Sandy Strip. You can see they already have that elimination onto Victor V, putting Kanata in such a pickle. They slide in.
No, esa gente no falla, cabrón.
No, los días estaban acusando a uno porque tumbó, estaba en el aire bien alto y disparó y mató a dos. Pero esa gente tiene atrás. Ese cabrón me está pescando.
Falcon pollo.
Parece un pollo el cabrón. El pollito amarillo, cuando tú lo aprietas.
Sí.
Peterbot. Game one, he jumped into a fight too eagerly, got rattled a bit. It was the same story back last year in Leon at the Global Championships. Will he learn his lesson on the stage here today?
Alert from underneath. It doesn't look like it's going to work. That's Kiduo and Werix. They get pushed out. Mini Pio and Fakun, they're going to go ahead and take advantage and take control of all the pieces from underneath, forcing them further and further back into those tunnels, cutting off one of the only exits towards the top side of the map. And that's going to make him make a decision here. Do we want to continue to fight for the spot inside, or do you want to try to travel through one of those tunnels?
Camping out the teleporter or the porta potty can lead to some positive eliminations for any
Típica Gamer está dando 10,000 pesos al que gane un juego usando los skins de él. Pero no creo que nadie se lo ponga. ¿Qué te haría?
Usando los skins de él.
Los skins de él, ponerte la skin y ganar un juego. Si ganas con el skin de él, te da 10,000 pesos.
Vamos a buscarlo, vamos a ganar.
Pendejos son los que están ahí, no nosotros.
Ah, los que están ahí. Ah.
Estúpido.
Mira, el Arcade Battle Royale es el 14 y 15 de noviembre este año. Aquí en el coliseo que está al frente de casa.
¿Qué día cae?
Eso es sábado y domingo.
No, eso puede ser. Domingo.
Sí, 14 y 15, sábado y domingo.
Podemos ir el domingo. Porque recuerda, no puedo pedir otro día porque esa semana es la que sale el antefauto.
even at. It's almost like that Peter Bach-esque situation where he's lurking by himself. Maybe he's just trying to get damage here. Not a full elimination, but he's going to get an opportunity here as he turns the corner. One shot onto Demas, and that's what you call a little success. You get the damage and you just keep it moving. Finally, we see where Shark was at, on top of the wonky land wheel. No surprise.
You absolutely take that exchange. For Demas and Dom, it's a pesky little fly on the wall situation. Shark will be more than chuffed with that 45 tag.
But I think it was a great way that Shark and Teeny split the responsibility of approach. You let Teeny do all the sneaking around, and you've got the bird's eye view off that Surge Tower, so you know that you don't have to worry about actually being challenged right away from a third party. Minori and Darkos, though, outskirts of the map. Liam and Jace, they had ample opportunity to showcase exactly what kind of fighting capabilities they were able to pull it out in yesterday's competition. But these are some big teams coming into play here on the global stage.
And these are two teams that we're going to be seeing interact with each other quite a bit today. Both of their destinies potentially tied hand in hand. For Liam and Jace in particular, this is going to be the toughest lobby he has ever played in. Hasn't played in a major final over an NA. But there is nothing more major than this summit.
I know we haven't seen the full map yet, but I don't like where that one's going. Up towards Wonky Land, up towards the mountain on the north, and this is where, if you're a team, Taco, I would imagine you're going to have to start preparing for the end game and what's to come.
You think so, but for Yapko and Panzer, they're trying to see if they can shut out Nalu and Rainy from even making that approach. They want to see if they can try and utilize some of this.
Nosotros nos desesperamos en la tormenta y mira esa gente ahí tranquilito.
Rainy will be dropped the moment that he tries to go for the escape, so that's going to be the first elimination confirmed here. And for poor Nalu, despite having 2 elims himself, things just got too scrappy, and now he's just trying to see if he can outlast where Yapko and Panzer are.
And this is clearly a big part of Yapko and Panzer's strategy for today. You saw Panzer was playing aggressive towards Nalu earlier when he was in Latte Landing. This is more of the same from this duo. And I would not be surprised if this becomes a repetitive story between these two duos today.
I do like this decision from Yapko and Panzer to disengage. Zone is moving all the way towards the west. You can just stay in front of a lot of the teams. You can turn around and do exactly that, what he's doing. Backtracking, getting Surge, and just keeping it going in a progressive manner over towards the zone. But you got to be careful because it's not only Nolly that you have to worry
Sí, pero a veces es peligroso porque cuando están saliendo los están velando ya.
I think they realized that Cold and Rapid were actually sneaking about all the way down from 4 fields. Paradise Palms might be eaten up here shortly, but for Thomas, that early delay from Akira and Karama over by Riptides has clearly impacted the way that they wanted to actually move around the map, and they are being held yet again by the same gentle mates. Akira and Karama realize focus is out. This is a solo. If we can get the additional points, all the better.
222 below the
Buenas.
threshold. Exactly what I was thinking. You're going to need some damage to close that gap. Thomas, but Karama shuts it down.
A big wake-up moment for Akira there. Very fortunate. Karama did not lose his cool.
To think that those initial shots from Thomas, they weren't warning shots. He was letting you know he meant business. The way that things have started to develop over towards Sandy Strip. A little bit of a slower move. Minori and Darkos are not trying to rattle the hornet's nest here. Chino and Pablo.
That's how we're starting today's highlight reel. It's going to be a fun 8 games, people. Sky and Stroll looking to begin that journey to recovery. Both players back in the game. Both players looking to put themselves in the type of spot we've seen them in so often. Up on Surge, good when it comes to their loot, trying to get some heals back, and a late rotation into the safe zone when needed.
Yeah, that's got to be a good heads-up play by Sky, not only to get his teammate back, but he able to get eliminations, but they're getting jumped on right now. 400 above. Troll's trying to answer the call underneath. He's going ahead and taking a little bit of height advantage, not trying to give up any advantages in a fight like this. They're the only two teams this far out of zone. You see the fizz miss. They're going to use it to disengage, but Sky turns back, gets one knock, gets the elimination.
Ya no, mira Sky, loco, dándole a todo el mundo.
Pa aquí, para llevar.
Control of that fight and now sitting in another dominant position.
That was all just about the recovery point. We knew that they were going to need some form of a comeback after starting off shaky. And now you get the reboot, you get eliminations to go with it. A pure refresh that's going to allow them to make this dead side rotation later into the zone.
Bismuth with the shockwave, they realize, hey, we've already stayed a ton of time in the zone, rightfully so. Scry had to get Scroll back into the game, so even though they're above the damage threshold, they want to try to minimize the amount of storm damage they're taking so it doesn't become a factor later on.
Big time here between himself and Badil. Everybody's been seeing it out of Badil, that's for sure.
No me acuerdo gente que hay la sonita.
But Drew, you gotta remember, he's willing to throw some shots too.
Chino and Pablo. Last we saw them, they were chasing down Kanata and Victor V, the NA West champs. Now we see him 500 above the damage threshold, positioned well inside of the zone. But now Scroll finds himself in a tough spot. Sky is down. He has to try to return the favor, and he's able to take down LB Works. But the pressure is not slowing down. Multiple teams and players firing off in this direction. But the blessing is here, Taco. Scroll drops the slap pizza, and he's healing up inside of the zone.
I thought they'd have a chance to do a deeper west side wraparound, but it
Y
seems
siempre
like
juegan alto.
Sí.
El que juega alto tiene una chance de ganar casi siempre. Por lo menos por lo que he visto. Hacho, mira para allá, todavía queda un montón, cabrón.
No me lo ese corillo, cabrón.
Sí, pero deja que se vaya cortando la tormenta para que tú veas. Ahí sí que se pone caliente la cosa.
Dios mío, si la gente se quedara quieta.
Yo tuve que apagar los pasos, porque si no me salen todos en la pantalla.
Problem now, though, is will Yapko and Panzer be able to even answer back, or will they just get lobbied? It's not just Rapid and Cold, it is the entire teams. All
Diablo, mira, tú.
Yapko Panzer, they are down and out for the count. Free elimination there for Cold, and he's got to be feeling real nice about it. But now poor Liam, you hear the audio cue of these bodies being eliminated right
Que no me dio la opción de jugarlo privado. Yo casi siempre lo pongo privado por esto mismo. Esta gente siempre está encima de uno jodiendo. Esos juegan también.
Call, twist call.
Y el otro sí que son, que no es lo mismo nombre, yo creo.
Diablo, cabrón, con la corta.
Ese se los da todo.
I know that he claimed nerves, but he also said to all of us when we happen to bump into him, I play best when I'm nervous.
Uh-oh, as we tune in to the Kings of NA, Peter Pot
Yeah.
is down, Pollo's alive, and I'm not sure he's in a position he can
Tumbaron a Peter Pot.
This zone is just eating him alive. The longer and longer he stays back there, he has to shockwave out now. Top 27, no placements in this game have been getting, and he's
Me jodió Pollo.
the damage threshold. Pollo spotted out by multiple players towards the backside of zone. He has the farthest journey to go. Can he make it?
Pollo is no stranger to making
Yo estoy viendo algo aquí.
But here in game one, there is still so much top competition standing in between him and a good placement.
And Scroll's going to be one of those competitors, even representing as a solo. Reed, Cooper, will he be able to make it to their body loot? No, Hicks is going to shut that one down. Unfortunately for Scroll, we'll have to close off the wall, and we get to even see where Reason and O'Reilly are trying to find some of their success. Cringe getting dropped, not realizing that that layer was already occupied.
The Germans are getting comfortable already in game one, and they're not going to stop. You see them moving towards the front side of things. They might even want to try and win this game if they really really are feeling it. Regardless, Reason and Noah here to play in this endgame.
Wow, Scroll in the feed gets another elimination on the O-Zone. This is one great solo run from game one to start to kind of build that confidence. Tiggs at the top of the mountain, Saya, Scary's there as well. Poyo finds himself elevated but taking damage. Everybody's going to have a rough time traveling through this zone. Drew and Vidil, 84 below. They're feeling the pressure as well. Shockwave's coming out, but Storm Surge is active. They need 127 damage, and they need it now. They can only take about 3 or more ticks, and it's going to be Ju who makes the play, gets the shot, and gets him above.
They can also hope that just one more player goes down, because even at the just above threshold point, they still just don't have enough.
Está cerrando, papi.
Moments where they need to show exactly
Mira la construcción, parecen las casas allí en
doing a great job
en
controlling a little bit of a less
Parece la favela.
and they're always looking to punish the backside of zone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what approach do Rapid and Cold have to today's games.
Ve lo que te digo, mira aquellos cabrones ahí arriba.
Mira, Pollo, cogió el high.
Sí, porque está solo. Yo creo que le eliminaron a Peter.
Through the fire and the flames, we carry on, because only one can be left standing at the end of the day. Vico, Malibuca, they're climbing up towards high ground as well. As soon as somebody realizes that Poyo is a solo, they're going to get the green light to go. Ju finds the elimination on the mini Pio, but instantly it's taken down.
Sí, va gente por el lado. No.
They're all trying to pick it up, but there's a new king on high ground. Pump has made his way above.
But Scroll just sitting inside his own box. He's not had too many instances of catching that breath of relief. He'll utilize a lot of his heals, but now Cold and Rapid, a duo as strong as ever. They've been hanging out on that secondary height for a while here, but from the front side position, TD and Shark have decided height is theirs for the taking. Looking back now, they've already overcome.
Uncontested has never felt so good for Shark and Teeny. We know what they can do if somebody lands at their drop spot. Let's see what they can unleash here. They already have the high ground. Teeny, 4 eliminations, and immediately putting pressure down onto Gino and Pablo. That second high team, Acorn, being forced down. Everybody's being squished closer and closer together.
And you can see on the lower side of the table, Dom and Demus, they're trying to establish something that will give Shark and Teeny a run for their money in this game. It's about these two duos and everybody in between who will drop down and fall into this trap. Cold and Rapid, they need to be careful under pressure.
Yeah, están metiendo ahí.
They need to get off of it, and Cold will do just that.
No other options but to forfeit on high.
Toma.
It cost them
Papi, Scroll está jugando cabrón, oíste, toma.
Witnessing probably one of the greatest solo clutches of all time, but can it last? Shark and Teeny are finally dropping down. They know this game is so close to being finished, and they want to be the last one standing. Pressure on the Shadow and Virgo. Kurama and Akira.
Kurama.
They take him down. They end the legendary run.
Ya lo mató a Scroll.
Yeah.
¡Ey!
7, papi, lleva ese. Yeah.
¡Ah! El compañero de Scroll.
Estuvo buena, estuvo buena. Mira, al final es que se pone bien cabrón. Porque no hay para dónde ir. Entonces tú estás pendiente de un lado y el del otro lado te metió 3 escopetazos.
Ahora Shark.
Shark, your first VR in a grand final. How does it feel?
Normal.
It just feels like
Sí, ellos a veces son bien estúpidos hablando.
Hey.
Sí, no saben cómo que hablar.
It's amazing, it's easy.
It's amazing, it's easy. You got the timing exactly right as to when to take height. Was there a point you thought it maybe looked too messy?
No, it looked perfectly clean. The game was full on easy mode. We pulled every zone and yeah, just went in.
Did you get lucky though when the zone pulled down?
Por eso es que nadie los conoce mucho porque como no son para hablar. Mira que, I don't know. Cabrón, invéntate un embuste.
Ask you one more thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to this crowd here in Düsseldorf? You'll win this, okay? I think Düsseldorf.
Ay, sí. Mira, vete para tu cuarto a jugar.
Sí, cabrón.
Vete. ¿Qué sé yo? Pero dile algo interesante.
Voy a ganar esto. Voy a ganar.
Dile algo interesante.
Ahora ni te parten, cabrón.
Mira, para Navidad salte de barca.
¿Pero qué hace, cabrón? Que jodido asqueroso.
Mira el live, mira el live.
Jodido puerco, cabrón.
No. Siéntate, ¿para qué? No, aquí no, allá con el esqueleto. Ay, estos mamas, no tienen más nada que hacer. Santos.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Day 1 of finals, game 1. And I feel like I'm watching a boot stream. Shark and Teeny come out and get a victory royale in game number 1. This is not a drill. This is really bad. Of course, it's really good for them, but man, what a way to kick off game number 1.
Saw Skyaz and Scary going up on high. The Spanish fans are going crazy, but look who was lurking in the backside, Teeny and Shark. This was a really important game for them to get right, because not only were they uncontested, we hinted at it earlier, potentially that surprise contestation.
¿Ya empezó o esa es la otra?
No,
Esa es la anterior. Esa es la de Shark todavía, sí.
Ay, no, como 5 minutos más.
Sí, decían ni que 2 minutos y...
Sí, el anuncio.
Man, sometimes it looks so hard to play competitive Fortnite. Like we saw a dude that was kind of just chilling up on the higher ground. Shark and Teeny are seemingly like nowhere near in a position to go ahead.
Eso es lo que te digo, que hablan mucho entre partidas.
Loco, es que es un evento, no pueden estar partida tras partida.
Yo sé que es un evento.
Ah, pues.
Happy to see the guys doing well. So many duos, like so many duos. Just had
Yo te pregunto, ¿ellos practican?
pop off for
mientras estás en ese break, ¿o no?
No. Pero ellos llevan ahí un par de días ya.
Ya.
Se empezó...
¿Dónde es este año?
Alemania.
Alemania.
There's like, it's like, again, I don't want to use the word dark horse because that's not what this team is. This is a tier 1, up in front, in your face, triple digits after game number 1 team.
Se lo pide el bot.
A 10+ elimination game felt like something we hardly saw in the upper and the lower bracket. And technically speaking, right, those lobbies should have been a little bit easier than the finals that we have here today. First game, the guys who were kind of calling themselves underdogs,
Los cabrones cogiendo posconito en tu live.
just last year are in first place, 11 eliminations, controlling, running the low ground. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I just spoke about it for Joel Contini. They needed to make the most of this game as well, but for slightly different reasons. Yes, we know they land towards that northwest side of the map, but in a different way they needed to make the most of this game. The reason why these guys needed to make the most of this game was that Sky and Scroll were just down to an individual Scroll. These guys are so...
A mí me gusta ver cuando ellos llegan, que ponen la mesa a su estatura, el televisor, todo. Miden la mesa y todo, es una cosa cabrona.
Then show what they could do. So for a different reason, they really needed to make that game count, and what a way to do it. These guys are going to be fantastic on low ground, and if Sky and Scroll also again continue to fail to make the end game as a duo, they'll be running the show.
I gotta see those standings one more time, man. So many different things. That was just game number 1. Teeny Shark, remember they got that VR second place, but look right behind him, Chino, Pablo, Wingo. Chino kind of put in a situation there just to be by himself for just a moment, but you know, man, Viv, I'm looking at this, and you
ya lo primero de Musidán.
we were both going crazy. Sky and Stroll, so
Es que se llevaron 11, cabrón. Diablo, abusaron.
by Zoe, suddenly has to reboot, and then Scroll goes on the run of his life, Viv. What a roller
Aunque los otros ganaron, pero pues estos tenían más tumbados.
Más eliminaciones.
Absolutely clutch, right? We know Sky was kind of left to his demises as a solo, but potentially the most...
A veces aunque no gane, lo que cuenta es holdear y hacer par de eliminaciones.
Because like you mentioned, Zeke, after he was left as a solo, it just didn't stop it. This is an incredible performance. I was kind of mentioning after the reboot came in and these guys were a duo, I was like, man, if they do well this game after how bad the early game...
Están dejando usar los guantes en la final, qué raro.
Because it feels like these guys are just going to win the competition, because this by no means should have been a good game for them.
I think the way to sum up that is, you know the meme where it's like, it's so over, we're so back, it's so over, we're so back. That was like the way that game was going down off spawn. It's over. Okay, it's all right, we got the reboot. Oh no, one of them goes down, it's so over. Oh no, Scroll is solo clutch, down to 1 HP, down to 1 build. Oh no, it's so over. Oh no, he's found a refresh. It's like he just had the answers to every single problem throughout that game, and that's why this team are one of the favorites to win this competition.
Pero aquel nenito me sacó, ¿oíste? ¿Qué tú piensas por el grado? Yo no sé. ¿Y no tienes algo que decir al público? Vamos con él. Mira, vuelve para tu cuarto a encerrarte a jugar.
El cuarto apestoso ese.
Por eso es que ellos conocen, porque no son, ¿cómo te digo? Carismáticos. ¿Me entiendes? Tiene un embuste. Habla, mira, el que yo estaba viendo, hablando de ellos otros días. Aunque no clasificó Cliff, yo lo estaba comparando con Quique.
Ajá.
Por la forma en que está hablando, haciendo chistes y mierda. Pues eso todo el mundo lo conoce. Por ese nenito, qué sé yo. ¿Desayunaste? Yo no sé.
Yo solo juego Fortnite.
No, eso es mucho, yo hablo mucho.
This was a good, solid first game. Remember, they land all the way on the east side of the map. They had to kind of travel all the way over to the west side.
Okay.
A little bit of a tough one for them, but still great to kind of find them in the top 10.
Yeah, ultimately you saw, right?
Ahora es en Alemania la final.
Situation, both of them had to make those solo plays. It was someone I spoke to yesterday.
Salte para el carajo, Mero. Gracias.
When you don't have build running around in those end games. There's so much fizz miss. There's so many of those overdrive grenades flying about. It can just be a question of, can you find a refresh in the right moment? And for them in that game, they couldn't. But if they can, we can expect to see these guys in that top 5, I'm sure.
Guys, I want to continue to pick apart these standings. Let me have them again. I'd love to just continue to talk more and more, but it's crazy how much was put into that just game number 1. As we continue on the leaderboard, Shadow, Virgo, Epic, Whale, and Pump just above Bold and Rapid. Dude, we even saw for a moment in that last game, Pump was like, hey, hold on, maybe I should go for that high ground.
Yeah, this was good from these guys.
Pero deberían enseñar la vista completa, no los primeros 10 nada más.
Actually had a good game. Remember, the whispers were sort of like maybe they might get contested. So if Epic Well and Pump didn't have so good of a game, Team might then have been contested. So it's good news for them. Good news for Epic and Pump as well. They're a team that can pop off, that have experience on land.
No, mi amor, estamos viendo eso en el juego.
I can't lie though, the list of names that we have talked about so far that were kind of touching or holding that high ground for a moment.
Eso ahora mismo en Alemania.
Kind of scares me a little bit for any of the teams that are kind of be looking to play for that. I mean, at one point we had Pollo who was looking to hold it as a solo. I don't know how the heck he's doing that. Nico and Malabuka, they look kind of poised to take it at one point. We talked about Epic Whale and Pump. We saw Scary up there. We know Sharkatini kind of went for it. And, you know, I feel like we kind of came into this weekend after watching Sky and Swirl dominate from the low ground over on the regional FNCS. We were like, oh, I think...
A mí no hay nadie de Puerto Rico participando ahí.
On the low ground, it kind of feels like we're going back to that
Porque somos una mierda.
meta that we know and love.
It could just be a game 1 thing though, right? A lot of those teams out there, we don't have like a defined height team. This is our team that we're going to see on height. A lot of those teams are probably thinking, why can't that be us? This could be something that we do, right? So that first game, they might be trying to stake their claims on that high ground. Of course, we saw Sharkatini. We have seen them doing that as well over on EU, so they're no strangers to that position. It's just a showcase of how many teams are capable of going for it and holding it, so it's going to be very interesting.
I love to see as well Fukun and Mini Pollo in 9th place representing Asia. We're sitting in the top 10. Let's keep bringing that heat right now. Also, Vico Malabuka, a little bit of slower start, right? Currently in 12th place, but again, I don't want to get too crazy, right? That's just game number 1. Obviously, 8 games is the first time we kind of had like a format like this, but it's a little bit slower start there. Maybe we're used to Mini. Maybe we're used to seeing this. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a difficult one for these guys. Again, you know, they probably would have liked to have made the most of this game, considering it was the northern pole. So it's like, yeah, they were looking pretty good. They had a good storm surge going into this end game. They were picking up a lot of those eliminations. They crucially couldn't pick up those refreshes. Look at those eliminations so far away. And ultimately, this is what we were talking about earlier and yesterday with Vico. No builds. You have to try and make these plays happen. And if it doesn't go in your favor, Vivid, that's when things start to crumble.
Fortnite's so hard, man, because like we turn into these guys POV wise. What was it like? 9 zone. It looked like they were like playing like second height. It looked like they were kind of poised to once again, you know, win that game. But you tune into them just later, and they have run out of resources right there. Remember, top 15 is what is going to qualify you to Global Championship. And I cannot believe I'm saying this because we kind of brought up the point that some of these smaller regional teams struggle to break into the top 15.
Ya lo pide, el bote y pollo están 17, blostar.
Ah, ese es el primer juego. Los primeros, mira.
Buga en 2019.
Buga que no pudo participar por un error técnico.
2022. Camisetti. Cooper Limero. Ah, estos juegan cabrón. Yo la vi, la del 2023. Peter Boy Pollo en el 2024. ¿Viste que ellos ganaron 2 veces, loco?
Sí, pero no son los mismos, no es el mismo torneo.
Ah, pero no es con Pollo.
No es el mismo torneo. Este es el mismo, ¿ves? Es el Global Championship.
Frío.
Dude, there's just so many names packed up into a single lobby. After game number 1,
¿Qué?
how are we feeling?
No, todavía no han ganado, mami. Por eso.
In Fortnite nowadays, right? It's kind of been difficult, or at least, you know, not so common for controller players to kind of find themselves.
Pero viste que yo sabía que Peter Boy había ganado 2 veces.
Si él ha ganado, no ha ganado más, para que esos son los
for that game. Obviously, they're going to be feeling kind of good about that, and I feel good about it too. Remember, they're kind of expected to land all the way to the south side of the map with that zone pulling all the way to the north side. You got to imagine that we can see them do much better than that as well if the zone pull's a little bit easier for them. Also expected to be contested, so I have to keep an eye on whether or not they're actually going to be able to play all 8 of these games out.
Me frisé, cabrón, ahora no me puedo sentar. ¿Qué? ¿Qué? ¿Qué?
Estoy encima de las matas.
Mesón. No va a darle ahí. Pues dale, pide lo que te dé la gana.
And it's good news as well for Shadow and Virgo, who I mentioned at the beginning of the show. If these guys of Akira Kurama don't do so well down there at the south,
Me glitché, no me salen los bailes.
Frigid Fortress as well. So for Shadow and Virgo, opportunity on that stage as well.
¿Dónde para abajo sale? Loco, ayer sí que me glitché, me dieron un batazo en Bleach. En Bleach. Y el muñeco mío me veía como tercera persona.
Ajá.
Me veía yo completo corriendo en el mapa, el cuerpo entero. Y quería correr para un lado y corría para otro. Bien glitchado, cabrón.
A zone like that. We know Acorn land just north of Wonky Land, so it should have been a pretty similar game to kind of like Shark continues performance.
Muchos hablan de Wonky Land.
Necessarily have to move far at all. So 10th place.
El mejor sitio.
For that, but we know Acorn always got something ready.
Yeah, especially in Major 1 as well. We've sort of seen historically with Acorn winning Major 1. This Major 3rd place in Major 1 over in NAC, so maybe it's sort of like a little bit of an asterisk.
He subido como 3 level o 4 aquí.
Maybe they were saving
it for the summit, so really great start from those guys. I'm not too concerned if they do get some south zones as well. They have that massive
Lo que tú quieras, mami.
I'm sure they would have been looking back at how they could use that in the VODs, but this is a team we expect to see in plenty of these episodes.
I love that. Can we just double back for a moment? This 8-game format, obviously being in a situation where the first time in possibly a while, possibly ever, we're seeing 8 games. So many players are used to like the 6 games, you know, and even with the 6 games, it's difficult, right? You drop a game, you're like, oh,
¿Vas a ver estos niños?
to kind of climb up and reach those points. How do these
La empanada.
which just sounds so small, just 2 extra games impact a lot.
Para que coman fuerte, porque si comen mesón, ahorita van a tener hambre.
Quantity of game thing, because there are tournaments around all the time. You know, when you're kind of like in an open stage, you are allotted to actually play like 10, 11, 12 games, whatever it may be for that specific tournament. So
Cuando empiece te digo para que veas los juegos.
numerous amounts of games. However, those types of tournaments
Mofongo.
are usually restricted to like 3 hours. And if you think about 6
Lo que hay que ir al puerto a comprar refresco.
as well, it's usually kind of about 3 hours. I think
Y hielo.
time, right? It's going to be a long time up there on the stage.
¿Qué?
Saw when we were kind of walking back out here to the stage, there were a lot of players
Sí, pero se lo puedo poner yo.
taking quick little breaks as well. So after the first game, man, these guys aren't really feeling too comfortable. They've got to get their minds right.
Si es muy caro, ¿no? Coger mesón.
And it's ready for game number 2. So casters,
No, me imagino que va a ser bien caro.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And honestly, if game 1 was any
Hey.
indication of a type of tournament, we are going to see.
Pues no compre, fichea. Compre mesón.
The Booth Watch Party getting absolutely ballistic. That guy's just going nonstop. Anywhere, international teams. I guess all he can think about is EU right now.
You should have seen my reaction when I saw that whole top 5 was EU. I mean,
Eso es. Sonó la guagua.
even more action on the way with game number 2.
Sonó la guagua, vamos a esto. Mira, ya Eli.
Insane solo clutches. Huge
Ahora es solo.
elimination games like Darman Dean is just
La primera fue dúo.
cinematic first game already. And I'm definitely in it for more. In that last game, we
Sigue siendo dúo, mamá.
not necessarily
No dijeron solo.
No sé, a lo mejor se refiere a otra cosa, pero es de dúo.
Ya.
Solo es, creo que el próximo mes, creo. En julio.
Se jodió uno ya.
H, es que caer con los demás y... Diablo. A dormir tempranito.
Se fueron tempranito a descansar, dale.
No está cabrón, porque ahora tienes que estar ahí 20 minutos esperando a lo que se acabe. 40 minutos a la que empieza la otra partida.
¡Ay! ¿Qué? Carísimo.
Because they're definitely going to be looking to try and apply some pressure over towards other parts of the map, thinking walking line, but maybe even looking elsewhere, pushing further north.
Yep, contested drop.
Epic Whale. Jodió el nombre, cabrón.
Elimination onto Hero. Sees focus across, and they now kind of use their numbers to go ahead and get that elimination. And Epic Whale Pump have been on a journey from Wonky Land to Riptides to now this big drop here.
¿Qué?
And as we tune into Cooper and Rick, you will notice 2 eliminations between them. They took down the Asian duo, Rainy, Nalu, Landon, and will be regretting that as they will watch the rest of this game on that stage.
Lo que me tripa es que la gente se pompea.
Hey.
Not even the best load out here, looking like they were trying to take a fight. A contested drop.
Toma.
You're not going to
Toma.
get everything right out of the gate. Surviving with 9 HP. He is blessed here with a second chance at life. You see, there's 2 teams directly nearby. We know 2 teams are north towards Latte, and with so many more towards the west. I'm not sure where No One Reason are going to get their loot from.
He can't afford to even take another tick of damage, and the Nikush digs, they were bound to see.
Acá le da el viento y lo tumba.
Muchacho.
To come as Kazi, Damo, trying to see whether or not they'll have a better story here over by Riptides. Cammy and Hardy jumping into the mix very early on. A little bit of a spoiler even. Their intentions were clearly to mess up Focus and Thomas.
Salió.
It's interesting to see, of course, we've seen these
Y vienen 2 mapas ese corillo ahora.
We've seen Focus
Sí,
and Thomas
calladito.
make alert plays like this all season long, and this might just be a successful one as the fight ensues. And Focus and Thomas come cooking
Ahí tumbaron a alguien.
ready to take control of the fight. Hari not prepared for the damage above, and it might just be Focus and Thomas's fight to win. Hari
Ya
no
fue
match.
otro.
Cammy will go down. A great start to the game for Focus and Thomas.
That's exactly what Focus and Thomas needed to, but the message had already been sent. The rest of the lobby now, they have it read because Thomas is just finding so many crucial moments very early on. He's got that rhythm going strong.
That's one thing you kind of learn over time. Don't poke the bear, you'll awaken the beast. I think Thomas and Focus knows they need a decent game here to go ahead and place towards the top leaderboard. Pollo is down. Peterbot left by himself. 1v2.
Pollo ya, afuera.
Pollo was able to kind of clutch up decent placement. 28 points. Peterbot now with the pressure on. One of the greatest of all time. Why he still is one of the best, but he's getting pressured from all around.
H, es que esa gente se da cuenta cuando tumban a uno.
And some splashes, he's still outnumbered.
And now we will learn which version of Peterbot are we going to see in this competition today.
Mira, yo no usando la de este cabrón.
Sí, pero tiene que ser los dos.
One of the uncontested teams in this
Ya, se fue bien temprano, pollo. Se fue a dormir.
Ay, Peterbot tiene que holdear feo, feo, feo.
This much grace, you have him isolated as a solo. You are strong with your duo, and yet they just don't feel like the juice is worth the squeeze because they recognize.
Diablo, papi, no van para ningún lado.
Already on the move.
And we always talk in EU about how there seems to be a lack of respect between people, but even here, Izzy and Losif respecting.
Y aquí no puedes revivir, ¿verdad?
No me, yo vi los otros días apoyo reviviendo a Peterbot. No sé si en la final hay guagua, pero no te van a dejar. No te van a dejar. Es la primera vez que yo veo a alguien reviviendo a alguien en la guagua. Y mira que yo he visto torneitos con cojones.
Only time will tell, but right now for Venom, they've had so many of their plans kind of ruined just having to constantly engage these teams south of the map.
Oh, por Dios, ¿qué será de mis amigos? A ver, ¿qué están haciendo ahora, Sepi? ¿Qué están haciendo aquí?
Successful all season long, playing their game how they want to play it.
Hola amigos, ¿cómo están?
Y allí,
32 points,
mi amor.
2 point solo clutch, I should say. In that first game, it will give
Pero estoy viendo esto.
needed boost the momentum they need to continue Hopefully, as a duo, Jacob. But if
Claro
not,
que sí.
know they can do it alone.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing is a lot of players will probably find themselves in a situation where things didn't necessarily go their way, and it's really about how you answer the call, cold and rapid. This time around, unlike last time, Taco, they get the zone pulled on over, which means they have more time to work with.
You would think so, but another duo that I wouldn't be surprised to see make their way on over towards this Four Fields direction, Chino and Pablo. How has that triple contest at Sandy Strip actually broken out? And that's why we see Cold in this Surge Tower, honestly on the lookout, because he's fully aware of the fact that the dust hasn't settled yet over by Sandy. He can see Chino's Surge base in the distance.
And the great thing is they won't have to move for much of this game. The zone continues to pull to the east. They are prime position to continue and have another great endgame.
Yeah, and I think everybody's kind of feeling the pressure of that game number one. Storm Surge really dictated how teams were able to play. If you were below that damage threshold, you almost had to be a magnet to a fridge and push yourself against the first team that you saw.
No, esa rendijita, loco.
With one game already under their belt, you're seeing teams kind of
Bueno, yo maté a uno así.
passive. 85 alive here in Zone 3. That means it's going to be dangerous when it comes to Surge.
And you see Rizzy and Pixie, a duo who many will be hoping to hear plenty from today. Just a moment ago, it looked like they were trying to set up a little lurk play. But this is a team who understands how to play within the congestion. We've seen them do it all throughout the season. Look who's back fighting. A bit of a rematch between Focus, Thomas, Kurama, and Akira potentially. Focus, Thomas, though, they'll be happy with how their game started. Not desperate for damage in the same way Akira and Kurama might be.
Not in the slightest, but they're more than happy to still pay Kurama and Akira a visit just because of the fact that we saw Thomas not happy with the fact that they're early rotates in game one. A little bit spoiled by the fact that they were challenged and held over at Riptide. So now Akira and Kurama, balls in your court. But now they're knowing that Thomas is in front of them. They still have to play catch up.
This is a tough situation to be for this guy. Not only do you have to catch up when it comes to damage and surge, you're going to have to figure out how to get yourself back up to Catman. They are far off the pathway to having a successful game right now, with Zone continuing to fall far from them. It's an uphill climb.
This is a battle I didn't expect to see this early. First and second place, respectively. Shark and Tini going against Storm and Demas. They're taking the fight towards the north side of the map. See damage, shield being taken off, HP. The longer you stay in the storm, the more likely you are to just get one shot knocked. And I think they realize that. Tini making sure to grab the splash is 12 overall. They just need to get in the same box, and health won't necessarily be a worry. Meanwhile, Shark is still putting down pressure. He's trying not to let Darman Demas do the same thing. He doesn't want to get them healthy enough to fight back, and I think Tini knows it as well. That's why he's putting pressure on both of those walls, trying to break in, and finally getting that elimination on the Darm.
Exactly.
No, viste cómo lo pillaron, uno por arriba y uno por atrás.
Eso es lo que tienen que hacer aquellos dos contra Peter y se lo dejaron.
Sí. Uy.
Tini lurking around the rock. He is notorious for these types of plays. He frequently finds those opportunities amongst other teams.
Mira, Pollo revivió.
To cut them off and find them when they're in a moment of slippage.
Ah, pues fue para la tormenta entonces, Peter.
Sí, sí. Están en la tormenta, mira.
Fue para tormenta revivirla entonces. Pero es bien raro.
It's not something Akira and Kurama have much of right now. Veno seemingly realizing that and looking to pull away, not give these guys what they want, and that is a fight. Veno and Curve need to make good of this game. We saw just how quickly things can turn for you when you are potentially fighting people off score. You have to make every second count.
And Veno's always been one known for liking to play through the storm into later zones. The only thing that might threaten them here in this matchup, if they don't run into QNDX and Phantom, is storm sickness itself. It can make things a little bit more complicated later on, but scenic views elsewhere, Chad, Flexi, very content right now, postured on a hill over by Builders Barracks, and they'll be the cutoff point for so many of those teams trying to make an entrance through the west.
Yeah, for Flixie and Chap, honestly, their journey to get here. They were going towards the new Sanctuary uncontested throughout the course of the tournament. They won. Romero started to contest them. And not only that, kind of beat him off the spawn, forced them out of the POI. But Chap and Flixie, they went ahead and made the proper adjustments in order to qualify here for Sunday.
Yeah, they started off the game super aggressively. After winning their Ospo fight, they ran straight over towards Rarix and Codigo, and they took Rarix down. We'll see if that aggression continues throughout the day.
It's a tough spot right now, though, for Reason and Noah Riley. It is never a great sight when you're having to depend on these forms of mobility, but still, even entering a little bit after the fact,
Quedan pares, sí.
thing is just going to be trying to avoid Chino's line of sight, and that's
¿Qué hice yo?
been scouted out. Reason trying to hug this cliff face as closely as
Satomo's fire.
trying to stop some base. He's first up, gets an opening shot, but it's just not enough. There's still 3 below on Surge.
At least it's a start, but that one is going to set them back just a little bit. Hobby going ahead and firing back, letting them know you will not pass, or at least not safely. They're trying to continue to move in, but it's getting rougher and rougher.
Mira, el evento, si tú lo ves te dan algo, y si lo ves con alguien te dan un bultito o un perrito, algo así. Yo voy a hacer el evento final.
Ah, ¿a qué hora es? Eso es
A las 7.
Vamos a verlo.
Ya salgo a las 6. Vengo para acá, me baño y lo pongo.
Eso es mañana.
Loco, el viernes, jueves 5.
Viernes, jueves 5, ¿qué es eso? No entendí.
Viernes 5.
Pues yo haré lo mismo, salgo de trabajar para acá las millas. Sin bañar porque no me da break.
And he's feeling it right now. The deal was bigging him up, and rightfully so.
Sometimes you just gotta believe in yourself, believe in your duo. Chino, Pablo taking that rotation away from Sandy Strip, but leaves them overly exposed, even though they're almost.
Ahí, tráeme un agua, mami.
They now become Bobby sprayed.
Favor.
Chino taking a little bit.
Tráeme un agua.
They're able to breathe here in this moment. Still 256 above.
But look at what's surrounding them. Swizzy,
Yep.
Dixie, Victor V, Kanata,
No estoy jugando.
Ruka, and Vico. There is nowhere safe currently. Every single edit that's made, you have to be quick with your shots because the damage application
Yo la busco.
it could just be your eyes.
Yeah, they had to invest 6 metal boxes just to make sure that they didn't get lobby sprayed there. So,
¿Qué?
but one that they will survive.
¿Qué?
Won't be surviving this though.
Hey, salte. Salte de mi silla, por favor. Dale. Coral, dale.
Below that damage threshold. This could be so daunting. You really have no answer, especially if you don't have heals to keep it going. 47 above, though, for Acorn and Bolts. Not necessarily a strange position to see him in, especially where the zone has been going, but they need to be careful. Right next door, Peterbot and Pollo, and they are below the damage threshold. That means
Están vivos los Netoma.
at this point in time because they need an elimination.
Still not enough damage.
Están en cero.
One tag wouldn't make the difference, so that's the best part. Question is, how aggressive do they want to take it? How confident are they feeling in their fighting right now?
I mean, we know these two can turn it to 100 at needs be. Things really do start to get dire. I would not expect them to get too passive. Only 5 shots in the shotgun barrel for Pollo. But he only needs 1. We know that, boy.
Right now, it just kind of looks like a solid strategy. They're close to the zone. They're trying to out-heal it. They're hoping, praying even more teams have to rotate on by. And there goes that first find. Diminished. He's going to go down. Even if they don't get elimination, they got at least 1 tag, but they're still below 13-2. It's not good so far. They're so patient. They realize they cannot get desperate in a situation like this because all it takes is 1 moment of weakness to cost you everything.
It's just the repercussions of that first engagement. They tried to exchange big blows.
Pero roten.
They ended up losing a good chunk of their surge along the way. And when you find yourself net even, it makes every single moment matter even more so because you're just constantly teeter-tottering between the two, above and below.
Yeah, look, they're opting to
Están jugando para holdear.
keep themselves in the game longer.
Le llegó alguien. Jodió.
Window of opportunity for a refresh, and you're seeing Peterbot activating right now. It's Bolts he has his eyes set on. but they won't give it up too easy. You see now the desperation has kicked in, Jacob. They want to get in and fast.
Yeah, they realize we can't continue to out-heal this. We'll have nothing left over. Storm Surge hits. Peter Brock goes down. Wario trying to stay alive. He strikes bolts down. Still below the damage threshold, though. Active Surge. He finds himself above by cleaning up that elimination. Miracles do exist.
La tormenta, chicos.
And they found it, and now he's got plenty more to work with, but as a solo, it's going to be all the more complicated. Still, you know Acorn can't possibly be happy about that. It looked like they were going to get out scot-free. Instead, it cost them so much along the way.
Back-to-back games right now where Pollo's going to have to play this game out as a solo. He played it phenomenally in that last one, but he needs a repeat performance, which might not last too long. Shark and Teeny waiting in the waters to strike, but he escapes with certainty. But how much distance can he create himself from one of the most dangerous teams in the lobby?
This might be one of the worst-case scenarios though for Pollo, but the saving grace here is that Shark and Teeny are prioritizing the positioning. They don't need to waste their time on someone who's clearly just way too tattered to actually do something back. Pico Malabuca, though, this could be a great opportunity for them to strike first as Victor B left by his lonesome 349 below. He might just be delaying the inevitable here if he doesn't find a pop-off in an instant.
Victor B looking to try and be our next young star to make a pop at this stage. He'll have to wait till game 3 though. Too much pressure from the lobby. And Jude, we bigged him up earlier this game, but can he back it up with just 9 builds remaining and a very, very steep surge situation?
One of the problems that Ju and Badil have encountered along with other teams that are struggling with Surge is that these rotates, you're so much more exposed. There's not much to hide behind from the territory just surrounding Sandy Strip. And with that in mind, teams, they're forced to expend almost all of their materials. They're trying to make these tunnels to find those clear paths, but everyone is just on the lookout, constantly trying to find out here. And Ju making the approach now, looking cold next.
Chance is going to go down, Golden Rapid immediately steamroll that one elimination. They
back,
trying to get seconds, but it's Tyler who actually steals that one away. You can see the entire lobby coming online here. Even high ground, you got Belusi, you got Sandy, Javi, Aminis trying to make a claim for it. Even Agers and Ritual, they saw what went down in game 1, and they want to be a part of the mix.
But this is a sight right now. We're seeing Scroll and Sky paired together. And now, 426 above, the world is their oyster. They're ready to make a move. They've got the mobility off the overdrive grenade. What's next?
Trying to move forward, using the gauntlets to try to move past. But you see Chino, Pablo, they go down. Belusi and Zangi, they go ahead and exclusively be one of the only teams up above. It's Pico and Malabuca take down Karama. And this is one of the most dangerous parts of the game. Ready, but high ground has to be careful. Agers and Ritual, they're towards the backside of zone. They could pop off at any moment with just one shockwave.
Zangi and Belusi, they have a tough task on their hand holding on to this one. They have to be eagle-eyed as Vito and Malabuca look to potentially make a play in the back. They will just move towards the front side, maybe just waiting for that next zone, that next opportunity. They certainly have the resources to deal with it, and the chop will come out.
But all the while, on the lower tiers, Shark and Teeny are starting to really find some momentum here. Pico, Malabuca, making sure to continue tarping directly below where Belusi and Zangi are at, but they're on the move here and now, straight up toward that front side of zone.
They have so many materials, but it's Alex and Reckless that actually look up and try to contest the high ground. They at least get the knock onto Zangi. Belusi has to give it up with only a few materials left, and being a solo, it's his only hope to try to get more points.
Oceana came to play today. Alex and Reckless are just causing so much noise here up top, but they're forced to drop. The chop is good to go. Ritual and Agers now with a surprise come up here on height.
Corito heavy ahí de ahí.
And as soon as they sensed some weakness, they went up and took it. But now it's about delivering and closing this game out, as there are still so many duels left in this one, trying to fight for the win.
You got Thomas trying to move forward, reunite with Focus, which is a necessity because he has 0 builds left. Even with 7 eliminations, they're falling short in terms of materials in the end game, and eventually they're going closer and closer to Sky and Scroll. Shark goes down. Sky and Scroll will not be denied.
Toma.
They're just taking everything from everyone, but Scroll yet again left as a solo. drop, but he has the build. He's ready to make a move.
Ritual Agers, though, they denied any team from coming up once. They're going to try to look to do it again. 5 eliminations from Agers. Spoke too soon. 6 eliminations for Agers by himself. But down below, you have to be careful. Vico and Malabuka, they are the ones that are running the low.
They're so content. They're just chilling with their pizza. Everyone else is having to duke it out. But these two, they're ready to try and bring down Ritual and Agers. Vico loses Malabuka, though. They might have 7 eliminations, but can Vico get some more?
Yeah, with Malabuka going down, that leaves Agers and Ritual, the only duo left in this game, but you have to watch out. Scroll, dangerous. Vico, we know he can clutch up, but up above, both for the solo player.
Jodió Vico, toma. Jodió Scroll.
He gets the elimination. 2v1 situation. Agers and Ritual seal the deal by taking down Vico.
All they needed was just to get the ball rolling. They make it out of Latte landing, and they immediately convert it into a big.
Fueron como que wiriados esos últimos kills.
No, wiriados, lo que pasa es que son mucha gente. Entonces tú estás viendo una gente, pero no te estás, los demás también están ahí.
Sí,
Eso fue lo que te dije ahorita. Que tú estás pendiente acá, pero el de acá también te lleva un rol.
¿Cuál cómo hablan esto?
I just think we're the best duo, and we were triple con the first game and the second one, so it's the first game we got to play.
So now you know how to get.
Rito yo creo que habla un poco mejor, deja ver.
It's interesting seeing you manage to take height cleanly. When we spoke the other day, you said you were more comfortable mid to low ground. Why did height feel right today?
Sometimes you got to get outside your comfort zone, and I think that's what we did, and it was the easiest game ever.
So the comfort zone is now height?
It's everything now.
It is everything now.
Qué guillao, cabrón.
You had a problem game 1, triple contested.
Qué humilde.
Flawless. What's game 3 going to look like now you have a target on your back?
We know what to do now. We weren't expecting the triple con because we were practicing against Rate the whole time, so we're ready.
All right then. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Agers and Ritual! We'll take a short break when we come back. Game 3.
Malabuka y Vico. Mira, Vico sí. Ah, no. Además le voy a jugar un Blitz a lo que empieza este.
Dale.
Vico y Malabuka. No quiero escucharte masticar.
Perdóname.
Es horrible, en verdad. Vamos para aquí.
Mala mía que de mute, estaba masticando.
Sí, muy bien. Es terrible escucharte masticar. Ay, me quedé a mitad. Ya uno. Vale, otro. Yo me estoy disparando.
Tengo dos conmigo.
Oye, que tengo a alguien aquí. Aquí está. A ver, tú estás allá.
Me llevé a los dos.
Ahí te ayude con uno, papá. Vamos a ver tanto y... A ver.
Tía.
Arriba.
Espalda, espalda, diablo.
A ver, me tumbó. Está solo uno aquí. Buena.
Salió en tu string.
Dale para atrás rapidito.
Yo te voy a decir toda la verdad. ¿Lo volviste a empezar?
¿Qué?
Ya allí. ¿La volviste a empezar? Ya. ¿Tú estás viendo por otro lado? ¿Sabes cuándo es la otra partida, bro?
Todavía falta.
No, ¿por qué? No, papi.
Sí, que ahora bien.
Porque en el celular yo tengo tu stream puesto.
Está bien, ya estás hablando.
Maté a uno con una granada, loco.
También.
What the fuck? Yo tiré el garete.
Ahí vas, tiré para donde era. Vamos a la tormenta.
Estoy bajando, papi. ¿Te tiraron?
No.
Al frente mío. Se fue. Aquí metido. Cuidado. Mata yo otra vez.
Ya está aquí. Ah, arriba no lo veo.
Se metió para acá atrás. Me tiré a ver si sale. No salió. ¿Se fue de aquí?
Arriba, ten cuidado. Con las otras pistolas, y tú le das a la X y te transporta.
Viento. Claro, pero me siguen a mí. Veo a uno acá.
Estoy poniendo vida.
Veo a otro acá.
Ten cuidado, que hay uno por ahí.
Salud, mami. Vienen dos.
Bueno.
Me quedé pillado en los palos. ¡Qué jodienda, mano! Cuando pasan esas porquerías.
No, ya no me deja cambiar bien rápido por otra escopeta.
Y a mí no, cabrón, le di a lo de la...
Dale,
a lo de moverme rápido con la pistolita. Me quedé pillado en los palos.
Dale para el lobby. Que ya empezó.
Vamos para allá. Mi amor. ¿Qué?
¿Tú lo cambiaste?
No, no ha cambiado nada. Dice Blitz. Ahora, Legend Landing. Ya. Eso fue Keniel. Eso fue Keniel por la noche. Tú sabes. Él es Majin. Voy para mi sitio otra vez, blostar. Ah, nos cogieron el sitio. Nos cogieron la matita. Ah, no, mira, se fue el pollo. Gente.
They'd actually been able to connect and find at least one knock. That gives you the opportunity to actually push and pressure, because now you're dealing with two duos that don't have a lot to work with, and Leo and Romero are still around.
Let's see what that OC duo can do in this game. Fareed and Cooper, they started last game with a fight up against the OC duo of Nalu and Rainy. This time around, Ritual has gone down after winning that previous game.
Ya se cayó el Ritual.
¿Qué?
Ritual se cayó ya.
¿Ya?
El que ganó. Aquí cualquiera puede ganar.
Hey.
They have a point to prove up against the likes of Rituals and Agers, and I know you guys might have seen things getting a little heated on socials, but here in the lobby is the best chance to come out on top.
Every single time Noah, Riley, and Razan just kind of pop up on the screen, I just hear the arena erupt. I've never seen so much energy outside of last year's Global Championship, really kind of giving it their all to their favorite teams. Is something that you love to see. And for Noah and Razan, they're just doing a good job here, not necessarily putting it all into just one contested fight. They're saying, hey, we might not get the best loot off spawn, but this is something we can gather as the game goes on.
And already in game 3, major off-spawn switch-ups, Rainy and Nalu, the Asian team who had had their struggles landing in the northeast of the map, trying to take fights in Latte that just weren't working, have now decided to land at Riptides, and I'm not sure if Focus and Thomas are quite aware of just exactly where they are.
But at the same time, they didn't exactly have anything great to work with. They have to be so precise with when they pounce if they want to net any kind of eliminations here. Momsy, Skyjump, they've had so much difficulty just trying to find their footing in these first 3 games, and it's looking like things might go from bad to worse here if Momsy isn't careful.
Yeah, this is a tight situation because they're fighting a 2v2, but then you got Shark and Teeny, or at least one of the two, over from Wonky Land, disrupting this fight, third party causing a little bit of a distraction, landing some of those shots on a Skyjump and Momsy. And if they didn't get tagged up, that would have been a huge green light to go.
And I understand the aggression from Skyjump and Mumsy. They really struggled to surge in that last game, but you have to pick your fights wisely. You don't want to put yourself in an even worse situation as the games continue.
And traditionally, Skyjump and Momsy have been the team that just actually gets a third-party profit whenever they're challenging others on the map, but those opportunities just not presenting themselves here today. Other teams kind of fluctuating with their rotational paths, and another one that's been impacted from the start because of that early split. Tinka resigned. Jeff, Flixie, they still have to figure out who's going to actually come out from this position.
Yeah, and because they split that drop, you kind of saw it in a moment. One of them is out of medium ammo. That's going to be Flixie. He's no longer going to be able to put pressure from up above. He does have the capability to go to shotgun, so he can fight back, but that go ahead and controls, or at least changes a little bit of what they're able to do here. They can no longer continue to fight safely, so they have to disengage and find a little bit of more resource.
King and Tails surprised the world yesterday with their qualification into this final with a big win. Started off the day ruining the party for the NA Central champions Venom and Curve, and now looking to make waves here again in game 3. Oh dear, what do we have here? Vidil and Drew taking Reason out. Friendly fire going on.
It's like in those moments, you can just tell the crowd's not really sure whether to be happy or sad, but ultimately, only one can survive at the end of it all, and for Deal and Chu, they've managed to come out on top, but will it be short-lived? Because Kanata, Victor V, creeping around the corner, checking to see whether or not they can get into a better position to find the opening tags.
And for a team from NA West, where they typically stayed at Sandy Strip in order to get a lot of their storm surge on that region, they were uncontested. So a huge difference maker coming into the weekend, having 2 other teams land there. Games 1, games 2 didn't go their way, and now they're forced to flip the script, trying to get a lurk play. They probably heard the noise in the distance, and they're trying to go.
Not only that, but Kanata and Victor V, they are so exposed. If any other teams just happen to get a little bit of leverage, a little bit of height, they'd have the chance to see that these two are out in the open right now because they don't want to make any sound. They can't really afford to toss out a build. They want to ensure that Ju and Vidil are completely caught off guard.
Vidil and Ju, though, from the way they're playing, seems like there's some sort of inkling something is being cooked up here. And I hope they persistently stay on top of it, and they will. The jig is up. Kanata and Victor V will look to dip as they realize there is no free opportunities here.
Curve and Veno, game 1, didn't necessarily expect to get lurked on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. Ever since then, I feel like they've been put on notice, Taco.
A lot of their tactics have definitely revolved around their fighting potential. Both of these players are able to deliver some big blows and some big clutches, but at the same time, you can't factor out the competition, and it's scaling up with every single match that goes by because everyone's looking for the perfect adaptation.
¿Qué, mala mía?
Lurk here, Thomas HD and Focus trying to do the same things.
¿Qué?
LB works and bot. There's a
Hey.
above on the mountain, but the bush just hiding their exact location. So Thomas and Focus, they're gonna have to take what little information they currently have here and try to figure out how they're gonna run away with it in this play. Kind of moving from the bottom
¿Y
up.
yo?
There's a huge hide advantage.
¿Y yo también?
They could see it, but they might have spotted out bot.
Yo creo que ir a la barbería a arreglarme esta jodida barba.
Chance for them to try to take a 2v1.
He hecho un asqueroso.
He's also aware of the potential.
Es un asqueroso.
This will be a great 2v1 opportunity. They might also just patiently wait for bot to return. No, they'll jump into the burst. They want that damage. They want that fight. They saw bot leave the hill and decided it was their time to strike.
Yeah, at least bot came back, trying to draw him back, a little bit of that pressure. They did land some damage though, so that's the confidence building for Thomas and Focus. Good shot connecting yet again, but the distracting third party bringing everything to a halt in this moment. Thomas, Focus, they immediately box up.
Dios mío, te inquieto.
You still got to come to us, and now they have a moment here where there's a little bit of an advantage here in terms of positioning.
Their prey just barely managed to escape. Thomas was trying to find that full box in, but it just didn't net itself in his favor. And now, because of the shots ringing through from Battlewood Boulevard, it's just going to be another delay, another slow down. And they've had a rather solid start when they've made it out of Rip Tides, but it's evident that they are on the hunt for some very aggressive plays.
Oye, usar la pistolita, tú sabes que todo el mundo la está usando ahí.
Yo la uso.
Yo también. Cuando me sale azul. De azul para abajo. Porque si me sale la 3 tiros, la cambio.
No, yo uso la pistolita. Es que la pistolita dispara más rápido.
They're so drawn out. You're trading damage. Even if you get the eliminations, Taco, you're not necessarily going to be above that damage threshold. And with the zone pulling far away, it's going to be hard to get it back.
They've just spent so much time fighting and dealing with each other that they've left both of themselves in just worse positions, because even for Resigns, even if he makes it for the reboot opportunity, Cat Flixie, they're also still left in a world of hurt because so many other teams are going to look to try and hold them captive inside the storm, not giving them the proper opportunity to rotate through the edge of zone.
Last time we see Curve and Venom kind of lurks in a different situation, trying to play safe. But as we tune in now, empty item slot, but they're going okay. On the other side, though, may not be necessarily the same. Malibuka dropped down to just a sliver of HP. Vico, though, able to save the day, pick up that knock, get the elimination.
Vico salvó a Malibuka, ¿oíste?
Valuable time to heal up
Feo.
make their journey to zone.
Hey, go Vico, go after all, and this is exactly what the young superstar needs to be doing. Malibuka on the ropes, and just like that, Vico able to turn it around.
I mean, if these guys are going to come out fighting and Malibuka is going to come out swinging, it takes the pressure for Vico to deliver. But when he has to, he'll hit shots just like that. Darman Deemish, a second chance in this lobby. They started the day on top. Their second place competition took them out in game number 2. And here in game number 3, they'll look to recapture that first place position.
¿Qué le hace allá?
Cabrón de Jan. ¿Tuviste lo que puso Jan? Entró a robarle una casa y lo violaron durante 3 días y puso la foto de él.
¿Dónde?
En Instagram.
Just a little bit longer inside of the zone before he has to pop any HP, and I like what Javi's doing here. Instead of fighting a 1v1, giving him a chance to possibly win, he just converges back onto a Minish. They get into the same box and realize, hey, there's a huge strength in numbers. We're up on the Storm Surge. We didn't take much damage. Let's just take this moment as a win.
Practically 5-5-5-2 on their next entrance for that rotate, so we'll see what happens next. But Peter Bot, quiet start.
Come on, Peter, do something.
It's very foreign to see these two not with a whole slew of eliminations already built up in their counter, but they have clearly devised a plan and a strategy that revolves very heavily around playing inside of the storm.
Jugando Kaki.
Sí, esa mierda está dentro de la tormenta. Juega como usted es. Usted es un duro.
Those players aren't going to come in, so there is a good chance we see another game where these guys are down and out of luck when it comes to Surge, desperate to try and jump into somebody's box. Kanada and Victor B, we saw their desperation earlier when they were trying to make plays happen. Now the situation has worsened. They have to make something happen right now.
This is the only decision they can make, but it's going to be one they're going to regret. Kanada goes down. Matt and Nicole were able to get that elimination, and these guys have been the unsung heroes. They qualified out of NA early. They make some big plays. They make it from the upper bracket, and now they're shining here in game 3. First elimination, sometimes that's going to be the hardest, but Victor V finds him so down in the depths when it comes to damage. Almost 400 overall. That's almost 2 full eliminations worth of damage, and that's where it gets tough, because even if you're able to take down Cole, you're at a disadvantage. 2v1, and this one's going to be tough.
Victor V can't even afford to stall. The Surge is just going to start ticking away at his HP, and for Matt and Cole, they've already gotten exactly what they were after. Sure, Vic's able to pick up the splash, but what else could he do?
Be careful on Victor V's side and on the other side with Peter and Poyer lurking in the zone behind them. Veno and Curve, what do they have for Resign and Tinker? A great little lurk play. We've seen Veno do that many times over the years, and he did that as well in the NA finals, and Tinker and Resigns clearly weren't prepared for it.
We've seen how things fared for one half of that stalled out engagement over by New Sanctuary. Flixie Chap trying to see if they can change their fate, though. Opening starts, seems like it begins with Liam.
Yeah, 35 below the damage threshold. Looked like Liam was going for the reboot. He gets denied. But you notice they went from barely below the damage threshold, getting that elimination, to barely above. So for Chap and Flixie, when it comes to Storm Surge, they're not safe just yet. Even Agers now winning that game, going and kind of trying to ride that momentum. It gets cut short, 151, and it's active Surge.
Just ever since the start, when you're not able to fully survive that off-spawn contention, you're going to be left trying to play for the leftovers. And for Agers and Ritual, it's very obvious that this zone pool has not done them any favors either. They've had to go cross-country, but Agers looking to get fraggy with it. Full gets the shots to connect, though.
Te fuiste para allá. Para Wood.
Game with how things started off for them.
Se ve bonito así.
This duo is not out of it just yet. We will be hearing more from them over the course of this day. But for now, they'll leave it to the rest of the lobby to cook up for us. Fadil and Drew.
Badial, mucha gente le gustaba ese cabrón y no ha hecho nada.
Drew already started the game with one elim onto Reason, and they will look to quickly improve on their standings. Just 30 points so far, but plenty more to grab in this one.
Yeah, almost 400 above the damage threshold, so they are looking good. No necessity to beat Curve and Veno. Same thing, 5 elims, 900 plus damage. Gets cut short a little bit as they kind of break through the builds, but you see in Veno and Curve, persistence here. They see a pile of loot, but instead of just running in, getting greedy, they're playing very, very calculated.
This might be where they fare best, though. They want to be in the thick of it, because that's where they'll get the best opportunities to shine. Catching players off guard, trying to work their way through those lower layers, undetected by the teams that are already boxed up a little bit higher up on height. And speaking of which, Sharktini already trying to get that little bit of leverage, because they need to find a solution to being underneath the search threshold.
You know how this one goes. 130, 153. Storm Surge begins to activate every 7 seconds. Teeny and Shark will be stricken with 25 damage, shield, or HP, and it does not turn off until there's 40 or less people in the game. Right now,
25 hacen los rayitos esos.
Pero eso pasó nada más, ¿verdad? Porque la tormenta no hace eso.
No, eso es para ir para el torneo, para que se muevan.
Ya.
Si no se mueven, se caen en la tormenta.
Opportunities to bring this one back. His body being carried away there by Jew and Badil. Shark looking to see if he could try to scramble, pick up the pieces, but as a solo with no HP, what more can he really do?
He doesn't look like he has the answers to that question, Taco. Just 1 HP remaining. Shark and Teeny will leave their first place spot up for grabs.
So many of our Titans go down Earth, and you're kind of seeing how Teeny was able to go down. But Dio and Ju just caught him.
With Dio.
Edit the wall and get that elimination. Even during all that chaos,
Ahora que la Corillo.
Rapid went down as well. Veno's gonna get knocked. Trying to be a hero. One knock's already there. Trying to get the second onto Sky, but he gets denied that opportunity.
Hey.
So he goes right back into the box.
Oi.
Get the revive onto Veno with his own pushing him in. He can't be the hero he needs, but there's still a knock right in front. Curve trying to save the Siphon for the last moment.
Curve needs it to kick in now or never, but he can't afford to see if he can find another another shot. Eventually, though, he might be saved just in the nick of time. But when you've got two titans of the lobby, two major champions going head-to-head, now's the time to see who's really on top.
And Curve might not have been able to save his teammate, but Sky certainly could. Scroll back in the game and back with a chance to make things happen. Curve with just 17 HP needs to tiptoe his way around, and he will be caught out. And so it's up to him now to get things done. On the front side of the zone, Shadow and Virgo positioning. Pixie looking to do the same. Manabuka, Vico. We've seen how strong they've been so far today. Their opportunity to take first place.
They're trying to get that whole side of the zone, but they get cut short, cut off, kind of tagged up all at the same time. Vico's going to go down. A lot of pressure has just been put on Malibuka's shoulders. 132 points. They're so close to the top of the leaderboard, they can taste it as he tries to steal another one away. But that one's going to go to Momsy. The flank comes in. He doesn't hear it. Swizzy and Pixie take him down.
Swizzy and Pixie are primed and ready. They are just looking back, spraying down every single one of these teams. All of the players that are just a little bit too late to the punch. And now Pixie, Swizzy, with the damage having been done, they're ready to see whether or not they can make their move towards frontside.
If these guys can rise to the occasion today, it would be exactly the type of story you expect out of Swizzy and Pixie. Peterbot playing the storm now as all this madness ensues. Drew and Vidil, they are looking to take this game for their own. They don't care who's in this lobby. They want the high ground and they will keep it for now. But that is just for now. They have to continue to hold it and apply the pressure below.
They're feeling like they're on cloud 9 right now. The entire arena cheering them on, but they draw their attention to Shadow and Virgo, that second height team. Anybody in that position could use a shockwave and disrupt everything they have going on.
You can tell though from the way they're playing it, they don't have the materials, and so the chop will come through. It's Cammy, it's Hari. We've seen them do that so many times before, and so it'll be up to Vidil now to clutch up.
But this is a spot that Vidil's been in so many times already, and now here today, Vidil trying to see if he could strike through, but his shields are so low, he's fully cracked. The movement is crazy, but he's left tumbling down the hill, trying to see if he can get out of sight. Pablo is falling, kindling right next to him, but Vidil, he's not gonna be able to get the shots. He wants to try and make it through, but all of these pre-existing builds just forcing him to make the effort. Still, Vidil moving forward. Vidil brings him down.
Ah, fine.
Shadow and Virgo hold on, but not for long. They get wiped clean, and Scroll down below has a tough Polish duo up, trying to take this game.
In fact, they're the only duo actually up in this game. Scroll, solo, Pixie, solo. Scroll's being the focus right now from up above, trying to expand, but he's running out of material, and he's running out of material fast. Hari, Cammy, they realize he's building out a wolf. That's a sign of weakness, and they want to take over. They can't let this opportunity slip from their fingers from one team to the next. Pixie gains their attention. Scroll goes up!
But Scroll finds nothing. He realizes Cammy's in a metal box.
¡Oh! ¡Diablo! Eso quedó buena.
Siphon just in the nick of time. But Scroll, he's still got to keep going forward. Hari never gets a chance to see it coming, but it doesn't matter because Cammy had his back.
They are one of the most dangerous teams coming into this event. Contested, uncontested, that is not a problem from them. When it comes to big moments, when it comes to big events, Cammy is one for certain that shows up when it matters most.
Cammy, Hari, stand up. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Hari. What an intense final moment, but you were in it together. How were the communications that you tried to take Solo Scroll down?
I mean, it was the perfect game. We just chopped height like 3 times, killed like 4 people because of that, and it was an easy game.
That's what everyone is saying so far, but everyone online has been looking at the lobby list and saying this might be the most stacked FNCS LAN ever. Do you agree, Hari?
Yeah, this is so stacked.
So when you look at the lobby list, who do you think is your biggest competition right now?
Darm and Dimash.
Darm and Dimash, and is that because you're sat right next to them and they're also your friends from Poland?
Yeah.
And so if it could be you or them, I'm guessing it's got to be you who wins this now.
Of course.
So, Cammy, You know what it's like to be under pressure. You know what it's like to be on day 2 and in contention for the top. But do you have to change things up so you don't get snaked out there?
I mean, we can't, so like we just need to focus on that. Need to focus on winning off spawns and try to get some more good games.
Well, we're going to take a short break while these guys focus up. Please, Düsseldorf, give
Estoy comiendo.
Dale.
Fortnite fan, welcome back to the summit once again. We get another victory royale out of game 3, and if I could put my EU bias mask on for one, say, yeah, my boy, EU at the top. That's right, Tokata. Oh, Tokata.
I heard you.
Whoever wins, everybody have a great time. Shoutouts to Cammy and Shari, rather. What an incredible game. Packed with eliminations, packed with high ground, packed with pushing other duos who are trying to take high from them out of the way.
Classic Cammy high take right here. Looking back, chopping it on out, sneaking in the backside of his zone as well. All of that LAN experience that Cammy has paying dividends for him right now. The scroll high take was almost crazy, but they held him off to Carter. And what they did really well here was they took high at, again, the right time at the right way.
I love seeing this from Cammy and Hari now bumped up that leaderboard. But if I think to specifically how this duo plays, you can go back to the 2022 Invitational where Cammy and Seti ended up winning. Issue is they weren't known for playing very well mechanically, for getting those eliminations, but now Cammy paired up with Hari. I'm seeing much more confidence. I'm seeing them pushing. I'm seeing them play for height, get those eliminations, and you know, it's working incredibly well.
I don't know if you saw what I saw. Sky and Troll has suddenly broken into the 200-point threshold. Oh, wow. Finding that second place against, obviously, a solo situation against Cammy and Shari, rather. Wow. This team continues to do it. I don't know how they do it, but Scroll, if we're going to put Scroll in solo clutch situations, I'm down. I'm down.
Look, I'm down to put either of them in solo clutch situations. Scroll, game 1, got 52 points as a solo, once again clutching it out. But the best part is, Sky is just as capable at solo clutching. In the EU Major Finals, he had the 3rd most solo clutch points. They can play together as a duo. They can play as solos. They were the most consistent team on EU going into those finals. Sky and Scroll have everything to take home this competition.
What a shot that was, though. Unreal. There was a moment just before that as well where Sky was down and Scroll waited. He almost used Sky's down body as bait. For the player that was coming up to take them out and continue that through. So that combination of not only mechanical ability, not only calmness in those endgame situations, but just the brain, the thoughts, thinking, how can I make the most out of this endgame in our current situation? There's a reason why these guys are favorites going into this weekend, and it's looking very, very good for the Sky and Scroll lovers out there.
What's crazy, too, using the body as bait, that was actually against the deal, right?
The deal.
The deal running through as a solo. We could hear the crowd going crazy. Even the deal coming in and finding these eliminations, against such high-profile duos like Sky and Scroll is crazy.
Yeah, and it's what Vidil's been doing all season long. He's had this sort of like solo clutching prowess, this sort of second wind, if you like, when it comes to solo clutching, because seemingly in every single tournament that he's playing in, he's having these amazing solo clutches. And on a stage like this, in this sort of format, getting those extra few placement points, getting those extra eliminations to Carter is going to be super valuable for him.
100%. They're bumping themselves up the leaderboards. Remember, Vidil back in 2024, he was the best performing duo, German duo alongside Reason, now paired up with Ju. They have been looking incredibly strong on home turf. I'm excited to see if they can continue that momentum forward in the later matches today.
Teeny Sharks, second place, but Chino and Pablo Wingo up 4 places. Mini Minor, this second place. I mean, honestly, Sky and Scroll aren't that far away, but they are trying to make a statement, right? They're like, hey, you're doing good. We're going to stay very close by, though.
Yeah, it's where Chino Pablo operate. This is exactly where you want to have them. These endgame situations, hip to hip. If you looked at the drop map going into today, you'd almost write them off. That sort of triple contestation and standing script. But when they make this endgame situation, when they're in these low to mid ground layers, they are just almost so in sync together. They're playing off each other so well. And this is something that we spoke about to them in an interview. They were sort of saying, yeah, if we make these endgames, Sakata, we're going to have a lot of fun. And that is exactly what they're doing.
What I find interesting about Pablo and Chino is if you looked at their expectations from 2024, which was duos going into 2025, they were low. They weren't making the major finals. They didn't make global championships. But then they were one of the best trios in 2025. So going into this year, their expectations have been significantly high, and they have not disappointed, performing at the top at the EU Major Finals, and now once again topping the charts on an international stage here at the Major Summit. They are meeting those expectations currently, but we still got more games to play out.
I'd love to go back to the standings really quickly, right? I want to see that second page. So keep in mind, we know right now 98 points is where Acorn and Bolts sit, but just below, look at this. Cammy, Shari up 32 places, a single game difference. And look, just right behind Focus, Thomas HD, Akira Kurama, so many names. Guys, this competition is still very much alive. Obviously, we've had a few games, but it'll just take a single game to change everything.
Oh, absolutely. And when Shari and Cammy actually switched up their drop spot towards more of the northeast side of where they're originally landing, I had a few questions. I was like, is this actually going to be the right move? Is this going to be the play that they want to make, particularly with all that contestation going on around them? And the first 2 games, yeah, it wasn't great, really. They weren't able to show us what we know they can do. 2, particularly Cammy, known as the land goat. This is the area in which he is known to operate very well. And for those guys, moving up in the standings after that one game is absolutely crucial. But in an 8-game format, Casper, it becomes very difficult because you have to continue then to do that throughout the day.
Yeah, Cammy on EU has been a player that's kind of been known to stay ahead and adapt incredibly quickly when there's a new season, when there's new strats, new metas. Cammy is going to be on top of that. I was also looking, Thomas HD and Focus, close by. They were actually surprise contested in the last match. Now, they ended up having the upper hand. They came out on top there, but there have been a lot of last-minute switch-ups, so I'm definitely starting to feel that pressure.
Absolutely, man, and I'd love to tip my hat to Shadow and Virgo. I'm sure Vivid, wherever you are, is probably making some noise. Currently our best performing NA team. They kind of showed up for a bit of that last game, and then Cammy and Shari said, get out. But still, I love seeing this duel, right? They had that crazy call yesterday. Hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and win this next game, and then went on to do so. So I'm excited to see what else they can bring, right? Like, just look down to the 2nd to 4th. The points are still pretty dang close. I feel like once we get into that 8th game, man, it's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, Shadow Virgo, you mentioned it right there, Zeke, 4th place for these guys. It's so tight in and around that area, so it's going to be absolutely vital for them to actually continue to develop and have performances like they have been having. We saw it right here. I think it was Virgo that was up on top of high, actually got chopped on down and then took a lot of that fall damage. So this is where their game started to crumble, but it's something that I spoke about yesterday in the lower bracket. If you can just take high, ride it out for a good amount of time, you're still going to get some really nice placement points. And in an 8-game format, it's going to be absolutely vital to keep those games coming in, because if you can stay consistent, it's going to do you well.
If anyone's going to take height, it's going to be Virgo and his Shadow. I mean, if we look back at the player lounge, Virgo was winning every single realistic creative match. I mean, mechanically, he has what it takes. But then you look at the predictions, you look at all the co-streamers, you ask online, and they're putting, you know, NA's somewhat last hope per se, Acorn Rituals, you got Cold Rapid. They don't have Shadow and Virgo up there at the top, so I love to see them currently in 4th place, showing what they're truly capable of.
Dude, and I gotta say, Swizzy, I see you, all right, global champion. I see you sneaking your way just outside that top 5. Pixie right there as well. We are really starting to heat up, right? So many duos are starting to come online. I think they're all thinking the same thing. That trophy, we have to fight for this title. And also, Minnie, we can't forget as well, top 15 auto quals to global championships later on, but this is a global champion, right? He's trying to prove, hey, I won that for a reason.
Yeah, and this is a team that have sort of played against with their backs against the walls for a lot of this year and a lot of this season. And, you know, it's kind of surprising coming out of that global championship where Swizzy ended up winning and Pixie, of course, came 2nd. So I think this kind of like one-day format actually hinders them a little bit, because this is a team that are really good at looking back at what they did wrong and then going ahead and improving based on what everyone else is doing. They'll have that halftime break to go ahead and do that, so expect big things from them in the 2nd half as well, but a really solid start from them there in 6th.
Yeah, I don't think anything can stop Swizzy. I mean, tragic end to 2024, came right back in 25, becoming a global champion.
Ay, no te escuchaba, que está cambiando, no sé por qué.
No sé.
Weren't able to make it through, and then in the first match of that lower bracket, all it took was one game. They took home the win, qualified themselves to today, and, you know, now hopefully Pixie, Swizzy, they're feeling more well rested, they're more locked in, ready to go, and I mean, seeing them bumping themselves up this leaderboard, I'm excited to see if that continues.
I think it's really funny too, because like if you think about it, day number one rather, you got to play 6 games and be the top 25. So he's like, okay, do I play 6 games and then top 25, or do I just drop down in the lower bracket, win game 1, and then go back to sleep? I don't obviously know if that's true, but in my head canon, that's absolutely what happened. The deal as well in
Cambié solito, no sé.
ultimately shut down by Sky and Scroll, right? Kind of being used as bait there, but by himself, I mean, dude, he looks so good right now, Mini Miner.
Vale, se tiró par de jugadas duras, ¿viste?
Sí.
Pero le dieron.
Pero Domingo, a veces tú estás matando a un lado, pero no te estás fijando en el que está al otro lado y ¡pah! Te veo, Lola. Que Lola.
Be the best team in the world, especially in this domain, in the low ground situation. Only on 4 HP, absolutely cooking. And this is what I talked about earlier. Scroll, that thinking ahead, 200 IQ play, waiting for the deal to go ahead and find that finish. I think he did get the points for it though, so that's a really nice solo clutch from him.
Yeah, I mean, being on home turf, having the crowd cheering your name, roaring for your success. I'm sure it definitely plays a big part, but the deal is one of those EU legends. He's been around for a very long time. He knows what it takes to compete both online and international competitions. Paired up with the Jew. I'm excited to see them close out today.
Oh, Vidil do it as well. Where's the finger gun?
There we go, there we go.
Was he about to dab?
He was about to dab. It's,
Thinking about
way
it.
back many years ago. But you saw him there for a minute, locked in, right? He's like, hey, the job's not done. I have to keep pushing on forward. But friends, I'm getting the call right now. Casters are ready. The next game is ready. So Casters, up to you.
You know, I like the way Zeke just said that. Job's not done. And for Sky and Scroll, they might have about a 70-point lead, but it's exactly that. 5 games left, job's not done.
Yeah, but when it's Sky and Scroll and you start looking at the point differential that's already taking place, all I can think about right now, Levin, is what happened in Major 1 Grand Finals. But first up, let's see what actually takes place here in Game 4.
Game 4.
Vamos allá.
Game 4. The last game.
Diablo, 1.65 la gasolina y huevo.
You guys are no strangers to Fortnite competitive. Where you're
Está como
at on
aquí.
the leaderboard means
Hey.
so much. If you're going after first, you might have to have a big game here. If you're settling for that top 15, you just need to remain
Amor.
consistent. Thomas, focused. They know they got lurked on at the start of that last game, and they're just being a little bit more aware.
No surprises this time around, or for now at least. We have to see what takes place elsewhere. Looks like these guys might get a game uncontested. Epic Well and Pump.
Ooh.
And it looks like the Middle Eastern girl has decided. Oh, well. They don't get landed on, but they do get shot out of the sky, and there will be more shooting out the sky here. As these two duos run it back.
It's just the nature of the game when it comes to these drop spots. Sometimes you have to glide in, and Flixie's trying to go for the chest, gets the Thunderburst, but not the elimination. 2v1, the strength in numbers, and that was a
Say,
little
mommy?
mismatch. Chap went underneath. He left his teammate alone by himself, and sometimes that's the only second you need.
Sometimes you just have to give up the sacrifice, though. Flixie fully understanding that they just weren't going to be able to pull this one back. It's better to just have Chap try and play things through. He can look for the reboot later on, but for Hero and Bacchus, they've got to be feeling great about the fact that they might actually get to experience a game. They've been dealing with Epic Whale and Pump, and we can go back to see where things really started to take off for them. Surprise spotting Virgo. That's the bad news, Bears.
No comiste nada.
Hero not finished with it.
Both of those eliminations. Honestly, sometimes it takes one switch up of a drop spot to get things rolling in your favor. And already we see how they rise up the leaderboards after this one. Triple test still over towards Sandy's trip. It's Chino and Pablo that find themselves in a close quarters combat situation here. On the west side of Sandy. So right now, Coon by himself, he's having to clutch up or just stay alive until he can get his teammate back.
This is a dispute that has been taking place since Friday. Pablo and Chino have non-stop been looking to bring down Upoon and Minifio. They nearly succeeded in yesterday's competition, but it just wasn't enough. This time, though, they've settled everything once and for all. So game 4, they'll just have to deal with Victor B and Kanata at Sandy.
And that is a balance that I think they are willing to live with. One that I think they can find success with. And so if there's anybody that can give Sky and Scroll a run for their money at the top of the leaderboard, we know it is Pablo and Chino.
We also know what Thomas is made of, especially when it comes to international tournaments. 92 points so far. Not necessarily the start that they have wanted, but still plenty of time to kind of pick up the pace. Kazzy trying to disengage underneath, focus on the chase. Shot after shot connecting until he finally gets that first knock. The elimination is there, and while on the other side, Focus cleans up one. Thomas now trying to stall out this fight, waiting for his teammate to come back, using their numbers to their advantage, and just firing off on all cylinders. Damo by himself.
Papi, tú ves a esa gente lo que dan en cienes, oíste.
It's just obvious that that Oshi duo was running on fumes here. Unfortunately for them, Thomas and Focus do take full advantage of them being pushed so early. But Poyo, Peterbot, this is unfamiliar territory now.
NA fans, look away. This is not what you want to be watching. Pollo, who's been the more reliable, it feels like today, as far as staying alive in the duo, goes down at the hands of the Frenchies, and so that leaves Pete to fend for himself and keep this duo fighting in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's something when you kind of look at the stats of Peterbot and Pollo on day one, you know, kind of leading in damage right there with eliminations, but where they placed on the leaderboard is not where you would think a team like Peterbot and Pollo would place. So it's not necessarily the actual fights and mechanics, it's the overall game plan.
So far a tournament to forget for them, but still plenty more to play. Chap has been able to keep himself in the game with a nice little lurk onto King.
That's exactly why Plixie knew he could trust his duo when he left off on a solo adventure here. Yapko and Panzer, though, profiting from what's taking place over by Latte, and they've got Cooper directly in their sights.
Yep, they were able to kind of angle out Reap by himself, and now they land a big shot onto Cooper. 2v1, they're continuously trying to push in. Cooper's time is definitely limited here, the way Yapko and Panzer have been playing. They need the points. They have to try to catch up and move up that leaderboard if they want at least top 15, but Cooper's keeping them on the chase up until now, where Cooper finally falls. And just like Taco said there, that decision to split with Ages of Ritual not working out.
And we have seen Yapko and Panzer are not afraid to fight anybody in this quadrant of the map. If they spot a weakness, they will strike and they will hit hard.
It really feels like they've been playing a lookout to see who's going to be the duo that gets pushed further north from Latte landing on the initial off-spawn contention. And every single time, whether that's been Ritual and Agers or whether that's been Reet and Cooper, you'll see Yapko and Panzer throwing their names into the mix.
As the dust settles, Reason and Noah, we've seen kind of two sides of this coin. Moments where they like to get aggressive, try to find eliminations. And then moments where they play passive, just like this, lurking. We know these teleporters, a lot of teams like to traverse through, avoid all the chaos that goes above and on the island, but sometimes it ends up being one of those plays where you run into nobody throughout the course of hiding down there.
It looked more like they were set up, banking on someone actually taking that ascender directly down to them, obviously hoping that they could get the advantage off the right side peaks, but Cringe and Twy, they'll be the closest to it. Whether or not they actually take the bait, though, that's a story left to be settled.
For Shark and Teeny, a game where they will have to prove to everybody watching that they are really here to play. We've seen them win, but after last game's surge disappointments, the question does become, when this team faces a challenge on this stage, can they rise to overcome it?
But what really makes things so exciting is that we've seen EU challenge Sky and Scroll before. You can never count yourself as safe, even when the match looks promising, because so many teams like Swizzy and just kind of nestling in to these tucked-away positions, utilizing every bit of terrain to their advantage.
And I think in the case of Swizzy and Pixie, they've almost been counted out by many, many people watching, and understandably when you look at how the year has gone, but that is too much talent to count out. Speaking of talent, Big Cold on the screen, picking Iyomzo up, and 4 fields is not the spot you want to be fighting these two. This is their comfort zone.
It's also the opposite side of the map from where we would have anticipated Iyomzo and Josh to even be at, so clearly a little bit of a mix-up already taking place.
Yeah, and just unfortunate enough, you kind of saw the no knock. It was straight elimination. Josh probably out of the game already. As you tune into Peterbot, Nalu and Rainy, just like Josh and Iyomzo for that matter, just kind of
Todavía tienen 0 kill esta gente, chicos.
each and every game, trying to go ahead
Sí,
and
Pollo ya está
catch the
eliminado.
team off guard while they're going for their loop path. But Peterbot's been a solo for so long in this situation. There's been too many teams inside Squibbly and outside as well. So there's really been no chance for him to get that reboot.
The problem for Peterbot is that taking that aggressive fight, that early motion up against Skyjump and Mumsy, and it not netting anything for them, it just left Squibbly up for grabs. And the moment that teams see real estate, they're going to start moving in. That's exactly what Rainy and Nalu have done. So Peterbot, he'll have his work cut out for him in terms of getting the reboot for Foil in the first place and making it out of Squibbly Shores.
Okay, Aegis of Ritual making their rotation on over. Typically, you kind of see them use the long launch pad towards the backside of Latte Landing, but Yapko and Panzer actually ended up using it. I'm not sure Age of Ritual know they're there, and I'm not sure Yapko and Panzer are even going to try to dive down on them. Both of these teams need to get into the zone before they're eaten alive and damage being taken.
Far too far and away. It's the render distance that's just working to their advantage. They are gliding overhead. Azers and Ritual, there's not really a whole lot they can do about it either. They know they just got to keep moving forward into the next zone.
Pump, don't see Epic Well anywhere in sight. And this is a situation that might make you a little nervous if you're Epic Well and Pump. You've been performing decently well throughout the course of the day. Almost in contention of one of those global championship spots.
Mi amor.
Vico and Malabuka, and in the distance,
¿Qué?
there's a shark in the water. Him and Teeny lurking like we know they can. They go ahead and let at least one of those teams escape. So I'm wondering, do they know Pump is here, or are they just trying to eye that duo? But Vico, Malabuka, they're returning back. They want to fight. They know this is a chance that it could be Shark and Teeny.
This is a 2v2 we all want to see.
Está muy bonito.
One that will be interfered with. Pump takes Malabuka down, and that just helps Sharkantini, and it gives him a bit more breathing room to stay in this game as well.
Not only that, but Pump absolutely stacked right now. The problem is, he is just a solo. And for Sharkantini, there's always a bigger fish, and they're willing to make sure that they take out Pump entirely. The ultimate refresh, it's not even one that is a necessity, but they'll steal it anyway. All of that loot that once belonged to Malabuka, now straight in Sharkantini's inventory.
Two is better than one, especially when it's Sharkantini.
Tú eres mala picando como tu país. Tú eres mala picando. Eso es porque no hay tijeras para zurdo.
Oh, sí, la tienda de Flanders.
¿Verdad? La tienda de Flanders.
Tienda de zurdo.
They're just trying to get Surge, climb up that leaderboard, and then move into the zone. They don't want to get caught in all the chaos. They don't want to get caught below the damage threshold and control over the game taken away.
They might not have a choice though. Based off
Bonito,
where
mami.
Chino and Pablo, they might be able to get some decent tags into Cold and Rapid along the way. But Darm and Deemish,
¿Cuántas partidas son? ¿Como 10?
8.
8, ya. 4. Es la cuarta.
Sharktini trying to do what they can to shut down some of their EU comrades, but Deemish and Darm never count these guys out. They'll take their time farming it up before they get involved.
We're already seeing a couple mythics in play as well. Thomas, the Iron Pump, we saw the Chaos Reloader there. There's Jew and Vidil from their drop spot. Kind of see them instantly edging towards the zone. 418 above. Even without elimination here, you can see they're being consistent when it comes to that damage. And everybody on the outskirts of the map slowly but surely making their way in. And they have to be quick, because right now it is going to be a 1 tick, is going to move into a 2 after this, and then a 5. So positioning has to be perfect.
But there's so much else taking place. Peterbot with the comeback. This is exactly what he needed. A single opportunity. Everybody's better than Peterbot until it's time to be better than Peterbot. And QNDX, it looks like he might just find out.
And this could be the moment right here, not just for the eliminations in the case of Peterbot, but if he can get Poyo back, they at least have some loot. But again, I said the 5th zone, it moves to a 2-tick. Peterbot can no longer stay over towards Humble Hills. He has to move down towards Riptides, closer and closer towards the zone. But this could be his golden opportunity, just like that one there. QNDX gets caught off guard. Peterbot pounces and gets the elimination. But it wasn't easy. It does turn into a 2v1, and Phantom takes the sacrifice.
This is the Peterbot we want to see. Sniffing out opportunities to take advantage of players and striking hard. Can he get Poyo back in the game? If not, can he give us an all-timer Peterbot clutch?
Peterbot.
Humble Hills right now getting more and more traffic running through.
Echate este video, bro, que te voy a enviar.
Dale.
Un chamaco que estaba jugando con él los otros días, con el corillo de TikTok que yo juego.
Sí, me ha dicho, te vi jugando hasta bastante y conmigo juegas tu juego y te vas. Basura.
Llevo todo el día aquí contigo.
Basura, ¿por qué no está tu corillo de TikTok?
Estaban ahí, me invitaron.
Basura.
This is what they needed. They find
Mira ese video, loco.
reboot, and Peterbot might just go with it. Fortunately, Flixie's down yet again, but Chapman's closed it just enough to revive his duo.
Now they get an opportunity here. They are getting chunked out by the zone, but look at the extra heals they were able to get. A mending machine not too far by. That was a huge success for Chapman Flixie in this game, and this is literally what we saw yesterday.
No scope, papi.
Está diablo.
Eso le dije yo.
Está diablo, papi. Quisco. Desde allá abajo.
No, no scope, cabrón.
It seems so promising. You get the
Papi, desde allá abajo.
they're just so below on Surge. Just too much damage.
Sospechoso. Si estuviera más cerca, pues fine, pero está bien lejos y la bala baja, lo que sea. Sospechoso.
Still plenty to do. Curve won't be able to stomach it. Dom might for now, and he does have a pathway to rotate in. What happened to Venno though? I mean, it's rare to see Curve all alone in situations like that. That's what happened. Has to happen.
You know, you probably wish me look away right there.
I really do.
Shockwave into the front of the zone, truly costs him everything, but sometimes you have no other option. But it doesn't matter how much damage, how many eliminations Darm has been able to get so far. He's still 246 below the damage threshold.
Who was really going to be Foolish's last standing figure, and it's Darm in the end of it.
Hari said to Frankie, hey, it's going to be us that come out on top. Darm making him eat his words. Darm and Deemish, their game continues, and it's all in the hands of Darm.
You hear the crowd getting wild already in the feed. Deal taking down Cold, Pablo, Chino just trying to move their way forward. Dropping a cup for the extra loot that they do have that they don't need to take with them. You see their material kind of running low here. With 2 eliminations, 440 above the damage threshold. The main thing that is going to take their focus is just rotating from point A to point B, and it's just got so drastic. That is a max pull.
But at the same time, it's one that Chino and Pablo, they're avoiding all of the attention with a nice wrap around the dead side. They know that there's a couple teams trailing just ahead of them, but at the same time, Badil, Jude, looking to get active inside the congestion.
The crowd is lighting up with Badil and Jude on their screens. They want to see more Badil magic. And with them being so comfortably above Surge, this is looking and shaping up to be another magical performance.
I just can't believe that I'm watching Darm across the screen right now. How is he still alive? As a solo, he is doing everything in his power to fight back in this lobby and try to remain in contention for some serious placement points. Shark is weak, just ahead, but he doesn't have the opportunity to open up.
And this is a chance right here. Small, once again by himself, 131 below the damage threshold. With the gap that they've been able to get in this tournament so far, the entirety of the lobby is looking at them, hoping they go down this road. Obviously making plays already from 140 plus down to 87. He doesn't look like he's getting nervous too either. They're immediately getting focused, forced to back up, 171. He just needs to find best, and that's going to be step 1. But it's more than one team, it's more than one player. They're all focusing in this direction.
The entire lobby is staring him down, and he won't be able to withstand it, but Darm still going. 6 more points have just been collected, and Darm, even with the Surge picking away at his lifeline here, he's still waiting to see if he can strike first and come out on top. If he finds a singular refresh, that would be everything, because only 3 more players need to go down for the Surge to disappear.
He has multiple medkits, plenty of time because he didn't get that max pull, but 305, that's a daunting number to look at. So that's why he's
Está cerrando, está cerrando.
Hey.
Moving across, BC is going to get dropped. Romero is going to get knocked as well. Plenty of eliminations need to be cleaned up here. Flank comes in, teeny surprise. Shark Champ trying to converge back in that same bond, but they still have to rotate forward.
But look at how much space they have. They played so much of the lower layers, and they're looking to continue building it out. But next, they want to take over the front side.
down to bare bones. With just 25 HP, he has to make some sort of play happen. If anybody can do it right now, it's got to be him. Shark now has lost Genie, and we know he has his eyes set on any one of these weakless down, and Shark now takes over.
I know.
Trying to make something happen.
Yes, show why he's kind of looked at as one of the best individual players in EUSF now. And if you look up, you'll see it in the clouds. It's Vico.
Yeah, puñeta.
We know what they could do on
Vivo y Malibu acá arriba.
any team as of now is looking up. It's very often that you'll see them starting to really heat up. Robbie's continue to drag on Scroll as a solo, just trying to hide from underneath. Focus is spotted out immediately. Thomas and Focus were trying to surprise contest on the high ground, but they'll be snipped out immediately. Still, Focus and Thomas manage to make their way up, but they don't have the materials to do this.
Vico, all alone. We've seen it even
Te jodió.
looking to announce themselves now to the world that they sit up on high.
I love this play out of down. They want to catch up, but they don't want to wait until it's already over. Same thing could be said for them. 108 points and down to eliminations. They have payload, they have everything that they need, but Scroll is still casting everyone into the top 14. If they go further, they'll have to place it.
He is a major problem for the rest of the lobby. And how can he be Shark doing his best impression now?
¿Qué le pasa a Shark, papi? ¿Ah?
Mira aquellos arriba.
And the new generation, they're trying to take over. Scroll still going underneath, a little bit out of sight, out of mind, but it's only a brief moment.
Tiene 2 kills, puede holdear y hacer puntos y ya.
Ajá.
Ya lo llamo copetazo feo.
Sí, ese lo sopla que se vaya. Por la misma tormenta.
Ya lo llevaron ya. Kurama y Akira. Ah, no, míralo ahí.
Le echaste mala suerte.
Sí. Yo iba a decir ese skin de Luffy cuando salió. Que no. El hueso.
Jodido.
Para que salgas sin protegerte, mamá.
Es que siempre hay alguien pendiente.
Sí.
Quedan 3, 1 y 1. Ah, bueno.
You just got a victory royale in game 4, but it feels like you're just chilling. It feels like you just played a practice game box from that reaction.
That was like a practice game, but you know, we took height in the end, and we were beating a lot of people with our AM, so it felt like a really smooth game.
Acorn, has idea what's going through your mind when you're looking up, you're seeing the chaos unfold. What are you saying to Bolts in that moment? How did you get the timing right?
It was actually him that hit the iPhone. We just waiting for him, so like, you know, we were trying to stop it, and he hit it, trusted him, and we won the game.
Is that a situation that happens a lot? You say, you know what, I've got the instinct here, let it fly.
I would say it's 50-50, sometimes it's me, sometimes it's Acorn, but in the end, I got the win.
Now, the two of you now on fire. This is a stacked lobby. Do you think consistency is something you can achieve?
Of course, always got to be consistent. You know, it's a mental game. We're doing bad, we won the game, now we're back into winning.
The mentality is clearly strong and getting stronger with these two. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about what he actually so far. Congratulations.
Chupi se cree que estamos jugando.
¿Qué?
Chupi que entró, ya se cree que estamos jugando. Chupi.
Ahí. Para jugar uno y irse.
¿Qué estás hablando basura?
Para jugar uno y irte. Para eso entra.
No. ¿Qué es eso que ustedes están metidos?
El torneo de Call of Duty. El campeonato de Fortnite.
¿Pero ustedes están compitiendo?
No, estamos bien, sí, por 250,000 pesos estamos compitiendo.
Ay, sí, claro.
Estamos en primer lugar.
Bueno, en primera fila. Nada, estamos viendo,
Ah.
Mira, Yelty también está streameando el mundial.
¿Quién?
Yelty.
¿Quién es Yelty?
Uno de los que juega bien brutal.
No sé quién es Yelty.
¿Vamos a jugar o qué?
Así que ir a jugar con Chupita puede ir.
Nieta, tengo hipo.
Yo voy a jugar pero cuando se acabe.
Vamos para las 5 ahora.
Esa te Rosita.
¿Qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Papi, mi tenis rosita, ¿qué pasó? Y botan corazoncito cuando corro. Mira.
Ah, sí. Ya, quería.
No. ¿Para qué? Ahí no puedes darle a nadie. Eso. Ninguno, no te metes nada de eso.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights of Acorn and Balls. Mini Miner, I know you're a fan of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great team, and a team that we've actually finally seen come alive here in these end games. Finally getting that big win that we know that they can do, and absolutely huge for this team that look like there's NA's last hope coming into this weekend. We've seen already that there are other NA teams that are capable. The way they took height here, convincing Acorn Balls gameplay, really nicely done right there.
Nieta.
We spoke about it earlier about the zone. They were very, very good when they got favourable zones in upper bracket. This one, unfavourable zone. This is very south zone. So they're still performing now. They've figured it all out and playing up from height to counter. It's a great game.
Yeah, this is big news. In terms of expectations, this is one of the duos that has the highest expectations out on top. I'm almost surprised that it's taken so long to see them in a match like this. I'm sure after this, they're going to look themselves.
Hay que aprender poco a poco.
It's also, you know, that confidence boost that they might have.
¿Cuál es el canal que tengo que ver para que me den cosas? Por verlo media hora.
I'm ready. It's great to see, obviously, an 8 elimination as well. Massive out of the duo. Now, let's take a look at the standings. Sky and Roll, they continue the dominance. This is why so many fans, players, us are like, yeah, I think these guys are probably a big contender to go ahead and walk away with the win. Obviously, Teeny and Sharp right behind the momentum of Sky and Scroll. Again, we put Scroll in a solo clutch situation, and he delivers.
He always delivers in these solo clutch situations. It seems like today has been the day of these big solo clutches, and he needed to make it happen. Of course, there was a lot of teams that were up there on the standings that, of course, were down to a solo player. We saw it with Sharp also clutching up as a solo. So, I mean, when it comes to 8 balls, the fact they won that game, really good for them. But for Scroll, if you keep on making these solo clutches happen, if this still keep happening for them, really strong. Where's the chink in their armor? I mean, it's working. I know Sky is just as capable to make these solo clutches happen. For now, Scroll has been looking unstoppable. When I think back at EU in general, you know, the knowledge of the top previously has been a bit gatekept. Sky and Scroll coming from not being these, tied-in players earlier on in EU competitive to now not only building the chemistry, building the knowledge, building the consistency, they have skyrocketed themselves as one of the most consistent duos, not just on EU, but in the world. So, I like to see the solo clutches.
Vamos a jugar, se va a tardar más en empezar. Dejar el lobby.
Yeah.
Chan de break ahora, Nieta. Ay. El puto hipo.
Se salieron.
Sí, porque se va a
Vamos a jugar, es
empezar.
la que hay.
Bueno. Va a empezar como en media hora.
¿Qué canal es que te para que te den la media hora, blostar las cosas gratis?
Pero tú vas a donde. Ay, recompensa ahí, que sé yo qué carajo, donde están todos los juegos. ¿Qué dices?
Ya. ¿Cómo es esto? No, para Metrópolis. Escopeta.
Digo, pero no sé si todavía está, pero esta mañana cuando yo entré estaba.
El hueso.
Tengo otro. Necesito ayuda.
Ay, voy. Ayúdate tú solo.
Que me ayude papito Dios. Papi, nunca había corrido tanto.
Ay, tormenta.
Mierda, bro.
Se me olvidó cómo usar la máscara.
Ve. Y tampoco para allá ahora. Y ya se odia que...
En el test.
Abajo hay uno.
¡Pero cabrón! Está tocado atrás tuyo.
Ah, ¿dónde está?
¿Muere?
Sí, lo dieron caliente. Ya.
Papi, yo le di un montón de tiros y no se muere.
Yo tumbé el que tú dijiste, pero ese blanco yo tenía.
Ese bostero.
Ay, mira. Eran los últimos. Ah, no.
Casi.
¿Se escucha mucho el abanico?
Sí.
Siento que estoy en un convertible, pero no. Dame.
A Blizzard. A Metrópolis. A Blizzard paga aquí mismo. Ah, para circuito, ok.
¿Dónde?
El hueso.
Y ahí hay un corillo heavy.
Tumbe a uno. Tumbe a otro. Tumbe a otro. Buena, mi gente.
Ay, mira dentro del trinche la...
Paquete. Las piu piu. Me las llevo.
Con los deditos.
Sí.
No es para nada para el sol ese que tiene por el que mira ahí.
Hueco.
Uno abajo. Tengo otro arriba.
Hay gente en la montaña, ¿no? Ay, qué papas. Está blanco el que va por ahí.
Ahí hay mucho lío. Cogí una idiota sin querer.
El güey.
Otro. Puñeta, tenía dos. Vienen dos más.
Buena. Piu. Piu.
Ay, car. Auto bajado.
Que viene un corillo para acá.
Se murió.
Se jodió el qué.
Por andar solo. Ya, están bien lejos.
No, abajo en la casa hay gente.
Se metió gente para acá, cuidado. Hay gente por ese lado también.
Una montañita arriba de mí.
Puñeta de espalda. Llegó otro, Chubi. Diablo.
Oh, Dios,
Toro, cabrón, toro.
Toro. Toro de animal.
Sí. Vamos a ver si este tipo ahora se va. Bienvenidos al calentón.
¿Qué dice?
Cabrones.
Carajo.
Hoy.
¿Pero dónde está?
Hoy.
Dios mío. Es como cuatro.
El que está conmigo fue solo mayor, cabrón.
Me dieron más su campo.
Tumbó uno. El tumbó uno ahí. Ahí llegó más gente, ¿verdad?
Llegó gente con cojones ahí fue.
Psych.
Silencio, Bruno.
Y ya lo vienen tres.
A la izquierda.
Cabrón, estamos aquí.
Si van los dos, me pueden pedir. Gente, corre.
No falla.
Claro, le diste un tiro ahí de cerca y no le quitó nada.
No se puede, cabrón, no se puede. Los tiros no entran.
Tú tienes un tiro al lado y no le quitó casi.
No.
Y a la mezcla, cabrón, la tenía de frente ahí, nada. Tenemos un agua, este tipo no se me va. Me tiene loco. Hola, para el equipo. No cayó nadie para acá, qué raro. Muerto. Con blostar.
Walter, ahí viene otro.
No, para esto está. Ahora sí tengo. Está en el todo.
La montaña ahí, Walter.
¿26 otra vez? Puñet.
Nadie.
Falta uno. Cabrón.
¡No! La misma mierda 3 veces. Está tumbando de un tiro. Ay, todo mierda, cabrón. Ahora. Ay, ¿cómo me he quitado 250? Loco, lo tengo bien tocado. ¡Pum! Para el piso de una.
Y me va para atrás, te empieza en el mes. Ahora está.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you have started cuckoo. Equipe, ¿dónde están?
¿Así?
Tienes un mapa, tú.
Ah, ya, de la boca.
Ah, gente.
¡Oh! Muerto. Hay otro atrás. Muerto. Buena.
Hay más gente acá arriba.
Sí, papi, están con nosotros todo el mundo. Me mató, es que no falla un tiro, papi, el cabrón oso este mamabicho. Papi, tú no te has dado la vuelta y esos tiros me están dando. ¿Cómo? En la rodilla no le quitó. Diablo, tampoco le quitó, le vino a quitar el tercer tiro que le di, cabrón. Pero para el lado me dio. No está leyendo los tiros también, ¿la?
Está por ahí. ¿Podremos revivir? Ah, está por aquí.
Ay,
Hay otro atrás.
yo no los veo porque
Arriba ustedes.
¿Dónde están?
Con blostar.
Tumbe uno.
¡Ah!
Tercero,
Papi, no fallan un tiro, cabrón.
Bueno, yo voy a ver lo que falta del torneo como se acabe.
¿Para qué?
¿Qué fondo?
Sí.
Que voy a ver el torneo.
Ahora vamos a ver el torneo.
¿Qué hora es? Imagínate como las 4. ¿Quién soy yo?
Sí, mejor que esa hora se acaba. Para que el que gane se vaya a celebrar. De jueguito que está jugando ya le dio una música pendeja.
¿Cómo que la música?
No, como tú. Y para mi spot.
¿A dónde ustedes se fueron? Dimos.
Arriba, arriba. Dale para atrás.
Arriba van a matar.
And hopefully you guys at home took that moment to get some snacks and refresh yourself because this action has been out of this world. And you got to go
Que
ahead
le un
and
espacio a Chupi ahora.
Ay, me metí a algún lugar.
Ay, sí.
¿Cómo salgo?
No sé, me imagino que la ve cuando vive así, no sé.
Ah, ya.
Ay, pero este otro modo tenemos like seguro. Aquí se vota
Mira,
diferente.
Chupi de nuevo.
¿Qué pasó?
Se vota diferente.
Que te veo otra vez.
¿Dónde tú estás?
Arriba, atrás tuyo, míranos atrás.
Ay, que no me salen los nombres.
No. Estamos aquí. Estamos aquí.
Was a solo series champion for a reason, but the fact of the matter is he is just
Aquí
looking
se vota diferente y aquí los lugares son diferentes.
Yeah,
who's going to be the team to step up and try to shut them down.
The scariest thing about Sky and Stroll is with how
Porque aquí a la que eliminen es la que pierde, si todas las demás ganan.
Okay.
So the second he
Y
takes
al
a beat,
final
he decides
cuando
to
está el
chill a
slide,
bit. You can never be too safe, Jacob, when either of these two are up in this lobby.
Can they remain consistent throughout 8 games, though? But back on over to the fight, we know what happened time and time again. Flixie, he's able to get the first drop. There goes the knock. Third party's coming in out of nowhere.
Diablo, ya eliminado empezando el juego, se parece a nosotros.
Right there, a shot to the heart for Chap and Flixie because the drop was flawless. They had beat Resigns and Tinka full out, but Werix and Kiruo, they've got a whole new strategy cooking, and it's worked against Chap Flixie entirely. Another German favorite fallen here as Reason will meet his demise.
A very, very tough situation to be in early. But after that break between game 4 and the one you're at now, they had plenty of time to rework their strategy.
But it's just so crazy to think. Everyone knew, everyone's been strategizing, everyone's been planning for the countermeasures. But the fact of the matter is, when it's so on the fly, when it's happening in the same day, it's so much more difficult to be able to actually meet every single one of those expectations. You're just constantly guessing and checking.
¿Me escuchan?
Lucy, Zangi, you see how they're getting those eliminations. Yatera probably didn't see this one coming. They soar from above. It doesn't even look like he was playing there in that moment. Not sure what happened, but he's going to be the first one to fall in a 2v1 situation against Belusi and Zangi. That one's going to be an easy wipe.
Back over to Latte. It was incredibly messy in the first 4 games of the day. After people have had a moment to chill in halftime, it looks a bit more quiet here in game number 5. And hopefully for NA fans, that works in favor of Ritual Ages and Reet and Cooper and gives them the best chance of rising in the standings.
After a certain point, you just have to chalk it up to where is the line going to be drawn in the sand. And for Agers and Ritual, they realize that they're going to need a little bit more if they want to try and overcome for top 15.
And how many times didn't see it coming. Give that guy a map. Pablo and Chino are on their way, and it looks like Shark and Teamy are looking to replicate that as well.
Yeah, they heard the noise that was going down over here. Skyjump and Momsy had just finished a fight. And that's been a thing about Shark and Teeny. They've been playing well, but they have some struggles when it comes to Storm Surge. So you're seeing them and a few other teams to start this game already switching things up to try to fix what wasn't working.
There's a lot of bot footage out there on Momsy and Skyjump hanging out in the forest. So for somebody like Teeny, it is not shocking to think that they would have come up with the formula to try and take those two out.
Speaking of formulas, hopefully Pete and Poyo have been cooking something up. 2 of their biggest names. We saw at the last Duo LAN just how impressive they were. And though we are far removed from that, we know they still have the ability. With this type of loot in hand, both of them with gold shotguns. If they do have to force a fight, Jacob, you've got to think it's in their favor.
Yeah, right now you can kind of see that they were able to loot up very, very quickly. They got those legendary fishing spots, the Midas floppers, so getting a strong loadout was going to be easy, but Fenno falls again. Teus and King BR, they've been on a roll on this side of the map, and
Y
now
ahora me
Curve
escucha.
is back up against the wall once more.
Sí,
Curve,
no,
the young
no,
superstar.
sí.
Sí, 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 sí,
FNCS, but this weekend,
No,
particularly
sí.
Championship Sunday, I gotta
sí,
wonder where it all
sí.
went wrong.
Look, the Brazilian fans might be outnumbered here in Germany,
Chupi se
but we
fue.
just heard them getting plenty
Ya no iba a
rowdy
estar
for what
viendo
just
eso.
took place on our screens. But now it's all about Peter
Ahora
Von
para cuando
Me fui para
para.
la sala, pues me seguía tirando para la jugada esa que me metí sin querer.
Putting pressure down. That's exactly what they do best. You see how they're approaching this fight differently, Levin? They're not
No
just
sé cómo
bulldozing into the
quitarlo,
box. They make one too many mistakes at the first half of the day. So even them are taking a
Mira
different
Peterbo,
approach
mira
to the game.
Peterbo. Ahora sí.
Pues, te voy a invitar, pero no entres para esas cositas de colores, ¿está bien?
¿Ah?
Ay, que está en la sala.
Y no me dejan entrar otra vez.
With another duo, these guys will not be an easy fish.
Makes sense. You don't want to keep trying to force blocks where they won't fit, and you don't want to overextend your welcome. Pete Boyle, Bearing, trying to maybe switch up, maybe push further into the forest direction, even a little bit north.
Mira, Cron, por allá arriba.
See if Skyjump and Mumsy could be victimized there.
Gotta be careful if you go over there, though. That's where Shark and Teeny lurk around. And they are not a team you want to fight if you're not at your 100% best. Swizzy, Pixie, they've started to heat up this weekend. And Twy is feeling the effects of that. Can this duo be the surprise team that pushes Sky and Stroll, maybe one of the other duos up there, till the very end?
There is just so many duos, though. You look at 268 points on a leaderboard at the halfway mark, and if you are not in that 100-point threshold range, it's very difficult to start thinking about realistically overtaking them. Instead, it shifts. Focus is top 15, and for Pixie and Swizzy, they're still within that striking range, so it makes total sense that they're looking for every opportunity to rack up elimination points because the placements are soon to follow.
That's the one thing we know for sure, especially for a team like Swizzy and Pixie. When they turn it on, they can pick up those eliminations when it matters, but they're being very, very precise about how they want to approach the situation. They know Sides and Scary are holding down that mending machine, so instead of fighting it, they're just going to take their damage and leave. Karama, Akira, rotating through again, and a lot of our teams that kind of would usually stick towards the south side of the map are kind of making quick and early rotations, trying to get into the zone. With the way the Storm Surge changes this year, you're seeing how it affects the gameplay and the differences from globals until now.
This has sort of been the name of the game, though, for Akira and Karama all day. They've just kind of been testing the waters, gauging whether or not some of these surprise opportunities actually pan out in their favor. But for all these other duos, ones like Vico and Malabuka, we know what they are capable of. We're just waiting for that highlight showing.
The toughest thing, and you can ask Pablo and Chino about this, the toughest thing about being in a battle against Sky and Scroll is they don't slow down, they don't misstep. To overcome them, you're gonna have quite the game. Vico and Malabuka are capable of it, but they still have plenty of other top competitors in between them and that first place slot. It's gonna have to be a ramp up in momentum.
Focus and Hero, they were the ones kind of lurking over on this side of the map. You see why. Drained out of all of their extra heals. You got to think Tiggs and Daddy Kush in the same spot. No extra HP, down to the gold. So they're going to go ahead and try to take control of this vending machine. Yakko and Panzer are on top of that hill as well. Not too far out. So 3 teams around Painted Palms, all still having to rotate in. Neither one of them wanting to give up an inch because they know their opposition could take a mile.
But you still have to remember, this is Yapko and Panzer's home base. Bacchus and Hero, they were originally contesting Epic Whale and Pump. We all saw that that was not bearing in their favor, not even the slightest, so they wanted to shift the plan. They're trying to find new opportunities, but that's thrown so many issues, not just for Yapko and Panzer, who now have a lot of their coverage left to try and reclaim, but Vico Malabuka, they're now taking more surge tags from Epic Whale and Pump, who are feeling a little bit more bold, being uncontested.
QA and Phantom just trying to rotate through the south side of Battlewood Boulevard, but this is where you can see a little bit of the difficulties. They're still taking damage all along the way.
Yeah, seeing these guys landing south of Battlewood, definitely was always going to be a difficult day to be had. Even with Benno Curve fighting King and Tails, it was always going to be rough. Shadow and Virgo, right now, doing everything in their power to keep NA still in this battle for first.
Overhead shots kind of just indicating everyone's really inside the calm before the storm. Deemish, Darm, holding out. They've had so many instances of just getting cut short in the early game when they've been trying to prioritize being able to build up some form of a buffer zone. Now it's all about just getting the recovery points online. But Darm, Deemish, you have to remember, all season, all chapter long really, since Tip Top Terrace was removed, they haven't really had a true drop spot to call home. So here today, it was anticipated that they'd have to shift things up constantly.
Over towards Sandy Strip. We typically see this as a mode of rotation, but staying in the zone, they're trying to use it to heal up just a little bit so they don't have to dig deep into the pockets and pull out the pizza or the chug jug. Looking back, spotted out Chino and Pablo. Neither one of them wanted to take a shot. They want to stay and keep their position relatively unknown, because as you rotate out of Sandy Strip, you have a far distance to go, and you don't want to be tagged up all along the way and lose your Storm Surge damage.
Why bother drawing attention to yourself if it's not necessary? Chino and Pablo are another one of those duos that, sure, it might be a 90-ish point disparity between themselves and Sky and Squirrel, but we've seen what they are capable of. They know how to deliver a huge point conversion match.
And unlike some of the other teams like Curve on our screens here, who are having to deal with all these mix-ups and shake-ups in their game plan and their strategy, Pablo Chino able to play their game. That gives them the best possible shot. Nosif and Izzy, we've seen some of the struggles they have had in the mid-game, running into titans of different regions in their pursuit of staying in it. Sky, Scroll, low on Surge for Volko, and so that's going to cause a bit of desperation. He's going to try and force the issue.
For Cringe and Volko, it's a necessity for them to fight this fight. There's not too many targets around the actual spot where they're at now. They're 115 below. They're not taking damage from Storm Surge yet, but they will if they don't get what they need. Nice shot by Volko. That's going to get them 23 above the damage threshold. Pulling Sky and Scroll down that leaderboard along with them, but he answers the call again. Scroll will not be denied in this tournament. Picks up the Elim. Siphon keeping him healthy, which is huge.
Just when you thought Cringe and Volko maybe had the upper hand on the Danes, Scroll reminding everyone why today he is the best player in the world.
Scroll is just undeniable right now. His presence felt in every single moment. Any opportunity that Cringe and Volko might have had completely disappearing right in front of their eyes. The Sky Scroll now with another freebie refresh. It wasn't even a necessity. They are 5-5-5 heading towards the next zone, and they have the luxury of taking their sweet time. A dead side approach is likely in the works.
And just like that, Sky and Scroll back to playing out their regular game, the one we have seen them do all season long. Rico, Manabuka, in typical fashion, things looking a bit messy here, but they thrive in the chaos. Yapko Panzer, a duo that they are very familiar with. Well, they won't want to be fighting against these guys just now, so quick little loot up.
Not even a necessity to have to fight that one. You see they're above the damage threshold and over 400. You're seeing how they got so far above the damage threshold. Shockwave from above. The surprise attack. They didn't see it coming.
They just fully punished Bacchus and Hero for facing the wrong direction. They were boxed up. They had that Flowberry Misgrenade going. You know the visual obscurity is going to be a problem. You've got to make sure that you are keeping at least one member looking the other way.
They set the screen on themselves, and Rico Manabuka jumped on the opportunity. That is what great playmakers do, and that's exactly what Manabuka and Rico have been in the EU for years, showing it on the stage now.
It's one of the best teams, as it seems, controlling their serves. They haven't been ticked once the entire tournament, which is impressive. For which goes to show that they're constantly staying above that damage threshold, planning each rotation perfectly, so not only they can go ahead and accumulate those numbers, but not take damage back themselves.
But can't help but notice the direction that this zone is pulling. This is Vika Malapuka's backyard, but also a duo like Chino and Pablo. They have made a great approach far north of everyone else. They'll have the highest point of elevation. They've just got to make sure they keep their heads on a swivel. They don't want to get caught out by any teams. They're going to sneak up behind them.
Not the spot you want to be in if you're Vidil and Ju below the damage threshold. And the thing is, Lewan Romero, they don't hear that Vidil and Ju are below that damage threshold until their shields crack. But they know aggression when they see them. Vidil know it. They're just trying to climb on top of the Frigid Fortress building. They're not necessarily trying to take a risky 50-50 fight. They're just trying to elevate themselves so they can shoot off into the distance.
But off into the distance, it was Chino and Pablo. The way that they had made their approach into Frigid Fortress's peak elevation is the primary reason why Vidil and Ju are having to expend practically all of their hard material now. Pablo, Chino, they recognize the fact this is likely a team that's rather weak. They have to spend opportunities to heal, so they won't be able to light us up, and they get a free rotate to front side.
And you talked about wanting to build up, to not take a risk. It might have been riskier to do just that. Their biggest opportunity to get damage, Pablo and Chino flew by and they were not ready to get any tags whatsoever. And now you're seeing just how hard it is for them to find any sort of damage. Everybody boxed up, nobody in a rush to move out of their box.
Oh.
Except for them, and they go down.
Sometimes you're just left with no other options when you're that below the damage threshold. But for Acorn and Bolts, they get the zone not too far off where they landed. It gets even closer as it's going over towards the northwest, not too far away from wherever he's at now. And they also get the pull. So for Acorn and Bolts, the main thing on their mind is not going down or making any bad peaks.
One reoccurring trend throughout today, though, is that whoever won the last lobby has had a rather difficult time in the very next. But for Acorn and Bolts, they are looking to escape that narrative. Sharktini, on the other hand, they've got a whole different slew of problems here. 212 below. Shark having to use everything just to try and out-heal some of these Surge takes. 14 players that still need to go down. They'll have to force the issue.
Yeah, there's even another team spraying on that box. Looking behind, they know where they gotta go. They know where the zone's gonna lead. Busy Pixie, they're gonna open that one up and then even more damage on the Teeny, making his life that much harder in this situation. 232, it's now or never. Green Cooper on the other side. Shark takes a big shot. Storm Surge is still taking him down. 20 HP, only a couple of seconds before he is struck out of the lobby completely. Shark shot ball. Now Teeny back up against the wall. A necessary sacrifice. As Shark goes down, he lands a shot and he gets him above the damage threshold.
Most people might be scared to see Teeny in this kind of solo position, but you have to remember, Teeny's been throwing out his own punches, even at 5 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, in that secondary lobby, so he's been popping off.
And I mean, you can look at all the little things that they could have done differently in that moment to keep Shark potentially in the game, but the mistakes were made way before this point in the game, and it's just up for TV now to just keep himself ticking for that much longer. He will crack, and that is the end of that for our second place team in this game. And so an opportunity for Sky and Stroll to continue to improve their lead. But what does Chino and Pablo have to say about that?
Esto lo gana Sky Scroll, papi.
Flashback right now, Peter Boyo, literally flying under the radar. They have that one elimination, 280 damage above, and they are starting to
Que esto lo gana Scroll.
Hay que ver. Hay que ver cuando pasen 6 juegos.
There's one spot you never want to see. It's Pete ahead of the rest of the lobby because he just goes into target practice mode. A lot of damage applied, but they still need refreshes. They need to make it to the bodies because they need to build up more materials and better loadouts. Swizzy, on the other hand, he's already got it. He is set and perched on the high ground. Pixie directly next to him. Who's going to be the first, though, to bring an elimination in?
If you know anything about these two players, this is where they like to be. We have seen them on this stage and in EU make waves from above, but this is not over when you have Acorn and Bolts looking to try and make the back-to-back happen. still so many strong players, so many strong duos left alive in this one. It is not an easy hideout for Fizzy Vixie.
But this is the best chance. Aegis and Ritual, they are pouncing on the leading challengers here today. And that elimination off the scroll. Sky, what are you left to do?
Yeah, you foreshadowed it yourself. He was the one doing a decent amount of the solo clutches. Now with no build, can't take a singular tick off that zone. He's gonna fall. An opportunity has just opened up for the rest of the lobby. But Swizzy and Pixie, they're trying to control it all.
Majors is out of here. Pixie knows that Peterbot's right behind him. And Swizzy has fallen. Boyo's taking him out. The Mythic Reloader. Could it be the difference maker? Peterbot's waiting to see who dares challenge him next.
It was only a matter of time until Peterbot and Boyo reminded the world why they are so feared in NA. This is time to make their game happen.
Mira que esta gente va a venir de atrás de nuevo.
¿Qué?
Peter Bodyfollo.
Way too soon, though, because we've seen so many teams get open from in these here. One shot save is all it takes. Pixie lands a monster.
Como la vez que ganaron.
Pushing him back, making him go and retreat back to Sky Shot this time. Another attack from down below. Vico gets elimination of his own. They're fifth of the game, but they're outside. They need to find the shot from mid. They need to make it inside the zone because they have very, very little extra HP.
But the thing that they did have was full control on the front side. They have escaped all of the congestion. They were able to utilize every single one of their white heals, and now they are ahead. Looking back, preventing anyone from challenging the vicinity. This territory belongs exclusively to them. Front side is completely out of reach. But Pete and Boyo, they're more concerned about the high ground.
Squeezing teams down below, and that just plays right into Vico and Malabuka's hands. They're looking for a retreat, and Vico will hit the shot. Don't go for the loop. They want to keep a hold of the front side of the loop.
But they are trapping down Ree and Cooper. They've opened up here on Boyo on the high ground. The tables have turned. Even for Vico and Malabuka. One of them's down. Vico is down. Those two punch up.
Ah, se odió Peter Boss, cabrón. Toma. Vamos, pollo. Vamos, pollo.
Estamos bajados.
¡Hey!
Just underneath. Boyo, how far can you truly rise when the moment calls you most? When the lights are at their brightest, is fully cracked. A big 150 pump. Boyo just trying to see who's going to try and challenge him first. But Teamish, Dark, they're both just so weak. Boyo's got the chug up. He's sitting back. Another shot into Dark.
¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos!
Se guilló ahí cuando se barrió ahí de...
Sí, pa.
¡Puñeta! Se metió duro ahí.
It was a 2v1 situation.
You was there for a considerable amount of time. We saw you on the high ground, on the low ground, figuring things out. It wasn't that chill, was it, Pete?
I mean, I'm playing with the rest world. I mean, I don't know that spot. I mean, comeback comes down.
The comeback comes down.
We just watched the video.
Pete, it's been up and down
days so far, as you said. The comeback starts now. Are we going to see Prime Peterbot?
Might have to come out soon.
I think he needs to come out now. You're on fire. But you've seen such peak performance in the so that really is a possibility.
That's the good thing you need is to create the confidence.
Okay, Pete, you're always confident, but Pete is saying that you can win. Do you think it's going to be NA on top?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Pete, I need more confidence in you.
Yeah.
¡Qué jugada, cabrón!
Quedó buena.
Muchacho.
Y ahora, ahí te escucha, Quillo. Hay que ver si subieron a alguien.
Sí. Mi amor. ¿Qué? Y a diadre que la hay disparate. A guacharra Merry Christmas.
That was awesome.
¿Qué hace, papi? Ah. Yes.
Pero aquí no ve.
Haciendo nudes. Haciendo nudes.
Fortnite fam! Fortnite fam, we are so bad! We are so bad! Peanut butter pollo!
Bro, just take a chill pill, Zeke. Just relax. Wow, Peter Bottom Pollo. As Pete said, they're back. They are back. Before that game, Fortnite competitor Twitter, they retweeted a tweet from Muzz, and he said,
¿Eh?
"What scroll? It's moving like 2024. Peter
Mira, mira el video, Guillo.
Voy.
In this endgame, what a performance
from these guys. They are back. We have not seen them really too much in this entire day so far. They took height. They had it taken off of them as well. There was a moment here where I thought they'd thrown the game when Peterball tried to take height in the solo. It's this right here. You can see in the middle.
Cabrón.
Trying to chop
¿Y tú?
Uber out, but unfortunately that's a situation. I thought, no, they've thrown it. But oh, no.
Ahora ahí, ahora ahí.
Solo down on the low ground.
Le quedó cabrón.
And then at the end of this game, I mean this one actually, let's watch this shot again.
¿Qué pasa, Kedri?
From Peterbot and Pollo, but Pollo has been looking lethal throughout the whole day. Not only did they win the match in a 1v2 finish, but Pollo picked up 8 eliminations alongside Peterbot's 4. I've talked a lot about expectations, specifically for this duo.
Está bien mexicanito, ¿viste?
Pollo.
Ahora, ¿qué te pasa, Kedri?
¿Qué quiere esta?
No sé, ahí estoy viendo que si así pasó el tiempo.
Coming back into duos have been at an all-time high. They have not been meeting these expectations. You'd look at the placements and you'd say, they've been playing really well, but they haven't been firsts, they haven't been seconds, they haven't been winning, which is what we're so used to seeing with Peterbot and Pollo. And with that performance that we just witnessed right after halftime, I think we're into a very fun surprise here.
And
KS Tomos Mendel Law NCS.
Step up, my man! Put
some respect on that name. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, I don't know how it got on there. Oh, crazy stuff. Peter Bonapoyo. What the heck? That's so clutch. Guess what?
Tenemos a Frogadier acta alternativo con un precio de $179.87. En el top 9 tenemos a Frogadier.
They're going up, they're going up. I'm the match on that side. Three build.
Voy a ver esta gente a venir ya atrás de nuevo.
Nice!
¿Qué? Voy a ver esta gente a venir ya atrás de nuevo.
Nice.
¿Qué?
Nice.
Oh, sorry about that. The mask was back on. I don't know why.
$89 con 87 centavos. En el top 9 tenemos a Frogadier.
Congrats to the duo. How does this impact the standings, though? We have to take a look. What's important to note here, Sky and Scroll fell just inside placement, right? So that it gets
Mira, subieron a 10.
as we wanted. Look at this.
Subieron al 10, papá. Ay, ay, ay.
Los primeros 15 clasifican para, creo que es el mundial. No me acuerdo.
Al mundial.
Sí, es que hay otro en septiembre, creo que es. Y ahí va, aquí clasifican los primeros 15. En septiembre hay uno en julio, pero yo creo que es de solo. Y en septiembre yo creo que es el mundial. Estoy seguro. También, pero ahorita tienen que tratar de ganar otro.
I'm starting to get nervous for EU here. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Shadow Virgo, they were on top in terms of the NA teams, but we look back at predictions going into these finals. Acorn Bolts, they were always on that high end of these predictions, and after a big game before halftime, now continuing forward with another solid match, they are creeping their way up to first.
Gosh. Guys, I wanted to keep talking. There's so much happening in the last game, but...
Pues ya con el mero hecho de llegar ahí, tú eres un duro.
Ajá.
You know, before this tournament started, I was asked so many times, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to take it all? You know what I said? I just want a close tournament. Peter Bot and Pollo looking like they're going to deliver.
This is what it's really all about. Pete, Pollo, you know, they've kind of been waiting it out, feeling out the lobby, but they're sick of it. The comeback has to start now, but they're not the only ones left. There are so many teams creeping their way up.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They saw the party that's being had and they said, we want to get involved, we want to jump in. And if that's a sign of what's to come, this next game is about to be fire.
Viene, let's go.
Subscribers so can now watch
Game 6, and normally we would be talking about this being the last game of the day. What do teams have to do here? But there's still 3 games left, and that's why I look at consistency. They're still in a lead. They still have a cushion, and they still have a game to spare.
And it's easy to try and fixate on that top 5, but there is still a lot of contention for top 15. Daniko's Tiggs, Reason, Noah Riley, who's going to be the first one to fall?
Yeah, nice. Both of them are able to get the floor loop. Down goes Tiggs. A huge advantage here now in numbers. Siphon comes in. Reason is respectfully full health.
Se fue el primero ya.
To be the hero, but he ends up going down.
Doing it for the fans. They roar at the sight of that victory.
Empezó rápido.
We'll play this game out.
Reason, heating up. Maybe a little bit of practice in between the games of 4 and 5 on that 1v1 box fighting map makes a difference after all.
This is where
After all.
Reason right now, they have a chance to start to build confidence. We really haven't seen them
Ahí
in
te
this
las.
position in a few games. Now they're able to win off spawn, right? And since they didn't have a lot of shield,
Ahí
they
te
didn't
cool.
use a lot of HP, so in the overall Storm Surge battle, they had to have come out on top.
It's not often we get to see Chap and Flixie just farming things out. It's been so expected that they would have to try and duke it out for their spot south of New Sanctuary, but teams starting to realize, starting to understand, if we want any sort of momentum on the secondary half of today's lobbies, we're going to have to survive it first, and Vico not going to allow that.
It's so hard at the top.
Ah, por favor, brother.
Don't give up. They're gonna have to make these next couple
Mis
games
oídos.
count. And if this first fight is a sign of intent, then Sky and Scroll are gonna have to look closely over their shoulder. Vico and Malabuka are here to play for it all.
And you have to remember, Vico Malabuka, they've only done it once to Sky and Scrolls. Granted, it took place in a Divisional Cup Finals, but the impact is still there. A lesson was learned. For Chino Pablo, that might be teaching a really big one right here, right now, in a moment, to Jason Liam.
You gotta be careful. This is the same exact thing they did in that last game. They found it successful, and they're trying it again. Don't fix what isn't broken.
Tengo ahora, voy a la ropa a lavar. ¿Qué? Voy a poner la ropa a lavar.
He's gonna narrowly
Dale.
escape danger. He doesn't even know how close he just got to getting taken down by Chino and Pablo.
It's one of those instances where you can't help but hold your breath. You expect that Chino Pablo are still going to have the upper hand here. Liam, Chase, they're splitting the loot. They're feeling like they've gotten an ability to bring things together. And Pablo, Chino just staring them down. They know Chase is right behind. And Chase might be finished, but the patience, the reservation here, the trigger fingers not firing off.
That's just the little decisions that really carry on to the end game. Left instead of right, up instead of down. Jason Liam don't know, but they made the right call.
Yeah, I don't know if that patience was worth it from Pablo and Chino, unless they come back around and get something better from it. In this meta, you just got to take
Estos Trilly jugando a Ñangotau.
And yeah, that opportunity has completely slipped through the fingers. Now Liam and Chase are long gone. Still, I understand why they didn't pull the trigger. They felt like they had a big fish waiting for them. But they didn't take the bait. Scroll, Sky. I mean, what more can we say about these two? Plenty to say about this situation here. Ju left alone as a solo against Yapko and Panzer, who we have seen them in box fights like this today, and they have been relentless.
Yeah, in terms of just straight damage and controlling the top side of the map, they've done a wonderful job so far. They just need to be able to convert that into either high elimination games or playing into the top 10 consistently to close the day. But for Ju, he's just kind of waiting in the wings. He just has to have this moment here where he does nothing. But Taco, he's officially on the clock. There's no extra heals in his inventory, and he's now in the zone.
And even if he's able to scavenge some bandages, a med kit, it just might not matter. Yakko Panther can hold him, but Curve, get him, Fraggy with it. I know that he's still got a long way to go before he makes his way towards the top, but every little bit helps at any stage.
Absolutely. Akira and Karama, a team we've seen much of in these mid-games. They have been an ever-present force, still yet to be the protagonist of one of these end games. Looks like they're going to run into Kindex and Phantom, who have something cooking up for them. Will these guys waltz into that building? I know they're hoping so.
This is part of the problem that kind of gets established over at Battlewood Boulevard when you have so many teams just setting up, posturing, preparing for the ultimate ambush. Akira Karama, they're going to be spotted out first and foremost by Benno, who's trying to stir a little bit of a fuss here, but Curve on the other side of things, he might just be too isolated.
This is playing out perfectly for Phantom and UNDX. They get the elimination. The work works out perfectly. Now they're able to kind of bolster their loadout a little bit more, and for Venno, you can definitely feel the pain.
There's just too many buildings. There's too many hiding holes, and that's part of the reason why Akira is taking advantage of some of the chaos, but it's not the big punch you'd expect. Just a little bit to kind of lean off continuing that fight.
Well, all this is going down at the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. You got to think Sky and Scroll are getting the best of it, but Noah Riley trying to save the day. Razan is already down, but he's able to clean up one elimination rather quickly, kind of force it. Lone member there on the other side to try to make a decision. Do I push in or do I try to be the hero, get the reboot card, and come back to visit this situation later? Noah Riley does look like he's going to find success on that revive, so Panzer's time here has run out. No choice but to disengage.
But where does that leave them as far as this game is concerned? Recovery isn't impossible, but it is improbable, you'd say, for a team that has had their fair share of struggles today. Speaking of struggles, Drew on the other side, these are just not the two teams that this arena wants to see in this position right now.
You just can't forget, Drew's been here the entire time. While Yapko and Panzer are preoccupied trying to deal with the likes of O'Reilly and Rizan, they encounter this whole new problem of Vidil now being brought back into the mix. Granted, there's still a lot of damage left to be undone here. Drew and Vidil have a far ways to go before they make it into zone. All of the teams that are ahead of them, all of the teams that could potentially be looking to run back this direction too for that reboot inside of the storm, it's just not going to be very easy to climb their way out.
Oh, sneak plays. We like to see them.
Oh my God,
A ese le hicieron un bureo.
the stair was in the way, and as soon as the stair came
Muchacho.
down, it was like a jump scare. A whole team jumping into the box, turning that one around rather quickly.
For a moment, I think we all thought that he had him, but darn Deemish, they understand. They cannot afford another lobby when the standings are this tightly knit. Going out before the placement points really have a chance to impact things would just be devastating, because all these other teams inside the top 6 specifically have more than enough opportunity to catch up and overtake.
Lexi and Squizzy over towards Squibbly Shores. Trying to make their move all the way over from Dark Dominion. Rather now instead of later with the rest of the lobby. It's going to make it hard to maintain your position on Surge. Drew probably spots out a reboot coming through, able to get a knock on a Yapko, but a whole other duo comes to crash the party. And there's a 14 at the bottom that's moving closer and closer. But the one right here that he has to worry about is Cold and Rapid. They're trying to close in on the distance. And while they're focused on Jew, a revive is going to come out. Scary and Sayaz as well. That was that team I was talking about. Shoot off into the distance and clean up that elimination onto Jew.
That frustration really starting to build up, because when you are at that 82, 90 points range, it's hard not to overtake it. But Rapid Cold, don't get distracted now.
Yeah, we have to remember, for a team like Vidil and Drew, the prospect of falling and getting a top 15 to be able to solidify a spot for the global championship would be everything. These guys want more than that. And Yapko and Panzer, again, in one of these fights here in Storm, not somebody to play with, even if you're Cold and Rapid.
Fresh off of what looked like a revive situation down in the dirt. I'm not sure how they opened that one up on the Cold. They took him down, and now they leave Rapid in a peculiar situation. He has enough gold. He can bypass this situation and try to get the reboot, but I'm not sure he wants to leave all that loot behind.
I just watched Yapko go from 15 builds to over 110. He got his loot llama. He doesn't need to stick around to see what happens next with Rapid. They know they need to get out of dodge and start actually making their way toward the zone. By Rapid, he's sick of it. You're gonna ruin my game. I'll take yours down with me. Yapko has been knocked. The delay now for Panzer. Do I commit or do I back off? But Rapid's not gonna let it happen.
Rapid, who are you feeling like? I mean, if this is what you're gonna do, then we really want to see more of you right now. Panzer needs to be careful, because Rapid is not messing about. Even with the free builds he has, you still fancy him in to find something. Panzer just has to regain control, use the mad advantage he has to keep the distance, keep the separation, and keep the angles in his favor.
And for Rapid, that was huge. Going into a 2v1 situation at that, and now he's trying to put pressure. Doesn't want to let the revive come out. A fake shockwave, and the elimination comes through either way. Rapid kind of evening that exchange, but you could see he wasn't able to get any of that loot. Only 6 builds left to his name, so wherever he goes for that reboot, Panzer will be there.
He was so prepared for the challenge, but he had 0 materials. He could not afford to just charge head on into where Panzer was directed, but the damage has still been done. Panzer will have to play this game as a solo for the time being, and making it to a reboot ban with so many other teams closing in is not going to be easy.
Great to see that Vico and Malabuka are back up. Earlier in the game, I did see in the feed that they were taken down, left as a solo, but right back at it. That's what happens sometimes when you have Frigid Fortress to yourself. The zone goes to the south. There's a lot of open space and opportunity, which is needed by Vico and Malabuka. They're the team that's right on the heels of Sky and Scroll, especially when they're performing so well.
Talking about teams putting in big performances. What we just witnessed from Pollo in that last lobby, absolutely disgusting. But they're going to need even more still. They're really going to have to put the pedal to the metal. They are still trailing in terms of top 5 potential here. But with Pollo and Peterbot, if they can keep firing off on all cylinders, it might just be game over.
The trend we've seen with Pete and Pollo is that they like to heat up towards the back end of competitions. And usually we see that in 6-game tournaments, right? Where game 5 and 6, they have their pop-off moment. We got a couple more games after that. What happens when that continues and continues and the momentum builds? Are they still a potential threat at the top of this leaderboard? These two will try and make that not possible with just how consistent they are.
It's just so scary, though, if you're Scroll and Sky, because you are leading the pack. You are ahead in the standings, but you also have that additional pressure. They are Major 1 champions for EU, but even after that accomplishment, it's another thing entirely to pursue it and receive it and take it over in a LAN environment.
Essentially, this game right here, about a 46 or so point difference as of now. Sky and Scroll still leading in first, but you have multiple teams, including Acorn and Bolts, hot on those heels. And for them, they're 183 above the damage threshold. Bolts and Acorn have been playing consistent. They have a win in the tournament so far today. It's just about making it really matter in the last half. And I think one of the biggest difference makers, especially for a team like Acorn and Bolts, is they don't necessarily go elimination crazy.
Could be the case. Shark and Teeny, though, certainly a team that can deliver those big-time performances. Heavy elimination, strong placements, but first, they're going to need to see if they can take out Garden and Demish. Caught them a little bit off guard here. Going to force out the build, some spot of retreat, but Shark is just beaming anybody he can in the lobby. He needs all the damage he can get right now, because they are currently still sitting just above that damage threshold. And as the players start to rift in overhead of Humble Hills, this could be even more complicated.
Still, shots are connecting. We can't overstay. It is going to go from 2 ticks per second that you're inside of the zone to 5 ticks, so he immediately tries to beeline his way there. Rightfully so, because you look at where the zone pulls all the way across the map. Max pull for the majority of the lobby. We're headed on over to Battlewood.
Pretty big confidence decision, though, from Shark. He was hanging out in the storm so far away from his duo, Teeny, and yet they weren't punished for it. They kind of scouted out the fact that they had an opening for Shark to kind of stick around, look to try and punish some players. We're a little bit later than the rest of the lobby, but now Swizzy, Pixie, they're on pace to try and take over the top half of that leaderboard.
See just how this zone is shaping up. All those early rotations will be crucial. This isn't the type of zone where you want to be running in late. It's so easy to get focused here as these players move in. Pixie, Swizzy, looking for a refresh, looking for any sign of weakness. They won't find it in Vico Malabuka. Those guys are looking good. Shark and TV, a tournament-defining game for these two.
Yeah, as soon as they made it inside of the zone on this side of the map, TD immediately took damage from Belusi and Zangy down below. But I like the approach. Instead of getting aggressive and trying to fight back, they're letting them move forward. We'll follow them in the rotation with these shockwaves, because right now we don't need Surge. We just need to survive.
But that pizza box was the last of their resources. They don't really have a whole lot in the White Heels department. And for Sky, Scroll, the pressure is on. Kanata, Victor B, trying to see if they can challenge and take down their EU opposition here. But Scroll and Sky will have none of it. They are protecting their space, refusing to allow anyone to try and catch them off guard.
Like, this is the point in the game. You almost have to have Sky and Scroll go down, because this is where they excel the most in the end game, whether they're together as a duo or playing as individuals. So as the day continues to go on, depending on where they're at the leaderboard, I want to see somebody try to make a play.
This is exactly what we were talking about. It was always going to be a tough task for Ritual to rotate in, and Those guys took the opportunity. Again, we see Sky looking to, again, get a bit of an advantage as far as Surge is concerned, not looking as comfortable as we typically see them.
Part of this issue is just stemming from the fact that when they were based up in their hill position, all that action was taking place on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. They didn't really have the best opportunities to establish any early surge because everyone was hiding out inside the buildings instead. So that's bleeding over into their problems right now. But Sharktini, they're creating so many issues in the lobby.
Sharkus, he's trying to cook something up right now. He might be over cooking. Just got to take a moment to breathe and stay and follow Teeny. Vico, what are these guys cooking?
That was tough. A big elim there because that is not just elimination. You saw they locked that player outside of the lobby. That means they're one step closer to placement. Just like Peterbot and Pollo, they caught fire in that last game. And what a better time to catch fire in the second half of today's tournament. 91 above the damage threshold. Peterbot and Pollo are looking for more.
Will lightning strike twice is the question. Can we have another crazy performance that leads to a win for those two? There's plenty of people in this lobby who are going to get in the way of that. Vico and Malibu are poised to do just that from this position here. Great priority as far as being elevated into moving into that next zone. Sky and Scroll. This is just not where we want to see them, looking so uncomfortable, looking desperate for damage.
It is a nightmare of a scenario. 1187 below the damage threshold. No extra heals. They're able to bump right up the top of that damage threshold, but they have to rotate again. They have no extra shields, but they're on the front side of the zone. They built themselves a little space. Shark and Teeny, aggression turns to bite them in the behind instead. They lose all of their shields, all of their momentum right there in that one moment.
But also trying to keep it rolling here on the low ground. Vico, Malabuka, they've had the chance to heal, and that might have been the only breathing room they needed. Vico, Malabuka now going to start to make their approach from the backside of zone. Who's going to be next? They're going to continue to wrap around. They've got the white heals. They can afford to take a couple of ticks of storm, but Bolt's coned up. Builds so limited. 80 left on the Jug. He's going to try and play his own life, buy a little bit more time. While Shark and Teeny, they've eliminated enough players, but can they get another? Because they're going to need the refresh.
Pollo is down, but that's okay. It's time for a flashback performance from Peterbot. But can he stop the freight train that is Teeny and Shark? Bolts is doing his best, but he's just ran out of builds, trying to hide the cone. He gets found out. He's seeking for more. Victor B gets struck down by lightning, but Bolts cannot pick up the elimination. Even Scroll, they're feeling that same pain, separated once again.
But now it's Sky's turn to pick up the ball and carry it forward. Sky doing everything. 5 overdrive grenades, but only 39 HP. Blueberry missed grenade. He knows there's a team that could potentially be trying to make a play for height. He's going to be able to siphon off some shields from it, but first and foremost, he has to figure out where can I go next, because bodies are just surrounding him everywhere, and they're closing in.
And even with Vico and Malabuka's best efforts in this game, the longer Sky stays alive, the harder it is to catch up. He is doing everything he needs to right now.
Yeah, into the top 12. Half of the placement points come in at that top 10 marker, but again, he's aggressed. Shockwave's out of position once more, but he's quickly running out of builds. A lot of his resources going right down the drain, but an opportunity there onto Dark. Breaks into the wall. Oh my, a perfectly placed ramp is going to save the day and allow for Sky to not get the elimination, but he's still on the hunt for more.
He's going to keep hitting shots like that if they present themselves. And Sky now patiently waiting for that next opportunity to strike.
Sky trying to see just how far can he carry the torch forward, but look, from the land down under, way up above the rest of the lobby, Tinka and Resigned. They've just been silently building overhead, throttling everybody in these congested lower layers.
Aquí se fue Peter Bot, ¿verdad?
Escuché, creo que sí, no estoy seguro.
Mi amor. Un break. Obrigado.
Are not slowing down. Even Sky, he will not be denied. He's essentially the inevitable player. He does it again. He takes the crown away from King, puts it on his own head. Into the top 4 we go. This is a run.
Ahora Sky va flying, cabrón. No, Dios.
And he's done just enough to continue to keep that lead. Flixie will try and move above, but it's going to be the OC duo
¿Dónde salieron estos?
The boys from OCE do it. They're putting their entire region on their back. They don't want to just win here. They want to go to the global championship.
Resigns, this isn't your first rodeo, but it is OCU's first win at FECS LAN. How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels amazing. This is the best feeling. This is the best feeling.
Tinker, you haven't always had the best results on land, but here you are proving that it can be done for Australia and everyone watching back home. You had the high ground, you had it clean. Did you know once you'd established yourself that this was in the bag?
I think the main thing is just to play with confidence. You got to forget your OC and you just got to play like you do at home, and it works.
It worked. Was always the intention to go for high ground?
I mean, yeah, like on land, everyone's pretty scared, so like we just don't play scared, we just take height.
Good friend Queasy, he established that one a while ago and it's clearly working for you. But the key thing now is consistency. You haven't had the best game so far, but do you feel like this win is going to give you the confidence now to get off spawn and get to the finish line?
100%.
Well, boys, congratulations again. Making history for OCE. Integra resigns. We're going to head to a break and maybe more history will be made.
Conlo Pantala completa. Quienti pregunto calva. Si part del blostar crew, elite y superon membresia. Hola, no alca subscriber so canal wide chartulai. Codigo blostar on creador.
The Blue Jays right fielder was struck by a ball thrown from the stands. I checked in with a Camden Yards employee out there who told me that fan was ejected. Guys, as you said upstairs, absolutely no place for that. Two Sanchez elsewhere has hurt himself. The Blue Jays right fielder was struck by a ball thrown from the stands. I checked in with a Camden Yards employee out there who told me that fan was ejected. Guys, as you said upstairs, absolutely no place for that. Two Sanchez elsewhere has hurt himself. The Blue Jays right fielder was struck from the stands. I checked in with a Camden Yards employee out there who told me that fan was. It's one of the few times I actually agree with the umpire arguing that.
Fortnite fam, today is truly a movie. Resigns and Tinka get themselves a victory royale. The first ever victory royale from OCE on land. I think what's so crazy about this is we're watching the game in the back, and for a moment everything's kind of going chaotic, and then we look up and we're like, where's Signs of Tika? Okay, well, maybe they can hold it. I mean, there's so many of the names we know will contest height. They're not here. They're gonna win. Wait, OCE's gonna get a win. Wait, OCE's gonna get a win.
An incredible effort from the guys, and as you can take a look right here, it's not like they kind of jumped up on the high ground last second, right? They were kind of holding this out the entirety of the end game. Kind of the meta within the meta here on lane in game number 6, taking a little bit of a change, because as we've been watching all the games today, it's kind of been a messy on the high ground, but Resign figured out a way to suppress the rest of the lobby, go ahead and continue themselves up on the high ground. They end this game as well with 9 eliminations. That's going to throw them so much further up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think going into that game, the cutoff was around 150 points-ish, and I believe that they've surpassed that with that match. Now, obviously, we've got to see how the points continue to kind of change from all the other teams that also placed well, but they have a solid chance of getting top 15 now, and not only being the first OCE team to ever win a game on LAN, but also qualify themselves directly to the Global Championship.
Oh man, of course, massive shout out to them, but as we look at this top 10, Sky and Scroll are at 352 points. What I like about this game is now we finally get to see a Sky solo clutch, right? We've seen a few Scroll side, but now Sky's like, hey guys, listen, I know that guy can clutch, but I want to make sure that you know that I can clutch.
These guys give it a rest, man. Like, oh, we're going to have a close race here towards the end of the competition. It's like, oh man, still one of them going down early. Yeah, the duo went down early. There's still one of them on the back every single time. I think more than half, actually, I'm pretty sure more than half of their total point amount right now is 100%. Like, it is incredible the performance these guys are putting on right now.
I mean, this happened back in the EU Major Finals. I talked about it earlier on that Sky is just as capable to get these solo clutches. But I remember I was telling Vivid right when we were watching this match, I said, okay, Sky, he's got like 17 HP, you know, he can solo clutch, but it's going to be a little tough. He shut me right up in an instant when he just came through zone, elimination. I mean, I don't even know how many points he clutched in that match, but both players have been playing incredibly, and they deserve that #1 spot they're currently sitting in.
Dude, they can see it, right? They can see the light in the tunnel. They can see that trophy. They can see themselves wearing the little crown on the top of that trophy. They better wear when they stand up here. But now it's about holding on, right? Where like I want to say, the job's not done. We still have 2 more games to go. Look right behind though, Vico, Malabuka. We are seeing them come alive. This is the Vico we have seen in the past that has won. All kinds of stuff. Vico is online, and he sees one thing standing between him and that trophy, and it's Sky and Scroll.
A super like nuanced approach I really kind of seeing from Vico and Malibu in the second half of the day right now is they go ahead and play the fact that they go up to a lot of high ground, they're up there for a bit, and they get all the way back down to the low ground continuously, and this is where they really start to make things happen. Every single time we kind of tune in them when they're up on the high ground down here, it's like low mats. But they continue to find the refreshes to keep their game going.
And they had low mats because they changed their playstyle from last season to this season. This season, they play incredibly confidently. They have some of the highest average eliminations. They even had it in the upper bracket qualifying to today in the EU Major Finals. They know how to get eliminations, but they also use a lot of mats. They run out of materials, but they're so confident in their ability to get refreshes that they just make it work.
And one thing that I love doing whenever we kind of see some of these players go down, obviously this was a great game from Vico and Malabuka, right? But the reaction there when they do finally go down, it didn't really seem like Malabuka was happy with that one at all. And to me, that feels like he knows that the chase is on between him and first place, and every single point matters. So anytime he goes down, it sort of feels like a failure because he's not catching up.
Look, there's a reason Vico Malabuka were the only duo to have not taken storm damage in this whole tournament. I'm impressed.
Dude, me too. I'm also impressed by Acorn and Bulls. Obviously, we swapped places with Vico and Malabuka, but right now, this is NA's last hope, right, to walk away with a title for NA. But with 2 games left to go, I think now more than ever, we need to pick up that pace. We need to make something happen if we're targeting that #1 spot.
Yeah, after we kind of take a look at the leaderboard when this event finishes, if we do not see a team like Apron and Bolts up in first place, I think we have to look towards game number 6 right there because they were so close, right? They were sitting up there at top 3. It seemed like all the points were just, you know, they were in distance, striking distance. But they go down early in game number 6. They don't get a lot of points right there, right? It kind of feels like they falter just a little bit. They had the momentum. It gets slowed down. They've got 2 games left to kind of catch up. Can they do it?
You said it yourself. A couple matches left. This is where you start feeling the pressure. This isn't a 2-day competition. This is the last chance that these players have to crown themselves FNCS Major 1 Summit champions. The top 3 are all Titans, legends in Fortnite competitive. I don't know. It's not close.
Dude, I don't know. I'm starting to think about that top 15. Let's roll on over. Let's see. Oh, dude, Chap and Blixie jumped up 12 placement spots after that last game. I'm telling you, I'm going to keep saying it. One game. One game can turn every single thing around. If the competition was over, right? Technically, it should be. That was game number 6. But we have 2 more here. One game can put a duo into the top 15.
Look, there's a reason Blixie was the best performing player in 2025 trios as a German representing in his home turf right now. Everything is on the line. He's had a tough drop spot. He's had tough early games, but they've been making it work. They've been making it happen. And now with that bump in the leaderboard, Vivid, I'm excited to see how they close it out.
Guys, I want to keep talking. I do. But the game's already. I feel like we just got to jump back into the action. So, casters.
Este juego se tardó más en empezar que el anterior.
Games left. It almost feels like we have 2 tournaments in one. They battle for first place, the best in the world, and our top 15 are global championship spots.
It is going to be a tight finish. That is one thing I can guarantee you. All over the leaderboard, we're seeing so many big names that we've expected things from fighting and converging all into this game number 7.
Quedan 2 jueguitos más.
There was ever a chance, if there was ever an opportunity to try and steal it away, Game 7 might just be your best bet. The drone shot, it's not coincidental. What's going to take place at Battlewood Boulevard?
This is where we've been waiting for quite some time. Sky and Scroll, and it seems as of now, business as usual, uncontested towards the north side of the map. So if we're expecting any surprises on first, it's going to come in the last game of the day.
Understandably, I think they could have went either way as far as looking to try and make the play to win the tournament. Around the map though, again, the desk hyped it up, and we will continue to as well. So many different teams pushing for top 15, a chance to qualify themselves for the global championship in Antwerp. No rhyme or reason we've seen them win this on Spawn in that previous game. Outside of that, it's not been the best of fortunes.
There's definitely a big point differential between these 2 teams that are clashing head-on as well. Isn't it O'Reilly? They're going to need a big come-up to try and cut the gap. But for Danikush and Diggs, losing every spawn from this point forward would be devastating because that's likely a global spot on the line.
Tune into this side of the map, Chap, Blixie, even though they didn't get that elimination, Tinka is down. Romero is the one that's going to get credit for that one, but either way, Resigns is going to be by himself. Chap and Blixie are starting to go on the chase. They're closing the gap, 1 box away, and it does look like he's trying to fight back until eventually they're closing in and get that elimination. From on top...
Mira, muévete un poco antes que te voten.
The pinch from both sides. He had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
And it's crazy to think that at one point, even before leading into globals, when they first found their spot cemented for this competition, a lot of the community was asking, when are they going to split? Chap and Blixie, we haven't really seen them shine the way that they both look to be as individuals, and yet here today they are proving that sticking it out has paid off dividends.
Over here at Sandy Strip, more shenanigans. Will there be any damage though from it? Chino in that instance.
Does look like they're going to take their time this time around. With one less team to worry about, they just saw them leave Sandy Strip. They got a little bit more space to work with, a little bit more loot to try to get this time around. A Sig, Danny Kush, we did see in the feed, they got an elimination onto one, but Reed and Cooper, they quickly crashed the party. This game, I feel like, is going to move at a swift pace, everybody realizing what's at stake, but it may cause some mistakes in the game plan. Reed and Cooper taking probably way too much damage, they would hope, trying to third party this fight.
It's less about the Nikush and Diggs and more about where Vico and Malabuka are at. Vico taking every single advantage given to him from just overhead, finding those damage applications off the surge tags, and is just going to keep applying steady pressure, steady control. Sharkatini, though, they're taking over.
Sharkatini started the day loud, but as the race for first place slowly slips them by, this game could be the one that pushes them back into contention. Peterbot, Hoyo, something left to be desired from their last game. They look to make amends here.
They have 2 chances to really make a run for the top side of that leaderboard, and right now they go to lurk onto one, realize he's caught out by himself, but they're unable to capitalize. No real damage, no real knock, and it does look like No Sip is going to try to close the gap. Peterbot landing a couple of tags, sees him trying to run, and they instantly close the distance with a shockwave. No Sip again, causing a little bit of confusion, but he bumps into the tree until he eventually goes down. Peterbot and Hoyo realize where they're at on the leaderboard, and if they want to take first, they're going to have to come online.
Hoyo and Peterbot are doing just that. They'll go ahead and start leaving the vicinity because they realize there's other games afoot.
We've seen them pick up one of Dizzy or No-Sip in these games and still go on to struggle later down the line. It's about piecing it all together as the game continues. If they have any shot of having a respectable finish for players of their caliber.
Things might get a little sticky here, though, at Riptides. Focus and Thomas waning on their material count, but Nalu just overhead. Creeping about, waiting to see the opportunity presents itself. Will they strike? Sometimes it's best to remain out of sight, out of mind, and just look for the reboot opportunity.
Just kind of looking right now. Tom's focused. They have 2 eliminations. You saw kind of backtrack. Nalu had at least 1, so it almost seems like Thomas focused crashed the party that Nalu and Brady were in. So Nalu has no choice but to hide, disengage, and try to survive for now. Swizzy, Pixie, again, almost everybody in this lobby moving at such an accelerated pace. A lot of the teams were not even seen remaining in their POI like usual.
And this is something that has taken Swizzy and Pixie some time to figure out, but all of that contention that took place over at Dark Dominion, helping them out so much later on down the road. Curve and Benno, they're ready to take out Rama and Akira. Enough of the games, they're just going to win it all.
It's not quite been the night that Benno and Curve would have been hoping for after they lit up NA. But there have been signs of greatness and plenty to learn from as this duo continues their journey. And who knows, maybe back-to-back crazy pop-off gives them a chance of solidifying their spot in globals. Chino, Pablo, we've seen these guys trying to make plays like this all day long. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. This time around, in the tunnel.
Yeah, underneath painted palms. The original teams that kind of land over at this side of the map have kind of been distracted for a good portion of this early game, but they do hear noise. Reed and Cooper up above, farming up the metal that they don't necessarily get access to over towards Latte Landing. But it's just a matter of, do they hear that chest? Are Reed and Cooper going to try to go underneath and try to get it all?
If Chino and Pablo are willing to wait it out, something tells me they have a pretty good idea that Reed and Cooper are eventually going to keep searching for additional loot, and playing from inside of the tunnel could be a big difference maker, but we'll have to wait and see whether that actually pans out in their favor. It's a big time commitment either way.
Last time we waited in Game 6, it didn't quite pan out, so they'll be hoping for better fortune this time around. Oh, what do we have here? Vardial up against Panzer and Yapko again in the storm here at Painted Palms. And again, Yapko and Panzer will come out on top.
Yeah, to start this game off, 15th place was 174 points. So they got at least a little bit of a goal line to try to achieve. Reed and Cooper as well, 148 points currently. A little below where they need to be, but that's why you can see they're lurking around trying to get the eliminations at 4 points per elimination. If they could just find a couple here, have a good game, they'll at least put themselves within reach going into game 8.
But look, even if it's a one tick, they're not the only ones that have those same intentions. Pablo, Chino, they've just been steadily following along at a snail's pace. Only they'll have the opportunity to at least use a couple of bandages, put themselves in a slightly healthier HP position. Reed and Cooper, though, clock's ticking. Splashes are going to have to come out. They're building against the direction that Yapko and Panzer are facing, and they might be running straight into the clutches of Pablo and Chino.
Just one of those moments right here for Chino and Pablo. They've been all around the map lurking, and you see how early they left that sandy strip, and you saw the material count. They sacrificed loot, they sacrificed loadout, everything, because they realized one of the most important things in this entire tournament is surge.
Look, some lessons to be learned here for Pablo and Chino, as far as just investing that time, waiting for the payoff. And even they eventually will have a point in which they say, maybe we don't want to do this, but maybe they do. Not too far away, but no, they will continue to run back towards the safe zone with nothing to really show for it, and now negative damage to show for it.
Negative surge, not a whole lot of material count. They've had to spend the brunt of this lobby essentially just waiting to see if any of their plans would even come to fruition. And with all of it being just a nothing burger at the end of it, and there's just so much that they have to now try and recover.
While one team waits in the mud, another team sits from their perched up seat from above. These guys, honestly, you could capture this frame here and tell me it was from any game this season and I'd believe you. They love that spot and it does pay dividends for them.
Very scary zone to see as well if you are Vico, Malabuka, Acorn, or Bolts, because you know that not only are Sky and Scroll in a home base position, but they're also in very familiar turf. They know how to navigate these final moments from this side of the map, and if it continues drawing in their direction, that's going to make it all the more complicated for Vico and Malabuka to even have the slightest opportunity, because they need to eliminate Sky and Scroll or put them in a position where the lobby can take care of them. But when you have to make such a long trek across the map to even get close to them in the first place, those opportunities, you just start to think back, was the Battle Bush Challenge where we should have been?
You have to have the courage to make the tournament winning plays. It's something we see on a weekly basis, Jacob, as far as EU and NA competition goes. Teams are willing to make those plays. We've seen Vico and Malabuka make those types of plays against Sky and Stroll. It's a matter of stepping up when the lights are the brightest here on this stage.
Honestly, it was Vico I heard in between games just kind of yelling to, I don't even know who, saying we're doing this. He's trying his best. He realized one of the only ways is to get those eliminations. That's why each and every game you see them getting more and more aggressive. Belusi, Zangi, same thing for them. They're roughly 64 points away from that top 15, and that means every elimination counts. But as he tries to shoot down, get damaged, it gets stolen away by Hari and Cammy, and they're instantly closing the distance. If not for the elimination itself, which you saw Belusi kind of cleaned up, it's for the loot that they feel that they earned.
For Cammy and Hari, they're really just trying to find a chance to step it up yet again. We've only really seen them once hit the highlight reel, and ever since, it's just been so difficult. But that is the caliber of lobby that they are contending with. Ritual Agers, very much in a similar boat. They're trying to do everything in their power to see how can we actually leapfrog our position on this leaderboard. But if you're going to make these kinds of drawn-out plays, you've got to hope that you're ahead of the rest of the lobby, and they're doing a great job at positioning themselves for every zone.
And that's the beauty of the summit, right? Of course, we get to crown a champion, but the implications for the rest of the year. Imagine how valuable it would be for Ritual and Angels, who we have seen the struggles they've had with their off-spawn situation. If going into the next major, they have a spot at globals already. They need to keep this up to keep a top 15 global spot.
See Shark and team.
Oh dear.
Rotating through Sky goes down. Peterbot and Pollo, they've done this year after year, whether it was duos or trios, they go after first. It's the best chance they got. And now we're scrolling down to 40 HP, forcing out the splashes. Look how close the zone is. Third parties are now interrupting this fight. Peterbot and Pollo know at a time, if they stay alive, it'll become mathematically impossible. So they have to slow down the point game here. It's now or never, because if Sky and Skrull continue to stay alive, this tournament will be over.
Peterbot and Pollo, they don't want to let Skrull have any sort of chance to slip away from them. They are chasing him down, hard body, but at the same time, the lobby, the interventions, but it's not going to save Skrull, not just yet. And look at the direction he's headed, straight into the likes of Shark and Teeny, and they might have heard all the commotion. They're right around the building face. All they need is to see whether or not Skrull is right behind them, but he's managed to escape. Every second counts, and now, just like that, Skrull sends out a shot. Teeny's alerted, Shark looking back, but Skrull's on the ropes. These are his last legs.
71 HP, and right now they're chasing him down, and that HP is not going to last long, especially if it activates, but Shark doesn't let it come to that. They are down in 39th place. We have a tournament on our hands.
Vico and Malabuka, this has to be the game to bring it to number 8 and give yourself the best shot at taking that trophy home.
But do they realize only 73 above? They know that they cannot afford to step the slightest bit out of line. Surge going to jump in a moment. 99% of Malabuka and Vika's points being earned with both players is ridiculous.
These are two players who we usually praise them for their individual solo prowess. That hasn't been what's been delivering the goods today. It's been their teamwork and their efforts together, and they need that here.
For a moment, we saw second and fourth about to clash. But you have to remember who's also in the mix. Acorn Bolts cutting it right down the middle in third.
This is so close, and even them, 522 above the damage threshold. Even though only 21 players need to go down before it's no longer a thing, they are so far above, they're not going to have to worry about it. So this here is a moment for them to just weaken the lobby, try to take them out one by one by one.
Swizzy and Pixie. Spotlight's on you right now. Can you break away from it, though? They'd rather play it through the shadows. They don't want the attention of the lobby, not when their material count is already so thin. But Pixie, Swizzy know that everything's working against them, and just like that, Saez is going to strike. Pixie is down for the count, but Swizzy, in a moment of peril, manages to bring it forth. 100 builds now. He's got the potential to see how long he could cling on for life.
Both of our solo clutch players there in that situation. Even Ritual getting an elimination, but you can see when the dust settles, Swizzy got that elimination, but he's still 244 below. He realizes he cannot keep Pixie up in the game. They don't have enough heals to out-heal it.
And this is a big moment for every single one of those players in that top 5 or 6 area. This is your chance to close the gap and make game number 8 a final battle between all these different teams.
Swizzy, he's got the HP. Tyler, definitely in some threats, but Shark, Teeny, they're really starting to pick up the pace here. Werix and Kiruo are going to be some of the next in their line of sights. They've already got one piece of the puzzle. They don't even need to go after the next. They'd rather keep tabs on what the rest of the lobby is doing, but they're gonna have to get active. Epic Whale and Pomp, this is the last thing you want to see charging right at you, but for Shark and Teeny, their moment is now.
Really just trying to take over in this game. They had a few stumbles that they didn't expect, but with first place down, they're trying to close that gap. You can see they're neck and neck with Acorn and Bolts on that leaderboard. Even Shadow and Virgo looking back. Tyler is down. That's an elimination for Shadow. 4 more points, but they're not going to be able to get the loot.
Yeah, boss. What's he cooking up? Ami and Ari blink and you might miss it. They are sent right back to the lobby.
But look at where Shark and Teeny are positioned. They're doing a great job at elevating themselves, and they're not the only ones. Bolts, Acorn, also sitting idly by, waiting to see just how much effort they're going to have to put forth into this next rotation, because they might be able to conceal themselves on the move, but Peterbot and Pollo, they're after the big ones. They're trying to go fishing for some more eliminations. 4's just not going to be enough. They want the comeback more than ever.
Yeah, they're not just playing for prize money. They're not just playing to qualify for the global championship. They are playing for first place. We saw that as they went on to Sky and Stroll, but with them going down, opens up an opportunity for Vico and Malibuca. They quickly transition from the backside of the zone all the way to the front, especially more so now because we're going uphill. But Peterbot and Pollo from low ground to into the clouds.
We've seen them climb bigger mountains before. A win here, and even more eliminations could be just enough to put them in contention.
They've got all of the pieces strewn together here. Pete just trying to see who else he can take out. So many players just so incredibly weak underneath them. If they can prevent anybody from challenging this layer on high, ultimate high ground will be their winning contention point. But Teeny still going directly underneath it all. A decent amount of builds to work with, trying to see if he can commit towards that front side of zone. But eventually he'll have to layer swap. Eventually he'll need to find a refresh. And it's the same instance that Swizzy's currently trying to deal with.
Much worse though, no builds and no time left. He goes down, but for Teeny, this is another chance, still tied at 285 points with Acorn and Bolts. They're still alive in this game, but they're staying back. They're staggering themselves. This is a clue, a chance for them to go for high ground. Vico and Malibuca, it's not ready for them yet. They're just continuing to take it one foot in front of another. They don't want to make any big leaps or boundaries just yet.
Ooh, and Vico's gonna land another one. Just a warning shot, won't get a chance to collect, but at least he's got his way forward. Cooper Reed also finding Acorn. This is a travesty now for one of our top 3 teams, because Acorn and Bolts, they'll have to watch and see what happens next. But look at Vico and Malibuca. The one thing that they're missing, they're finding this damage, but they don't have the Flowberry Mist Grenades to make it to height.
Another couple eliminations here. They're trying to close the gap, 326 points. They're still in second. But with top 10 here, a chance to win the game. All the opportunity in the world is theirs. King underneath just trying to escape. Vico, Malibuca not getting desperate just yet. Meanwhile, Reed and Cooper getting pressured from not only above, but below as well. Everybody can feel what's at stake with only 2 games left. But Vico, Malibuca, they steamroll King. They want to take first.
And that is exactly what they needed to do. The job is not finished. They have to continue to clear out the layers beneath them, while Pete and Pollo wait from above, waiting for their opportunity to strike down below.
And it's insanity to think that all this time, Teeny has just been haggling his way through these layers undisturbed. But Pete, he's ready to drop. He's ready to throw his name into the mix and really start the demolition derby underneath. Pollo still by his side. Just when you think that they're about to find some more eliminations, Vico realizes he's all by himself.
The pressure is mounting. He needs to hit this shot or get out of the box. Either one will do. Just stay alive, Vico.
Top 6 teams. 4 of them are stuck as solos here, but for Reed and Cooper, they have each other. Vico, we saw Malibuca go down. You see, with only 3 builds left, empty item slots, no extra heals. It's really all up to them. Peterbot and Pollo, their 6th elimination of the game, and it's on the next team in their path.
And that's the worst case scenario now for Vico and Malibuca. But check out Cooper, check out Reed. They've got Craze. Now it's all about them trying to take out some of these other Titans in the lobby. Another refresh for Reed onto Ozone, and now they just gotta look up.
Here comes the drop. Peterbot and Pollo, they want the back-to-back. Big shot on the Reed. Pollo will not go down, but Peterbot will, so he's stuck by himself yet again. Another 1v2. That feeling of deja vu. Can Pollo do it? Shockwaving up, looking to create distance. A chance to put down pressure, following the zone. He knows that Reed and Cooper are weak, but he doesn't want to to play this too quickly, but he's letting Cooper heal down below. This is not what you want, but Pollo finally landing another shot onto Cooper, who shockwaves up. They're trying to attack from both sides. Pollo with everything here. It's all or nothing. He does it again. Another big shot. Pollo will not be denied. A 1v1. Pollo versus Reed. NA versus NA. Pollo has taken the crown away from Peterbot, and he's placing it on his own hand.
¡Pollo en la bestia! ¡Pollo en la bestia!
Just when you think that he won't be able to do it, he delivers yet again.
Peterbot, why is he like playing with the best player in the world?
I mean, it feels great.
It is incredible to watch you. Wow, you were so humble last time I spoke to you. You were like, they had no mats when you won the 1v1. You had no mats either in that situation. How did you do it this time?
I don't even know.
It was the 1v2, it was versus Reed and Cooper. You're flying through the sky. We think maybe there's going to have to be a heal off. You're reloading in the air. You're an absolute rockstar. But how do you stay calm in those situations when everything is going on?
I just knew they had nothing. Like when we first dropped down, they weren't really building or anything, so I knew they had nothing.
And you were able to keep it on clean on height this time, Pete. So you must be feeling like, yeah, we've got this.
Yeah, 100%. We played that game, and it was a textbook win.
It was a textbook win. You were 9 going into this one, but now you can have your sights truly on the trophy. Qualification surely for globals is yours. You just need top 15 for that. But what are we going to see from you two in game 8?
I can't say. You'll see.
Look at that camera and tell me, are you switched on? He doesn't need to say anything. Stay with us, Düsseldorf, after this break. We crown a champion!
This is cinema! Listen, production, give me a camera on facts. Stand up right now, can you hear me? Facts, give people some love, baby. We're back, baby. We are back. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, guys, I see that NA bias mask off. Here we are, guys. Why does it always happen like this, Vivid? Why does it always happen like this? It's like, oh, Peter Law, like, he's one of the best players in the world. He's not going to play that. He goes back. It's like, when it matters, oh, just kidding. He's just showing up. 2 Victory Royales on the day in a finals lobby of the quality and talent of this lobby. Bobby coming down the solo from Foil. This is just the same story over and over and over again, it feels like. Over on NA regionally, even globally speaking, so many times these guys start to get counted out as the games start to get deeper and deeper. And then somehow, some way, these guys just fly up the leaderboard. They find the momentum that they need. They find the energy from the crowd, the fans, from people like Facts, and they just ride with it, man. It's all in the back of Foil. How many 1v2 did this guy go pull today? Unbelievable. I've never seen this before. Foil has this fence, has this shotgun, this chaos reloaded down to a T. The way he's moving in these 1v2 situations is unbelievable. The timing that he seems to have on all of his loot and his inventory, knowing when to stay back in the storm, when to heal up, when the shotgun's reloaded in his inventory, and then when he can go for the next shot. He is so in tune with the game right now, and it's showing there in the end. His approach, by the way, Peter and to that game, seemingly was focused around the strats that Sky and Stroll have been known to kind of implement. Because remember, if we think back to the middle of that game, who did they push? Who did they eliminate? Sky and Stroll themselves. Of course, they only got one of those eliminations, but they did enough damage to effectively render them useless. If they're going to make a push for this win here at the summit with one game left remaining, they've got to do that exact same thing again. Oh my gosh, and I'm getting word production has a listening on this game. Let's check it out. Nice. He does.
Shock him out, maybe. Nice. Here we go. Shock up. Let's go! Oh my God! Let's go! Oh my gosh, I love that he's just giving Foil the moment to focus on in there to make sure he needs what he has to have complete calm in that moment to find and land the shot. What's crazy too, we saw this fight happen not that long ago, right? Foil also eliminated right along the way to get his previous victory royale. Man, Mini Miner, we have one game left to go, and take a look at this. Wow. It's Peter Pocket, Foil 3-0. At the top, Sky and Stroll 3-2, Vico and Malibu 3-42. And honestly, even with one row down, Team Shark 3-0-1. Boys, this is coming down to the final game. It's always interesting going to the final game, isn't it?
It's final game.
Sky and Stroll in that last game. Unfortunately, but then they went down super early. Their first stumble in every single game we've seen them today. It's so unfortunate for them. What it means for the rest of the lobby is that they can now push up on through. But for Sky and Stroll, this was the moment, this was the game where they could have solidified their win. They've taken it all the way down to the wire, they've all the way down to the last. And this one's going to go back. You got it earlier, you were looking for the chink in the armor for this duo. Doesn't even really look like they did anything for this game. We turned into like 140 builds available. Yeah, they were 400 above the Storm threshold. There was one problem. Pete and Foil. Foil is looking right over. Oh my gosh. Are you guys catching that production? They are looking at it. They're like, we see an invitational type situation. Could we see? Look at Foil still getting this guy Stroll. I forgot to do back to the single game. You can't also forget Vico Malabuka. Remember, Vico Malabuka are firing on all cylinders right now. They've been trying to catch up this guy and Stroll. And now, here are clear the way. Now they're think it was their understanding to do it right here. They made the most of the fact that Sky and Scroll went down early in this game, and I was watching a lot during this endgame. The way they played this endgame, this huge refresh onto King right there. Even the understanding, they haven't realised to make certain fallback, which really helped them out. They didn't need to go for too many crazy refreshes, too many crazy frags. They understood they could play in that zone, play inside those boxes that have already been built, and then ride out those places. Because for these guys right now, they don't need to do too much. 10 points behind, I think it was. We'll have a look right now. Yeah, 10 points behind the leaders. Honestly, Billy, they could do it. They very well could. Vico and Melavuka have been so dynamic throughout the day. It feels like every single game, it feels like they're kind of playing different. Acorn and Bolts there in 5th place. If you kind of paid attention, 3rd place Vico Polio, there we are 306 points. Acorn and Bolts in 5th place won 295 points. So as it currently stands, only an 11-point difference between 3rd and 5th. As you can see right there, refocusing in on the battle between 1st and 2nd as it seemingly stands. Vico is locking it. And this is bigger than just this tournament. This is bigger than just this game. This is legacies on the line. Are the new kids on the block, Sky and Scroll, are they the real deal? Is it the older guard? Vico, Malabusa, players have been here, but have done it. Interval and Oyo. This is where we find the answer to that question. Who will cement their legacy, or who will rekindle theirs? There's so many goals lost. Genuine chills just went up and down my arms as I'm taking a look at the POVs of these players right now. The vibe meter that Levin was kind of talking about, I feel like it's been so high throughout the course of this tournament for Vico and Melavuka. Right now, they seem so stern. Yeah. As the pressure finally hit going into the last game, that's exactly what I'm going to talk about. That's exactly what I want to talk about. We have 1 game left to go, 5 duels all in contention. You can even argue that top 6 as well. Half of these players have been in this type of situation before, right? Even with someone like Shark and Team Red Shark, this is his kind of first time being in this situation. This is the hardest and the most intense. The pressure's going to be on them. Yeah. Look at Sky and Scroll, same thing, right? Vico Melavuka, they've been here before. They know what that last game looks like. This is a rare Vico we don't often see. The focus, the quiet Vico. Polio, look at him. He doesn't look scared. He looks focused. He looks like he's in his element. He's clutched twice already. The pressure. This is in all eyes on this stage. All eyes on these 5 duos. That's the question, isn't it? It's the pressure. The pressure. The pressure is what makes the difference every time. Every single one of these players that we've kind of interviewed throughout the weekend, they all try to seem like they're cool, calm, and collected. They try to make it sound like nothing really bothers them. But does anybody ever really believe those answers? I would have a very hard time myself believing it, especially when you take a look at some of the facial expressions that we are getting into a game that feels like it's weighted so heavy. This is the time, though, to turn those doubters into believers. So in the future, when we talk about the team that ends up going into win this, we can say they have done it. They have been there. In some cases, in Vico Malavuka's case, they came so close. In Peter Box's Warriors case, they've done it already. Let's see if we can do it again. How are things going to go down for Sky and Scroll as well? New players coming on through here. Can't wait. Guys, Fortnite fam, this is it. The last game out of the FXCS Summit. We are looking at crown champions. The top 15 will move on to the Global Championships. One last game settles it all. Chapters, over to you. This is the final moment here on the Summit Land, where 50 points separate our first place team and our entire top 5. And you wouldn't think that the margin should be this slim with the way that we've seen so many of these teams having their respective highlight moments throughout the course of today's game. But it all comes down to this game making. Let's see it. Everybody at home, everybody in this arena, we're all asking ourselves the same question. Will Peterbot and Pollo do it again? Year after year, championship after championship, they are the ones known to do it all.
We
We
have
have
seen
seen
crazy
crazy
plays
plays
happen in
happen in
final
final
games
games
all
all
year
year
long.
long.
It's
It's
Fortnite
Fortnite
heritage at
heritage
this
at this
point.
point.
But
But this time around,
it
it
looks
looks
like
like
everybody
everybody
is going to
is
do
going to
their
do their
best
best
from their
from their
own
own
spot.
spot.
Damo
Damo
and
and
Kazi,
Kazi,
they're going to
they're
play
going to play
spoiler here.
spoiler
What's
here. What's
going on?
going
Hold
on?
on a
Hold on a
minute.
minute.
Scroll
Scroll
alert.
alert.
He gets
He
to do
gets
his
his
payoff. He gets to
payoff.
try to go quick grenade speed. Throw it down. Sky is down. Force is out of the game early. Cassie and Damo are public enemy number one of this lobby. They're not even going to leave it for Vico Malabuca, Peterbot, and Pollo to decide. They take the battles up and duke it out over at Llama's Landing. But Sky and Stroll, what a heartbreaking finish. The point disparity just not enough. This is the deciding sequence of events.
I don't think anybody in this building was expecting that to go down how it just did. And just like that, the door is wide open for any one of those teams in that top five to try and win the tournament.
I think everybody that is playing in this lobby now saw that in the feed and realized what's at stake. And for Peterbot and Pollo, in that last game, they didn't land on them. They went and hunted them down. Now, Taco, there's only one team in their path.
But you can't forget about who else is hot on their heels. Shark and Teeny. Only 5 points separating them between the next spot on the leaderboard. And with that in the back of their minds, sure, you can keep Vico and Malabuca, but if the fight takes too long, you might just be going for it.
Stay calm. Malabuca reminding Vico the job is not finished. Stay calm. Our chance to strike is now.
We're having all these conversations about Vico Malabuca, Sharktini, Peterbot Pollo. We can't leave Acorn and Punts out of the mix. 295 points. I believe not too far behind them either. Swizzy and Fitzy sitting around that 274 threshold. But Wonky Land, fairly undisturbed for the time being. Teeny and Shark just going to surface it out. But at this rate, the lobby is going to be picking up in pace rapidly. Because currently, every single one of these teams, you would anticipate, maybe they try to take out each other. Maybe the gloves just come off with Sky and Stroll being out of the lobby. But they don't want to risk what they feel like is their best shot at first.
I mean, as the game goes on the room for shenanigans, Titans. And honestly, it just becomes about putting your best foot forward and playing your best Fortnite here in game number 8. There is still so much to play for, not just that first place trophy, all across the lobbies. Players desperately fighting for a spot in the top 15 to qualify for globals. And now everybody left in this one is playing for something here.
But why not me? That's got to be the theme running through Vico and Malabuca's minds right now, but they have to stay focused.
We saw Vico saying a prayer before the game began. It looked like his prayers were answered. He just has to finish his part of the deal now. And deliver the goods.
10 points separate. With Vico and Malabuca are now in first place on that leaderboard. And if they can get that, close out the Major 1 Summit Champions, they still have so much competition to watch out for. But again, Levin, you said yourself, there's room for so much shenanigans. Shark is going to go down. Genie's by himself. The Yalto and Chop are the ones hunting him down in Lobby Land.
They've had a rough go throughout the day, and they're looking to try and change their fate in the final hour here. A massive game is necessary for Zoe and Josh to bring this one back. But when they've taken out a priority fragger here at Rocky Line in his own backyard, Josh and Yamzo have the chance now to step it up.
And everybody's been picking up these newer faces at the top of the EU mountain. But here in game number 8, nothing but struggles from our bright young stars. It's up to the experienced vets, the former champs, to try and show them how things are done.
Uh-oh. They know. Right now, they've already got that elimination on the chart. They see a giant search base at the top of Walkie. That typically this is where you would see them, but they just can't find it.
They don't know, though. They have no idea that TD is still hidden, tucked away, so discreetly inside of the safety of his surge base. But just one TD out of line, that's all he's waiting for. The slightest opportunity, and if he can put down Zoe or Josh here in this moment, Darman Demish might just choose to strike. They're going to be drawn to any sort of immediate battle because even the polls are aware of the fact that every singular point matters, not just for the prize pool, but for securing your place at Global Top 15.
The young Josh will leave. And like you said, Taco, no clue in the world that Feeney was still right beneath them. And that room might just be enough for him to keep sharp in this game and keep their chances alive.
Oil up above, no fast moves coming out this time around. It's just the gap is that close. And they don't really have to worry about it. A lot of extra heals for Peterbot and Oil. A whole pizza shop underneath. And Peterbot is the one really taking the role right now, being on top of that surge power to take control of their sword surge.
It's the fact that Oil had dropped everything in his loadout to just prioritize gathering as much resources as possible, taking them back to their surge base because they know they likely saw it in the elimination V2. Shark is gone. Sky and Scroll fully eliminated. So many top contenders now left in a position. And so their best bet might just be to play to their strengths and earlier on in the last lobby you called out the fact that a team that tends to heat up as the game goes on. And right now they're seemingly on fire. The only duo in this lobby to strike with 2 victory rounds on the day.
Yeah, they might just go for a third tackle. That's the type of form they're currently in. When you've got the greatest of all time, Peterbot, and he's not even the best player on his team right now. Oil playing at unbelievable levels.
Great point, Bob. See the strategy. They kind of mix together the Fizz grenade, the shockwave, and that long launch pad towards the back. Kind of moving out of friendly distance for most players as they quickly try to make their way in zone. And that's a focus part of their game plan today.
The best part about it is that because of the fact that Shark is no longer in this lobby, TD left the way around. Wonky is just too distracted, cannibalizing itself from the team that made their entry points after the fact. And darn Demish, they're willing to stick it out. The vending machine champion might just come to an end here for Yamzo as he gets hunted out, fully ambushed.
Yamzo loves that vending machine. We saw him into it so many times today. So many times on the record yesterday. And he is in his final game.
That information right there is huge. He knows Yamzo and Josh took down Shark. Now he knows Darman Demish just took down Yamzo and Josh. So he knows it's still not safe to move out there just yet.
That sort of delay to his overall game strategy for Shark and TD in comparison to a team like Nico and Malabuka, who have the luxury of just playing out their full store potential. They are not in any sort of rush. They just have to keep their wits about them, keep their bearings. Nico always drawn back, I think, to that moment when he used to play with Pink. They'll lose free, but this time he's much more reserved, he's much more composed, and he knows it's all about staying side by side
without Luka to bring this one home.
When you have a player as talented as Vigo, but as emotional as he can be, there is no better pairing than Malabuka. Stone cold, never too high, never too low. And again, an on-fire Peter Boyle. That is the temperament you need.
Pete
Poyo just non-stop scanning into the horizon. It's going to be so difficult for Prakash and Hero to even make their way over that hill phase. They are looking to fully lock them out the edge zone.
Teeny has rebooted Shark, and so the marathon continues. Things aren't as easy as far as the pathway to the potential victory for these two as it is for others, but it certainly is not over. Shark has been one of the best players in the world this year, earning more and more, experiencing more and more, but he needs to be at his very best here in Team Number 8.
It almost feels like we're going to have a lot of our top teams kind of stacked and positioned at the north side of the map. We got Acorn bolts. Just saw Peter Boyo, Shark and Teeny are toward the north, along with Nico and Malabuka. So no matter where this zone goes, to the north or the south, there's a chance all of our top 5 remaining teams could come to a clash.
Shocking factor. Teams that have been performing the best of the lobby here today, now currently sitting in some of the best positions for this next zone. Pixie and Swizzy continuously looking back. They know that their destiny is fully under their control for global championship. But what they want is another step upwards. They need that top 5, even better still, maybe even dreams of top 3.
And this is the type of team that if you're one of those players fighting for the victory right now, you don't want these guys kicking it in the lobby. They are going to be a big threat. We have seen that. We know Kim Boyle like to play high, Shark and Teeny do too. Swizzy and Pixie, always going to be impactful in those fights. There is so much talent in this lobby that can play spoiler to any one of our top 4 teams.
Just got to keep in mind as well. We're so focused on first, rightfully so. That top 15 mark coming into this game is 214 points. Goes to show how stacked this leaderboard actually is on both ends of that spectrum.
Gold grudges might be restored here, depending on what happens next. Cooper Free, so close to where Ritual and Aegis were just that. I know it's easy to kind of sort the difference before the day has started, but it's another affair entirely to kind of put salt in the wounds and find yourself eliminated by the team that's been contesting you all weekend long. But first and foremost, Ritual Aegis, they'll have to try and sort out what's directly in front of them because the lobby's closing in, and their wiggle room is just so limited.
Upwards into their position. Shadow Virgo looked like the best representation any was going to have. And while they continue to fight and be a threat, this final game will be their biggest test. Will they stumble in the final hurdle? Will they continue to do what they have done and be a solid team in this lobby?
I like their thought process here. 104 below the damage threshold. Shockwave could have instantly tried to fire off anybody along that path, but they made it a focus. Get into the zone. Get high ground. And that's going to be the best opportunity to get the damage that we need.
The thing about Shadow and Virgo is they're not a duo that we often see struggling to maintain their threshold. So the fact that they find themselves in this position just underneath you and going to solve that for them. A little bit of pressure alleviated, only below, just one more tech necessary. They don't want to have to expend any of their Booker misgrenades, so they can avoid it, but players are just refusing to budge. No one is giving an opening, and that goes back to the original point. It's difficult to find your marks.
15 to 68. He's been finding elevation on Adori. Virgo takes the shot from above. All good things eventually come to an end. Only spending a short moment on top of that storm surge. Now they quickly fall below. It's active as well. Every 7 seconds, 25 damage will get to eventually taken out, not knocked altogether. Swizzy feeling it as well. 193. Even worse though, Taco, because he finds himself.
And Swizzy's trying to do what he can to reserve those last couple of pizza slices. But the problem is, the way that the lobby is folding into itself, it's just not going his direction. He doesn't have the openings he needs. He has to heal instead. Now chasing behind James, gets a big shot to open, but James is firing back. Swizzy got the knock, but he didn't get the finish, and he is out of here.
Look on board, Shark 18. You almost would have never have guessed this team was almost an inch away from getting sent out of this lobby. But now they're back 400 above the damage threshold. They have a little bit of high ground, and they regain control of their own destiny.
It only makes sense for Game Mate to come down to a forest zone location. This is prime time territory for Shark 18, and it also makes Kite all the more difficult to control. It's very obscure vision up amongst the treetops, and so for Malabuka and Nico, they're going to stick to the low ground, but they're going to wait for their moment to try and strike above.
I mean, there's so many in the low ground at times today. Comfortable on any layer. And that's what you need to be when you're fighting till the end.
Yeah, you gotta remember it was Biko on day one that was leading the pack in terms of eliminations. 314 here, they're just taking it one step at a time. They realize with a leaderboard this stack, all it takes one misstep, one mistake to really cause you a chance to have that first place. And even more so, there's over $1 million on the line in this tournament. Each and every placing, you almost lose thousands of dollars.
And for a duo like Peter and Boyo, mistakes are falling few in between these last few lobbies. They've been going absolutely ballistic. And frontside control, now seemingly about to belong exclusively to them. Virgo trying to see if he can make the wraparound. But the problem is, he's 285 below. Even if he makes it towards a frontside position, he still has to look back. He still has to connect shots. And when you're a one-man operation, potentially flashing with other duos, this could be the end of it all.
Oh no, a big shot again, falling further below the damage threshold. 18 HP. He needs more than a miracle here. It almost needs 3 eliminations worth of damage. And a lot of that is getting stolen away. Nearby, Oyo, 144 above the damage threshold for that. Oyo deserves all the flowers in the world and how he's been playing this weekend. Leading the team to the promised land.
They were looking at rats right now, Virgo. One more take, and once he gets this shot in, Twine now going to manage to just slip away, and Virgo won't be able to make it through. Twine brings safe for the time being.
And even though we pull away from the tree, you can see Shark and Teeny still want to play for height. They take people down, and like a perfect full standings. They take down the team, or one of the players of the team is just for defense. And that leaves Hawks in the fourth position. Will they continue to play for it? Or hard to get involved?
Really see the leaderboard right there. Update in real time. Points well. Peter find their first one of the game. Slow and steady with the race. Quite a large gap to overcome here.
This is where it becomes very challenging for Malabuka to keep their composure. You're seeing that elimination be lined up. You're witnessing Boyo and Peter, but Shark and Teeny make their surge up, and yet you still have to try and play to your strength. You don't want to lose any sort of kind of coming in the swinging through. They've overtaken first.
This is a big moment for them because they cannot get lost. Taking first. Is that enough? They have to be able to hold it for the rest of this game. Another elimination. Biko has been found. Most of the game for him, but he's taking deep into the zone. Trying to pick it up. Lucky for him, he does get the cycle.
It's in their hands. There has never been a bigger moment in Biko's career. And this is his time to live up to that moment.
But he's still having to deal with the light They keep continuously looking back. The pre-builds are established. Speed by Brian.
No, se fucking go. Once again, so why did this be? This gonna be all the dog. Vico, with 5 games in his hands. Malafuka, allow him to leave the charge for a moment. This is the best case scenario for this duo. This is it right here, though, because it's going to come in one time, Taco, where Vico and Malcolm could just stay alive. It's going to be mathematically impossible. And now we get exactly what it takes in these final moments. They're ready to bring it up. Malafico just big time. There's the nod. Vico with the finish. And the second big Vico go! Every single part of the way.
They can do it. They are beginning to run away from it. Now 40-point gap. Winning the game over Peter Royal. It's not going to be enough because they are bulldozzing their way through the competition. Malafuka goes down. Vico left by himself. He just needs to stay alive long enough.
He's not a stranger to a solo situation. And you'll be seeing the box up and completely run away from the competition. And he's in his sights, but he just has to connect with the crucial shot. But it's in and out of the zone. It's Vico. It's Vico. It's Vico. That's it right there, though. Boy, it's still alive. A solo. Sure, what the point actually is, if he needs all the eliminations, if he needs the victory royale, but if there's one person this weekend that proved he will not go down without a fight, it's this man here. Prove it that maybe chickens can't fly.
And all he has to do is see if he can get the worst bit of confirmation. Epic and underneath.
One. Go ahead, shine. It's a trophy. I promised my mom I was going to win this girl, and and she's watching you right now. Is there anything you want to say to her? I'm going to Mama, ich hab's geschafft. Ich will das gewinnen. She I thought it wasn't enough for you, was it?
Yeah, well, I didn't stop on this. I got beat by my teammate and he just did everything. I can't have us for my teammate.
I'm literally doing the opposite. You can see the bloody fight all the time, even when you don't win. You call your opponent like I had the chances, dude.
If you check it, you sent a lot because I really like to play with him. Just makes the game feel easier for me.
And seeing the two of you together. Vico, you can see the crowd. They want to work with
with you. I want this man to see this crowd and to give them a message. Rico, what would you like to say to them?
Thank you for having us support us.
Rico, love to see the crowd. And we love you guys, Rico Malavika. Please take your position. Please, one more time. Your first ever MSCS Major 1 Summit champion. It's Rico Malavika.
Te escucho ahora te escucho.
Mala.
Ahora vamos a jugar.
Vamos un break, brother. Hacho, estuvo bueno y creo que llegaron tercero, tuvieron break ahí porque se quedó otra vez Pollo solo contra 2 y llegó segundo en este match.
Chicos, sí. Ganaron los locales.
Hacho, es que jugaron cabrón ese último juego.
Hey.
Quedó bueno, en verdad.
Estuvo bueno.
Lo va a matar, brother, suéltalo, lo va a matar. Quiero ver el score al final. Que el trofeo pesa.
Congratulations to you guys.
I think the best way I could have summarized this moment is what Frank actually said. We've watched you guys grow up. To see you guys in this position, to show up in Germany, to fight through everything that you guys have fought through.
Allí al final estuvo abierto porque los que estaban primero se eliminaron empezando la partida.
Moment in your mind you thought like we can't do this, or was it the whole time you just kept pushing those thoughts out? You thought
Sí, por eso Pollo y tuvieron break, pero mató a uno y se murió en tormenta. Peter
No, le dieron un tiro porque se fue bocado a eliminar al otro. Lo remató, pero estaba de espalda. Tenía que dejarlo gateando. Si lo hubiera dejado gateando, se quedaba arriba y hubiera sobrevivido.
Obviously, he's giving you such high praise. To hear the dual say that, to hear the way this crowd went crazy, to see him run up and give you guys a massive hug, how does that feel?
Está bien, clasificaron para el mundial Peter Bot y Pollo.
You gotta stop crying. I'm on the verge of breaking down. No, that's fantastic. We had this moment in the lobby yesterday. What's so funny to me, the moment that you won, I recalled the conversation. You had said, man, I had looked for a teammate. And Malabuka is someone who essentially can match my freak, who can just be in those moments and lift me up. How does it feel now to know you made the right choice with Malabuka?
Honestly, I want to say thank you, Fleeky, for dropping me on my head. Thank you, Rats, for I wanted to coach because I just got the greatest upgrade I could have ever asked for. I got the greatest fighting agile to ever touch this game.
Listen, man, you are screaming about emotions right
Por lo menos
now.
estos hablan, oíste.
Throughout the weekend, right? We've been tuning in with you guys. We've been watching. You guys were up there on the stage, in the chairs. You guys were like dancing back and forth, singing. But we saw to all of that like happiness and joy. And it was seemingly as if it both going into game number 8, it was like all focus for both of you guys. So walk me through Malcolm with the first, the mindset going into game number 8.
Well, we knew that this guy was like also, I also missed a few points, but 10 point difference is like not that different, so I said like play on game. Let's focus on someone else trying to creep out so we don't get to. And I guess it was out very good. I mean, I don't know if we did
coge eso?
we did great fighting and not
No sé, déjalo ahí.
that we were there, and I don't know what the skies are, but yeah, that happened again, so
I do want to say though, shout out to Sky. I think shout out to everyone who played in the stream, right? I think this was probably the hardest plan I've ever touched in my whole entire life. And I mean, you know, I've won Red Bull before. This guy won Gamer Champion before, right? We've been in hard lobbies. This was probably the hardest thing I've ever played in my life. Not just only because I was a winning contender, but in general, I mean, I was playing with like 15 chests, 20 chests. These guys had like 70 chests. These guys are the best teams in the world. I myself think I was an underdog compared to them, right? And I mean, I just want to say shout out to Omar. I think the stuff this guy told me, how he got me back after my sons.
¿Qué dice, blostar? Que no escucho bien. ¿Qué dice Vico que no escucho bien?
Está dando las gracias al tipo ese.
Ya.
No, tengo el score, quiero ver el leaderboard.
What can we expect now from you guys going into those global championships?
I mean, hopefully they can, right? I mean, there's a good phrase saying, you know.
Al final estuvo bueno. Yo pensé que si aquella gente se mantenía, lo que pasa es que cayeron donde cayó todo el mundo y se jodieron.
Man, I've always wanted to have that trophy in my room, you know. And I think everyone in this whole stadium is dreaming of having this. And I just don't want to support my fans because I know I have the potential to win again. And I mean, I think it's fair to say I think we're the best team in the world.
You proved it. Malabugo. What can we expect you about that?
We'll see. There's like a long time before it, but we're not gonna stop just at winning this time, obviously. We're gonna focus on majors first, like online rounds, and then we'll see what happens with goals.
Guys, congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Obviously, you had a moment there of just pure in the moment, but we love to kind of give you a second here because there's a breadth of fans. If there's anyone you want to thank, anything you want to say, we'd love to kind of give you that moment. Which you want to go first? Either you want to go.
You know what? This guy can go first because I have a lot to say on that.
Go ahead. Shout out my brother first of all because he's like the guy why I started playing competitive Fortnite in the first place. I'm not sure if he's still on the arena.
Leaderboards.
And yeah, I just want to give him a huge shout out for helping me out throughout the years. Obviously to the family and just to the friends for helping me.
Well, I mean, where do I start, right? I could start with Amar, but I think I'm going to start with my mom. I mean, the only reason I'm ever here is because of my mom, you know. She's got me through the hardest times of my life, you know. She grew up with me as a solo parent, you know. And I mean, Mama, wirklich danke. Ich glaube, ohne dich wäre ich nicht hier. And I mean, my friends, my family, pretty much everyone who's been with me on this way. Even my teammates, you know, King, Razzroom, my current coach, Thomas Ibex, everyone who's been with me on this journey, you know, who's helped me grow as a character, but especially always Thomas, because that guy, I wouldn't be here without him, you know. I wouldn't be the guy I was without him. But yeah, I think that's it, you know. Also shout out to all the casters, but especially shout out to my old big. Because I don't think about them have this gear and have this nice teammate. You know, they made it all possible.
Thank
Thank you guys so much. There was also one big person who had a big smile on his face. Levin QK right there. The moment he saw it, Levin, shout out to him. Well, Vico, Malabuka, you guys pick this trophy up.
Vico, Malabuka.
Great. Don't forget the crown. Make sure it doesn't come on. I won't be forgetting this. Congratulations, guys. Thank you. Leave the headsets down. Get out of here. Go celebrate, all right? Once again, your summit champion, Unbelievable stuff, man. I'm telling you, Vico, seeing Vico that kind of emotion, obviously, Vico's a talker. He loves to be expressive and to be loud and to be funny and in your face, and to see him break down again, man. How do you think about it? Alright, it's fine. Viv, I'm so happy. I am so happy. Raising the trophy one more time. We're gonna struggle to get that trophy out of these guys, man. They're gonna be holding on to that one for a very long time. If I have learned anything here today, we always put a lot of respect on the dedication that the players themselves, the time, the effort, the love that they put into the game that we also love. But it also requires
Hey, ser novio.
The win. It really does require a gigantic team, a family to make something like this happen. Yeah, and you can see it very visibly with Vico. He is personified. You can express it. You can see it in the way that he carries himself. I'd like to say that Malibu is exactly the same in a very different way. He's been around the scene for so long, at the very top of his game, and huge props to him. Just to maintain, to continue being at that very top level, not let those disappointments pull him down, not let those disappointments pull him down, and to pull through here in Dusseldorf and end up coming out on top, as they mentioned. Not easy for them at all this entire weekend, not easy for them today. The hardest lobby, they said they never played in, but they hold through. They have done it, and honestly, for both of them as individuals, I've had the pleasure of talking to them so much at all these different lands, seeing them grow both in the game and outside. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, man, again, I just keep
thinking about that conversation. And
again, for
context, obviously we're hanging out with players, and there's a moment where Vico kind of pulls us aside, comes up, starts talking to us, and it's like, so what do you think, man? Like, Malabuka has a deal, and he's just like, yeah, dude, Malabuka, like, he just meets me where I am. He's the first player I've been able to play with that just it doesn't matter what I'm doing, it doesn't matter how silly he tries to meet me there. He tries to just help me along while some others, they not vibe as well, but man, it's just such an incredible moment for the duo.
Voy al baño y jugamos.
Your champion, Vico
and Malabuka. Of course, we do have to remind ourselves, though, that the top 15 do move on to the Global Championships. Let's take a look at those standings and see how things ended up after game number 8. Pollo Peterbot managed to sneak their way into second place. After the start that they had, they really showed up big here.
Hecho, quedaron segundo, blostar.
By the duo, Shark and Teeny also putting up incredible performance after all these.
Si ganaba. Si ganaban este match.
Si mataba a Malibuka o a Vico, subía primero, cabrón.
No, que tenían que ganar.
Tienen que ganar la partida, pero que eran los que quedaban, Malibuka y Vico. Diablo. Qué clase de combat.
Bien cabrón.
1 point.
Estuvieron ahí a punto de ganarle para que fue.
Will be appearing at the Global Championships later on this year.
Diablo, bro.
Even look further, Ager's Ritual, cold and rapid. I mean, so many big names just barely missed out. When they said this was one of the hardest lobbies they'd ever played, they were serious. I mean, guys, this weekend has been incredible. Today has been incredible. Some of the most incredible Fortnite we've seen. Pollo solo clutching 2 VRs. OCE getting a win. Like, so many incredible things happen.
Super amazed with how everybody played this weekend, from Friday to Saturday to obviously championship Sunday, for everybody to kind of come into this land, right, kind of switching up the format as well, and everybody adapting. We talked about it earlier on in the day, how much actually changed just coming into Friday alone, going into Saturday, going into Sunday. And some of the teams that, of course, deserve to be there at the top, they still found their way up there.
Todo bueno. Yo creo que yo puedo ver el cubo aquí, espérate.
¿Qué?
Bueno, acá en el juego yo puedo ver el cubo. Sí. Bueno, tienen que ganar porque tienen las mismas una eliminación más, que fue la última
la de pollo.
La de pollo. Pero llegaron segundo y estaban bien botados.
Pollo dijo, no hay... Fíjate de eso, me voy a arriesgar. Porque pollo podía aguantar un poquito más arriba.
Eso yo pensé que se iba a quedar un poquito más, pero se tiró.
Por eso. ¿Vas a correr patines? ¿Vas a ver la novela? ¿Qué vas a hacer? Cuéntame.
Estuvo buena.
Yo quiero skin la de Kuno. Porque Kuno no vuelve a salir, para que sepa, la muchacha.
¿Cuándo se va hoy?
Creo que sí. Sí, desaparecerá hoy. Diablo, no me la voy a poder comprar.
Ay, señor, ¿por qué me hacen esto?
Y Kuno no vuelve, papá.
Papi, si compraras los vivos online como yo te dije, tío, yo no tengo, ya gasté, pero...
No, es que ahora mismo no tengo para comprar vivo, no tengo chavo.
Sí, pero todo el tiempo pasado, los meses pasados.
¿Qué vas a decir? ¿Qué vas a decir ahora?
Exacto, déjame poner las patitas otra vez. ¿Dónde era? Aquí. Yo lo quité porque salen todas las patitas en medio de la pantalla.
¿Cómo ella está haciendo mamá ella?
Vamos a comprarme a Kuno. Ay, la pobreza. Voy ahora, compañeros.
Qué cabrón te la compraste, chico. Es exclusiva de Play, para que sepas.
Esta sombrilla no la había visto. Esta fue la que nos dieron los otros días. Tú me dijiste que no vuelve, pues. Para no cantarle, vuelve. Muy bien.
¿Dónde vamos? Rápido. Mira, Burrito Boy está guiando.
Burrito Boy.
Ya la madre.
Un Burrito Boy. Tú eres Burrito Boy.
¡Yayi!
A mí me gusta porque el diamantito me mira como que, hola, adiós.
¡Yayi!
¿Qué?
A mí me gusta porque el diamantito
¿Qué?
me mira.
Ey. Ey. Ey.
Mami, bendito, ¿tú quieres ver un animal y los audífonos? Mami.
No sé.
Mami, mira el sapo más feo del mundo. Mira eso.
Mami, ya él está en patines. Se va a caer.
Está bien feo. Listo.
Va a romper los dientes.
Guido. Y hay sapitos que hacen feo y no se pueden salvar. Este es uno de ellos. Este es el sapo más feo.
Para el toto una negra.
¿Qué es eso?
Perdón. Perdonen.
Mira, escribe en el chat que estamos jugando y si el chulo está por ahí.
Voy.
Yo sabía que ya no iba a esperar mucho para irse.
¿Qué?
Que ya no iba a haber mucho. ¿Entendés?
Mi amor, para papá, no seas así. Es para la espalda, papá, es para la espalda. Mi amor, este está molesto. Mira, mira la cara, este está molesto.
Ave María.
Y yo siempre estoy como
Hey.
Una matita de 2 centímetros no me dejó pasar.
¿Escuchas el abanico, no? Blótalo, sí.
Un poquito. No tengo de auto ahí.
No, compraros que no era, puñema.
Viene por ahí el...
¿Dónde está?
Bueno, no vayas para allá solo, bro. Está arriba, ve, peleando.
¿Qué? Ahí. Dale. ¿Tienes blog?
No, bro, te digo que lo tengo y como quiera dispara.
Mala mía, esta fue mala mía. Ahí sí. Mira, ¿quieres el arco que marca, blog?
No.
No, ok, vámonos. No, son más, porque es a 275 cada cosa. ¿Te gusta la lanza o blostar?
No, yo tengo acá.
Pues me llevo esta lanza yo. Tengo guantes y lanza, estamos bien. Estoy dando. ¿Por qué? ¿Me escuchas?
Ah, sí.
Ok. Es que estoy lagueando. 10:43.
¿Allí quieres una ramen?
Hay tanta gente.
Estoy lejos tuyo, bro.
Estoy arriba. Gente por ahí, creo.
Ya llegué contigo, papi.
Al frente.
Buena, bro. Let's go. Ah, tío, después del torneo.
Está Mateo.
Maravillón.
Ahí tengo uno. Oh.
H, que no quiero cambiar nada del loot. Con la vara yo te curo a ti también, nos curamos los dos. So, no está mal. Con la vara puedo brincar.
Encima de
Tengo
ella.
tiros al frente.
Encima de ella.
No.
Yo llegué a tiempo no lo veo por ahí jugando. Ah,
¿Qué?
Johnny, ¿dónde está? Hace tiempo no lo veo jugando.
No sé dónde está Johnny.
Yo no juego yo.
Ahora que Chupi viene por ahí.
Hace como 10 años con Fortnite con él.
Porque es lo que hace hacer los battles pass y ya. No juega más nada, no está jugando Fortnite.
Digo, mamá, bicho.
Escuché un tiroteo chévere, ¿dónde fue?
Bueno, no lo vi.
Para acá abajo. Oh, Dios.
Está arriba, pues no lo veo.
Sí, no lo veo tampoco. No pasó nada a nosotros. Las que la zona es para allá, qué hostia.
Pero llega, vamos para el medio y coge. Y coge la del medio. ¿Tienes bomba?
No, pues tírala conmigo. Llegó Chupi.
¿Qué pasó?
¿Qué lo que?
¿Qué lo que?
A la izquierda hay construcción.
Ahora me acabo de dar cuenta que ando sin balas por ahí, cabrón.
Ay, señor, si no una cosa es la otra.
82 de rifle nada más. Uno por atrás. Muerto uno. El que estaba por atrás.
mataste? ¿Cómo lo mataste? ¿A
Lo
centones?
desbarataste, papi.
No te voy a decir, papá.
¿Lo mataste a centones?
No te voy a decir mi secreto.
Lo mató a centones.
Ningún acentones.
Algo me dice que decir. Al frente.
I'm with you, my boy. Otra vez medio hipo, qué hostia.
A blanco, Guillo, este que está aquí.
Te tiro contigo. Tumbaron a uno y lo maté.
Carro.
Que estamos aquí, márcame.
Veo otro.
Y los que están aquí, cuidado.
No te va a perseguir con gente.
Están acá. Con este de aquí.
¿Dónde está Marco otra vez? Ah, ya lo vi. Hay uno abajo.
Otro.
El otro.
¡Ah, carga rápido! Muerto. Volando. Doble 21.
Y uno abajo y uno arriba. Abajo, Guillo.
¿Dónde?
Pichado, fue un pescadito. No pensé que había alguien brincado ahí.
Ya hay uno aquí.
Sí.
Dos.
Es que tengo el de arriba acá.
Tranquilo, dale.
Se tiró y uno cerca. Está rompiendo.
Cabrón, estate quieto.
Buena. Quedan dos. Al frente.
Voy curándome, papi. No construye aquí.
Está pescando. Me tumbó. Están ahí los dos.
Que me tiró, cabrón.
No, pero no voy a pegar. Son dos. Construí para acá. Brincó, está brincando ahí.
¡No salió el puño! Ay, bendito.
Y te eliminó, burrito voy.
¿Me burrito voy?
Sí, papi. O a mí. A ti o a mí, yo no lo tengo.
Burrito voy, lambe.
Mate, brother.
Lambe burrito.
Aquí no había alguien más. Me va el lobby. ¿Catrión estaba aquí?
No. ¿Qué?
No, yo como que escuché que. ¿Te viste para el lobby?
Sale para el lobby, basura.
Es que no me ha dado ready el blostar.
Pero es que no estás en el lobby, socio, está Chupi aquí.
Se tira.
Ok. ¿Y por qué tú te vas para el lobby siempre?
Porque se tira, aunque le demos ready del lobby.
Eres un bruto.
No, que no se tira, no.
Yo no dije que no. ¿Y por qué tú siempre te vas para el lobby?
Porque ustedes se encojonan, pero eso se tira.
Tú te vas para el lobby porque nosotros nos encojonamos.
Hey.
Oh.
No vaya.
Ay, ya quitaron lo de todos los lugares así.
No parece. Sí, era la hora que sí yo creo.
Tírate con control.
Pues construye.
No, Chupi es la que juega sin construcción.
Mira, Chupini, que brutal. Mira, tú no sabes.
Yo sí sé.
Construye,
pero yo no necesito.
Construyele ahí una casita.
Quitaron lo de caer en picada.
Eso es sin construcción.
Ah, qué basura.
Se llaman Guillo.
¿Qué?
Que Chucky dijo basura, pero yo creo que le llama.
Ah.
Pero me equivoqué. Error. ¿Ya viste Grogu, Chucky?
¿Qué cosa?
La demandadora, ¿la viste?
Claro, cuando salió.
Del 1 al 10.
Para mí, bien.
No, eso no me convence.
Para ella, porque a ella le gusta, ¿ves?
No, pero siendo real.
Sí.
Siendo real, ¿qué número real?
100.
Ay, no,
Pues sí, a mí me gusta Grogu.
Está bien, pero eso no significa que la película esté bien cabrona.
Está buena la película. Es verdad que parece capítulo, pero eso no tiene nada que ver. Sigue igual de bueno.
A mí me gusta Menen, y Menen hace un chorro de porquería. Hay una parte que él le dice, toca este botón y él toca todos los botones en un arco.
Ah, sí.
Sigue practicando.
Y le tira una bomba.
Destroy, oye, echarlo, que carga.
Vamos a matarlo.
Están gemelos, ustedes. Estoy primero, 653, te pasé el rolo, Chucky.
Pues si así es que pasa tu tiempo.
¿Qué?
¿Cómo te dijo Henry?
Sí, así me dijo.
Yo lo sé, yo estaba en el lobby.
Basura.
Diablo, todo aquí llegó.
Ya habían matado uno, déjame uno. Habían matado dos.
Ah, como ahorita tú me dijiste, ¿verdad?
No, ahorita te dije mala mía, ahorita sí fue robado.
Me dice, lo tienes block.
Y ahora también.
Me dice, lo tienes block. Y yo sí. Disparándole de se lo mató.
Me vengué.
La venganza es buena.
Le da 10 para callar también.
¿Qué?
Cuando uno se va a caer, que se abre paracaídas, eso solamente es en construcción.
Exacto.
Qué basura. Hay uno por aquí. Bendito de los brinca.
Se me envió de nuevo. Esta zona aquí es peligrosa.
Peligro.
Cayendo.
Lo maté.
Está un piso cerca también. Reviviendo.
Aquí hay alguien. Creo que lo vimos.
¿Estoy lejos de ustedes? Me vieron.
Viene para acá.
Está en el arbusto.
Venga, dale, no hay nadie.
Hace país.
Volando.
Con blostar, contigo, Chupi, día. ¿Muerto?
Mira, hay un puesto aquí escondido. Detrás de esta roca.
Hay uno ahí con nosotros. Tengo uno aquí.
Son 4.
Ah,
Me pillaron. Me jodí.
es uno y el bot. No son dos.
Me jodí.
Corre, chico.
¿Cómo? Aguanta.
Pero ese Slaver estaba muerto, ¿qué carajo?
Hay 4 pasos.
Por eso fue lo que dije.
Es otro equipo, He vuelto. Me quedé paralizada y no me podía mover. Muérete.
Ahora, 3, 2, 1.
Sí. Pero tú me tiras las cosas así. Ah, te vas a regalar, no te preocupes.
Yo vengo por ahí en la aguja está larga, un baño se baña en el medio
¿Hasta el qué?
hasta que
¿Y eso te enojó?
Carro.
Pero. Están haciendo carrera, lo más normal. Fíjate cómo te falta un mamabicho. Sí, lo sabía.
Venga, Chuli.
es bello. Está pasadito de así que no era que te llamas chiquillo.
Están aquí.
Construyendo. Cuac. Me ha vuelto a salir la escopeta esa que quita vida. Que la da así.
Atrás. Hay dos atrás nosotros.
Ahí.
Nos marcaron.
No, a ellos, atrás mío.
Hay otros por acá en la tormenta.
Diablo, pero mira esto. Acaban de salir de la FNCS.
¡Qué mierda!
Le metí bastante a uno, blostar. Está one shot.
Abajo hay uno.
La tormenta, cuidado. En la montaña hay uno, cuidado.
Conmigo los dos.
Está curando desde la montaña.
Se cayó Guillo.
Buena.
Ah, trayendo otra.
No tengo.
Demasiada gente. Porque hay otros acá arriba. Muerto uno.
El hueso.
7-4-1. Tengo uno que... ¡Ah! Cogí lo que no era, cabrón. Me pillaron.
Wow, no le doy ni uno.
Doy dos. Era eso. Ahí no hay una máquina.
¿De qué?
Sí.
No.
No.
Pero
¿Me metieron?
Suerte que está.
Subieron.
¿Dónde?
Escuché una tirolesa, pero no sé en dónde.
La tirolesa fui yo.
Ok.
Ahí están.
Las matadillo.
Está blanco. Blanquísimo.
Disparado. Poco a poco.
Buena.
Fallaste 15 tiros.
¿Qué?
Que fallaste 15 tiros ahí.
Que te joda, pero no estoy muerta.
Ok.
Taller que como siempre me roban el kill.
En esa.
Ya, ganamos por ti, ¿viste?
No.
Tu sacrificio tuvo un significado.
Yo fui a ayudar a Guille y me abandonó.
No es más, por eso yo no lo ayudo. Lo ayudo de lejito.
Cuando tú te moriste, yo estaba guerreando con todo el mundo también. ¿Lo que pasa que huí?
No, el que tú estabas guerreando con él, yo te fui a ayudar, lo tumbé, te dije lo tumbé.
Pero tenía dos más.
¿En dónde?
En la playa, cuando estábamos en la playa, que huí detrás de las piedras.
Ya.
Acabé.
Ah, pues para el violeta.
Violeta. Ah.
Y no construí ni una pared.
Ay, no me dijeron nada para quitarle. Uno.
Su pistola quedó pegado.
La mía.
Sí. UAV por si quieren.
Mira, carro volando.
El resto, clase escopetazo me dio.
Cuidado, Blo. 32 rotos.
Me mataron.
¡Va, que tú eres muy cabrón!
Mira para allá una escopeta verde, me mató y yo con
Y a mí también.
no lo maté.
Esto estuvo bien raro. Ahorita voy a comer.
Basura.
Como ahorita, vas a estar gordito.
¿Verdad?
Vuelvo a comer, vengo ahora.
Vas a estar gordito, comiste ahorita.
Sí.
Dios mío.
Gordito el huevo mío.
A ver si me habla por teléfono y va a estar entrando conmigo. Volumen 75.
La.
Ya lo fallé.
Fallaste.
Ya me jodí porque ya no voy a coger más ninguno. Ah, el último.
Por eso no te doy propina. Ya se van a unir los fragmentos.
Si ves el evento con alguien te regalan, creo que 2 cosas.
¿El evento es viernes?
Sí. So, te unes a verlo.
¿A qué hora es?
A las 7.
A las 7, estoy libre.
Así que no dice por tiempo, pueden verlo un poco.
Si me ayudas, cuenta, mira.
¿Cuenta?
Yo cojo el trabajo y tú lo pierdes. Dale. Tierría.
Él dice, está muy bueno, está lo pone.
No puedes coger. Ya que me ayudaste.
Así.
Mira, hay un chiste.
Hacen dos.
Hello, motherfucker.
Estaba más cerca de lo pensado.
Literal. Las escopetas, por favor. No, esta la de dos.
Ok.
Pero el azul es el celeste.
Ya sé cuál tú dices, ya sé cuál tú dices.
Cuando le quitas vida a tu oponente, te la da. Hay gente aquí. ¿Cuál de los dos le estamos dando al muro en vez de la otra?
Fallé. Ay, no te creo. ¿Quién le da al muro? Mataron.
Lo robaron. Pero ¿por qué no quiere?
Viene subiendo.
¿Se va subiendo?
Sí. Hiciste el... Espérate, ¿es por aquí?
¿El qué?
Ay, ¿dónde era? Ah, no, está acá. Para que den el bultito gratis. Yo creo que es ahí.
No sé.
No me acuerdo.
¿Qué bulto ese que tiene?
No, un es rojo. Ah, sí, es ahí mismo aquí. Ahí hay gente,
¿Qué?
Es ahí adentro.
¿Qué hay que hacer?
Bajar y bailar dentro del escondido.
Sí, nene, el rayo no llega hasta acá, se da fruto. ¡El hueso! Viene. Ah, tiene lo de su compañero Capo.
Mira, le estoy dando el escopetazo a todo el mundo.
¡Ah!
Mira para allá, tienen la vida entera.
Sí, pero el compañero le estaba dando poder con el bastón ese. Toma, bastonazo, mate todo.
Vamos a caer aquí en el medio marqué. A ver si podemos ir para evitar eso.
¿Qué hay que hacer ahí?
No, vamos a caer ahí para coger cosas y después ir para acá.
Ah,
Ahí. Hombre, no. Y está soltito el carro.
¿qué es eso? Ay, por aquí.
Ahí viene como quiera.
Entrando. Dios mío. Motherfucker. Mataron todos y no sé.
Oh no, oh no. Vale gente, sabor.
Wow. Qué veloz. Sí.
Lo maté porque era más malo, que era más malo.
De carajo está.
Mira para allá, mira para allá.
No, era el póster que estaba buscando. Una escopeta y un bidón. La tormenta. Ay. Dame uno. El hueso.
Fui yo.
¿Fuiste tú?
¿Te quita vida?
No.
Está blanco ya.
Ahora.
Es que brinqué para tirarle. Pues, malos cálculos.
Está aquí abajo. Viniste solito, te quedaste. Por ahí viene. ¿Dónde cogió?
Es por la tormenta.
Sí, está aquí.
No lo veo. Sé que está volando, pero no lo veo por el fondo.
Yo tampoco lo veo. Un peso el pedazo, caramba.
Cabrón, no pudo verse la tormenta, porque yo no lo vi.
Sí, está en la tormenta. Se fue a correr otra vez. Wow, que mucho corre. Ahora coge la grieta. ¿Dónde cogió? ¿Dónde cogió? Cogió la otra grieta, no mames. Tiene que estar como nosotros, no tiene más nada que hacer. Hay uno ahí en el piso.
Yo no sé si es el mismo, pero...
Tiene que estar buscando para revivir. ¡Revivió!
Tumba el llaga, tumba el llaga.
¡Ah! No puedo subir.
Oye, me salieron dos acá.
Ok, cogieron la grupa toda.
Tengo uno atrás.
No pude caer en la montaña.
Yo creo que está solo,
¿Lo mataste?
No.
Yo no.
Trepado aquí.
Ah, ya lo vi. El hueso.
No, yo no le doy un tiro, pero él me lo paró.
Yo le di dos. Qué calor.
¿Soy yo o la rueda hace ruido con cojones?
¿De qué?
La rueda esta que hace ruido con cojones.
Sí. Está dañando. Subiendo a la montaña. Caramba. El hueso. Yo tengo familia y no le doy a nadie.
Cabrón, yo la uso cada rato y yo no la doy a nadie. Y si le doy no hago daño.
Sean esos dos y otro más solo.
Eso no es lo que quería hacer.
¿El contrato es contigo?
Sí, un cabrón.
¡Guau! Se murió uno. Queda ese aquí. Están velando la hueva.
Una basura.
El hueso. Ah, pero está dando potencial.
¡Dispara!
Se quedó ahí pisado, ¿verdad? Guillo.
Le voy a hacer caso a Guillo.
Me voy.
Dale. Pero viste que yo la saqué y no.
Sí, yo que le estaba pensándolo.
Si no, por lo menos tumbaba eso. Dale. ¡Pero moto! ¿Qué está pasando, motito? Ah, ok, sí, saludos, moto, hola, adiós. Llegaste cuando me voy, este es el último. Yo ya estaba viendo el campeonato de Fortnite, eso quedó bien cabrón, en verdad. ¡Anónimo! Bien el yate. Vamos. Vámonos. Vamos a sentar. Uy, no solo. Tengo que destruir cosas aquí. Bueno. Allá ahora. No, qué bruto soy. Yo soy bien bruto. Y ahora. musiquita me tiene loco, en verdad. Tengo bala. Voy a coger bala aquí, me caigo. ¿Esa es tuya? ¿No? A ver qué es. ¡Mataron! Queda escondido. Te caíste.
Someone call a doctor?
Mira para allá. ¿Por qué? Le pasé por encima. Mira, ¿tienes la mochila gratis? ¿Sí? ¿No? Si no la tienes, dispara. ¿Tienes la mochila, no? No, pues vente. Tienes que bailar aquí. Baila aquí y se supone que te salga. ¿Te salió algo? ¿Sí? Ok, vámonos. Está subiendo hasta para allá. Está ahí metido. Cabrón, le metí con... Está ahí, está aquí en la esquina. Está en la esquina la huevo. Ahí mismo. Me morí. Vuela. ¿Está contigo todavía? Claro, pero me callo, que estás ahí también. Acho, no te creo. Papi, le metí 3 escopetazos de espalda y no le hice nada. Bueno, un placer, moto. Chequeamos.